In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom, and a man was left to living. But as year gave way to year, the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death, a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village, Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life, if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no fear with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square, and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims from to meet our shareholders' expectations.
Including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something about it, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. In the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your post, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
ZipRecruiter.
Jack is going to town. All the viewers gather around. Twitch and YouTube is switching streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight
Hello,
to Jack the
everyone!
Store.
How we doing? John Hick and Luke are on jobless watch. Get the packs ready. We gotta smoke them. Is that a glittery sweater? It is indeed. Howdy, Gilbert!
Hello, Jack.
Thank you
Laughing
for
face.
being the first person to support stream today. Very much appreciated, Gilbert. Getting us a little bit closer to Heat Vision and Jack territory. Hello! Howdy, folks! Also, we got content we have to cover. Okay? The content minds yearn for me, and I must deliver. You having a night on the town today? No, I was lazy, so I put on a sweater to distract you all from how tired I am. It had to be glittery to distract you. And literally the only thing I did different was, in addition to the eyeliner, I did mascara as well. This isn't even me going all out. You don't even understand. Yo, dog, I heard you like content, so I put content in your content. Also, folks, remember to like the stream. It's really, really important that you guys like the stream. And please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because you guys make this show possible. Also, just want to say right up at the top, thank you to everyone who's checking out Imogene Olivia, the gender euphoric lingerie line that my partner and I launched. You guys talking about it and telling your friends, or telling your trans acquaintances and whatnot, it's genuinely helping a lot. So thank you. Continue to do so. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, Imogene Olivia, gender euphoric lingerie. It's designed from the ground up for trans femmes, and we also tested it with cis men, cis women, and everyone seems to like it. It features a number of different design changes that make it unique and distinct and more comfortable. It is a non-tucking lingerie line, and for those of you who are looking for that, it is extraordinarily comfortable and very, very. I think it's beautiful. I'm wearing it right now. Full disclosure. So, folks, do check it out. Especially with the holidays, consider gift cards for your loved ones, and yeah, we'll keep on. I'll keep on shouting it out. We might do like a little segment taking questions and stuff. What Jack is saying is that this isn't even her final form. You don't even understand. I've been running on my elliptical, getting back into, like, I don't know, performance shape. I'm gonna be a fucking cougar. You guys don't even know. Riverbud Jacked is coming. Indeed, indeed. Oh, damn, you can even see it. Boom, 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 boom. It's really unimpressive, but you can see it. I perform as a potato. Ah, the most delicious of plants, I see. A clever strat. Also, one of the most beautiful plants. A lot of people don't realize it. Potatoes are beautiful. They have some of the best blooms. Have you ever seen like a potato bloom? They're really, really pretty. Funky Gal.
So before Netflix decided it wanted WB, it thought about buying Disney or Aya. But yeah, folks, media consolidation is real evil, and we need to bust up some monopolies like now.
We really do, especially because Netflix might not be getting Warner Brothers Discovery.
because apparently Paramount is now doing an attempt at a hostile takeover of Warner Brothers Discovery, and Paramount has Jared Kushner on its board. So we'll see what wins out there, I guess. It's a big fucking mess. What even does hostile takeover even mean? It can mean a bunch of things. Generally, it means without like the permission of the other company's board, you acquire through sheer force of buying up shares, controlling share of the company, and then you can dictate what the company does. Okay, folks, you all ready to like jump into the show today? Well, too bad. We're watching a trailer first. I haven't seen it, but I have played the game. We're gonna take a look at Markiplier's movie, Iron Lung. Let's see the trailer. I haven't seen anything about the film. I am genuinely excited to see what it is.
I see that question in your eyes. For what purpose do we remain alone in the dark?
Beginning the descent. Cruising depth in roughly 2 minutes. Stand by.
I ask myself that very same question.
I'm seeing some voltage irregularities on the instrument, so keep an eye out for sparks or flames or anything like that.
Why would there be flames? You did test this thing, right?
This is the test. Closing porthole shielding.
Where's the reason for this quiet rapture? Too few to rebuild, too many to feed.
You're the first one down. All we have are surface scans, that's why you're there. Well, one of the reasons.
Can we just agree this is important? Food, air. We need this, not just the COI, all of us. We need this.
There aren't enough of us left to be throwing lives away, but there is too much at stake not to take calculated risks. Eden doesn't understand that. You don't understand that!
I just want to live. Is that so wrong? Why doesn't anybody else want that?
Damn, it's coming out in theaters. All right. I can't believe Markiplier got Markiplier for this. I'm just interested to see like what they wound up making, you know? Markiplier, I think, is the writer and director and one of the characters in it. So, yeah. Did you check out the game that inspired the movie? Yeah, I played it on stream like 3 years ago. Was that Forrest Gump at the end? No, that was Markiplier. I don't know. Sometimes goofsters make the best horror protags. You know, some like horror and comedy are very similar insofar as they rely on timing, you know? If you've got a good sense of timing for your audience or what you're going for, you can be a really fucking good horror protag or director for that matter. I'm interested to see what the lighting looks like in the final film, mostly because if there was anything to nitpick about that trailer, it would, for me, it would be the lighting seems a bit off. Either the lighting or the camera that they use. There's some kind of effect that was taking me out of the shots. I heard Tim and Eric are making a horror movie, and I think that's got a lot of potential. Has anyone here been watching The Chair Company on HBO? I feel like The Chair Company is like the perfect encapsulation of what I mean when I say like horror and comedy are very related. Oh, Brian David Gilbert's great. Am I the only one of you guys who's seen The Chair Company? I'm so mad I threw myself off screen. Oh, okay. The preview window is not letting me know when it's centered, so I'm just gonna do my best. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Good enough. Okay, wait a second. Let me show you guys. Here.
Thank you for calling National Business Solutions, the #1 destination for office furniture.
I witnessed a problem.
I'm very sorry to hear that, sir. What was the problem?
It's a big problem.
Ron, we're so proud of you.
Please put your hands together for your project head, Ron Trosper. Badass.com.
We all know it hasn't been easy for you.
There is a massive problem that could cause mass casualties.
No matter what has come at you, you bounce back.
I don't want to see and it sounds serious.
Don't wait for me at the bathroom.
I vouched for you to the board against all their concerns.
What the hell is this place?
Don't fuck me.
You can rely on me.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
I got distracted. Hey! No more distractions, okay? I'm right about a lot of things that people have zero clue that they even know is going on.
Oh, okay.
You've been distracted, Ron, coming in and out of this house at all hours of the night.
Shit!
I feel like you're hiding something.
There's a darkness to you, Ron.
I'm uncovering a vast criminal conspiracy.
But there's also a light.
I love you all so much. There's so much badness in this world. We're completely helpless in here. We have no protection at all. That's the problem with the world today. People are nuts out there. And you can't talk to anybody.
Oh my God, what is happening here?
You can't get an apology. I want to scream at them!
Oh my God! You're disgusting! These are my work clothes!
Like the show is an unending like ratcheting of tension, but it takes the character that Tim plays in like all of his things and just says, what if we made a world where this guy was somewhat reasonable and relatable, and then just formed the world around him, and it's really, really interesting. Love it. Hell yeah. I'm glad I can introduce you guys to new media. All right. Folks, let's talk about it. Chat, is it bad if I superglued my fingers together? Probably. Best of luck to you, though. Okay, folks. Also, like the goddamn stream. The baseline does slap hard, LeFou. All right. Here we go, folks. Here we go. So this is just a short little thing here, but I thought you guys should be aware of it, right? So Kristi Noem is the head of DHS, right? And she has been in some hot water as a result of this, especially, with everyone mad about literally everything she's doing. But on the Republican side of things, they started turning on her knives out when it was discovered that the Trump administration and DHS had approved asylum for the man who wound up attacking National Guard members recently. And, well, she's not been in a good place. She hasn't had great answers for this particular conundrum. And, she's in a bit of a pickle. Both just obviously because she's a monster who kills dogs and puppies, but also because she's, overseeing the effort of putting people into concentration camps. And, well, it really kind of seems like we're getting to the end of the road for Kristi Noem, at least in regard to this administration. This is from today in the New Republic. Is Kristi Noem about to get fired? Donald Trump is reportedly growing upset with Kristi Noem's choice of top aide. There could be a major switch up at the Department of Homeland Security really soon. In a drastic turn of events, Donald Trump is reportedly considering replacing DHS Secretary Kristi Noem with outbound Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin. That could make Noem the first person to be pushed out of Trump's second-term cabinet, which this is a pretty interesting development, right? Kristi Noem has been unwaveringly loyal to Donald Trump, but Donald Trump doesn't really value that loyalty if you start to make him look bad. And, well, he likes the whole Kristi Noem vibe, her, her appearance, her ability to just go out there and regurgitate propaganda for his administration. But, well, Kristi Noem is reportedly in a relationship with a man named Corey Lewandowski, who is not one of Donald Trump's favorite guys either. And combined with how she is kind of weighing him down, or in his eyes, with the approval of this man who is coming in from Afghanistan, Corey Lewandowski is, again, a pretty big negative in Kristi Noem's corner. So, 3 former DHS officials with ties to the current staff told the digital publication that the changeover could happen really soon, giving the term-limited Youngkin a future in Washington. And, yeah. It just really seems like this is gonna wind up culminating pretty soon. So I guess we'll get an answer relatively quickly. Are we going to have the continued reign of the dog killer, or are we going to get Glenn Youngkin, who will probably be worse, maybe better? He's also an evil ghoul, so we'll see. But it really is interesting. Noem has downplayed any tensions or concerns. In a text to me, Lewandowski called bullshit on any talk of turnover. None of that is true, he said Thursday evening. But in conversations with 3 former DHS officials who served in both the Biden and Trump administrations and are still in touch with current staff, it was made clear that Trump is indeed considering moving on from Noem. Relaying that they've been told Noem has been taking on less of a role in directing department memos. And basically, the big asterisk here is that Donald Trump's brain is mush and changes on a moment-by-moment basis, and who knows if he'll even remember who Kristi Noem is in another week. So, what can we say? Maybe our soup-brained president will come to the decision that Kristi Noem makes him look bad. It's not him falling asleep in the cabinet meetings, goddammit. It's her! It's her fault! And, give her the boot, but we'll see. I, for one, look forward to seeing what happens here, because again, once the knives come out, they rarely just disappear back into the ether. Usually, once people start cycling in and out, it accelerates. And look no further than the fact that Nancy Mace, who just last week was considering getting out of office, is now going just full scorched earth on the GOP, basically saying Nancy Pelosi did a better job than they did, and that at least Nancy Pelosi understood that there was going to be time in the future when Congress wasn't ruled by Democrats. And, well, I don't have to tell you much if you know anything about anything in politics. A Republican praising Nancy Pelosi in order to disparage other Republicans is basically the ultimate insult. So, we'll have to see, but right now the Republican coalition is not doing so hot. And I, for one, wish them the best and most ferocious of infights. So, all that being said, let me know what you think down in the comments, and we're going to keep on going. Whew, I was trying to make that a short. That might have been a little bit too long. But, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. It's Groypers versus MAGA. It sure as shit is. They figured it out because I haven't heard about Epstein for a few days. No, well, that's because we're going to get a massive document dump on Epstein in like 8 days. I really don't think Noam is going to get the boot because once she goes, half the cabinet will follow. Yep, but you're thinking rationally. And Donald Trump isn't rational right now. Donald Trump is a crazy lunatic with a soup brain. Like, he wasn't dealing a full deck of cards before. Certainly isn't now. She gives gnomes a bad name. Yeah, she needs a sillier name. Okay. With that, let's move right along. Let's do this. Okay, we're gonna do a not little short here. All right. So, folks, big news in the world of politics, specifically in Texas politics. So, most of you are familiar with a man named James Tallarico. He's running for Senate in Texas, and it's a really big deal. He's kind of cultivated this JFK, folksy, good-natured, like good-hearted campaign, and it's really gained a lot of momentum. He's been going very, very viral, and well, let's take a look at his announcement. All right, let's just see how he did with his announcement. This was, by the way, from 2 months ago, almost to the date.
The biggest divide in our country is not left versus right, it's top versus bottom. Billionaires want us looking left and right at each other so that we're not looking up at them.
That's right.
The people
Bottoms
at the
rise
top
up.
work so hard to keep us angry and divided because our unity is a threat to their wealth and their power. So their social media algorithms and their cable news networks tear us apart. They divide us by party, by race, by gender, by religion, so that we don't notice that they're defunding our schools, gutting our healthcare, and cutting taxes for themselves and their rich friends. It is the oldest strategy in the world: divide and conquer. But we will not be conquered. We're underdogs in this fight. We're going up against those billionaire mega donors and their puppet politicians. We're going up against a rigged system, and we're going up against a lot of money. But I'm a former middle school teacher. I don't scare easily.
And those middle schoolers are
And
really
Texans
scary.
don't scare easily. My granddad was a Baptist preacher in South Texas. He taught me that we follow a barefoot rabbi who gave 2 commandments: love God and love neighbor. Because there is no love of God without love of neighbor. Every single person bears the image of the sacred. Every single person is holy. Not just my neighbors who look like me, or pray like me, or vote like me. Those billionaires are trying to keep us from seeing all that we have in common. They're trying to keep us from realizing that there is far more that unites us than divides us. Because once we do, we will come together, across party, across race, across gender, across religion, to take power back for ourselves and our communities. 2,000 years ago, when the powerful few rigged the system, that barefoot rabbi walked into the seat of power and flipped over the tables of injustice. To those who love this state, to those who love this country, to those who love our neighbors, it's time to start flipping tables.
Now, look, I'm not a religious person anymore, but I did get raised up in this kind of shit. And let me tell you, it still resonates. Like this message of, it is time for us to upset the status quo and overturn the oppression we face at the hands of these billionaires and millionaires. This is a really good speech. This is a great sentiment and a great policy. It's not policy, just position to stake out, right? The issue is it's very vibes based, And in the future, I'd like to go more in depth on what kind of the primary of this race for the Democratic Party is going to look like. Because today, it turns out that, well, James Tallarico is not running alone. Another force has entered the race in the form of Jasmine Crockett. So Jasmine Crockett is now also running for the state, or not the state, but the U.S. Senate seat. And this is what she put out to announce earlier today.
How about this new one they have? Their new star, Crockett. How about her? She's the new star of the Democrat Party, Jasmine Crockett. They're in big trouble.
But you have this woman, Crockett. She's a very low IQ person.
I watched her speak the other day. She's definitely a low IQ person. Crockett. Oh, man, oh, man. She's a very low IQ person.
Somebody said the other day she's one of the leaders of the party. I said, you got to be kidding.
Now they're going to rely on Crockett. Crockett's going to bring them back.
Like, yeah, she is a U.S. House of Representatives member of Congress, and she is now gunning for the Senate seat. It's a good ad. It's a good ad. Again, going entirely off of vibes, both are very different vibes. But the concern was, how is this going to be received? Because earlier in the day, Colin Allred dropped out of the race, right? And to be fair, I don't think he was looking very good in a matchup against Tallarico. But Jasmine Crockett might be able to actually might actually be able to pull this off versus Tallarico. Her district was one of the ones that got nuked by the redistricting. Yep. So she's gunning for Senate. And where we're at is kind of like, okay, which way are we all gonna go? Right? Are we gonna go down and dirty? Like, is the Tallarico campaign gonna like go after and go at uh Jasmine Crockett? Like, none of this seems correct or accurate, right? Like, how exactly do you do this? Because absolutely there are going to be campaign folks around um James Tallarico telling him to go low, to do some low blows. Um However, it seems for the moment that that is not in fact what is happening. So, earlier today, Tallarico for Texas, official statement from James Tallarico. We're building a movement in Texas fueled by record-breaking grassroots fundraising and 10,000 volunteers who are putting in the work to defeat billionaire mega donors and puppet politicians who have taken over our state. Our movement is rooted in unity over division, so we welcome Congresswoman Crockett into this race. Like, we're so far we're seeing like a very high road, high-minded take on the campaign. And honestly, if this kind of energy could be indicative of where things are going to go in the midterms and where things are going to go in the national election in 2028, this could be really good. This could be a really positive development for the Democratic Party overall. Largely because if you can successfully run multiple candidates in this fashion, where they are not taking these low roads to attack one another, um, well, it makes it possible to run more progressive candidates and for them to band together, dropping out of the race to support one another in order to secure, again, positions for more progressive, farther left members of Congress. And or at least in the general, right? And that's really what I'd like to see. I'd like to see a bunch of different smaller grassroots campaigns taking their best stab at it, and whichever one seems to be resonating the most with the general population, other progressives amicably dropping out, no bad blood at all, and supporting one another, fusing their campaigns together like some kind of progressive Voltron, right? And I think that this is going to be potentially really good if this becomes a trend that continues, right? So right now, I'm feeling very cautiously optimistic that this is what we're going to be potentially seeing. Exactly, Nethercat, kind of like Zoran Mamdani and his name wasn't Landry. God, I should know it. I should know it. Well, Zoran Mamdani's guy. Not Landru, that's a character from Star Trek. Brad Lander, thank you. Jesus. um Brad Lander. Yeah, no, like getting more folks into elections like that, I think can be a really excellent way for us to gather more volunteer resources, more donations, etc., and combine them together while also building up potential future progressives in the same vein. Um Thank you to everyone who understood my Star Trek reference. So, with all that being said, I'm optimistic. I think this could be good. Eh. Um so folks, like, comment, subscribe, do the things that help the channel grow, especially leave a comment. The commenting has been helping an awful lot. And please consider supporting the show with subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because you guys make this show possible. Couldn't do it without you fine folks. And with that, let's keep on going. Whew. When is Red Hour? Folks, I can't help but notice we are almost an hour in, and we still don't have 100 likes yet. I think you guys can do it, but I'll give you a little reminder. Go, go, go! Click a button! Click a button! Click a button! Click the goddamn button! Click a button! Click a button! Click a button! Click the goddamn button! Click a button! Click a button! Click a button! Click the goddamn button! Click a button! Click a button! Click a button! Click the goddamn button! Click a button! Click a button! Click a button! Click the goddamn button! Click a button! Click a button! Click a button! Click the goddamn button! Click a button! Click a button! Click a button! Click the goddamn button! Click a button! Click a button! Click a button! Click the goddamn button! Click 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 button! Click click button! Hell yeah! All right, folks. Got that story out of the way. Cool. All right. Let's talk about this. Got a couple I got a couple short segments here, I think. Ba-ba-ba. Yo, Uncle Simric, thank you for the $10 super chat.
Everyone, did you exercise today? The fascists did, why haven't you? A healthy political movement is an effective one.
It's true. I did my elliptical for 30 minutes today. I lifted my weights. Let's go! And let me tell you, I feel great. Okay. Let's see. I think we'll move this up. We'll do a full segment on it. You know what? We'll do this too. We'll do this too. So we got two full segments. And then I got a couple quick hits for you. Sound good? And then we'll get to one of the main stories of the night. Work starts tomorrow for me, and I'll be on the exercise grind. Fuck yeah, Christina. Also, you know what? At the 2-hour mark, I will say hello to all of you, okay? I will say hello to all of you, because I just realized I forgot to do that at the very beginning of stream. I'm so sorry. And also, folks, you're almost at 10% of the way done to your next goal. Keep on dropping those subs and donos, and we get to watch Heat Vision and Jack. Which, you know, I feel like y'all just need to know this particular part here.
3, 2, 1, ignition.
Only 10%? People haven't been dropping
Jack
subs and donos. What
astronaut.
can I say?
Exposed to inappropriate levels of solar energy.
Sunlight makes him the world's smartest man.
I know everything! I want that brain taken out.
Heat Vision, the motorcycle with the mind of Jack's unemployed roommate. Together they run for their lives, blocked at every turn by adventure.
Move out, don't mess around. Move out, you bring me down. Move out, I forget about. Don't make the sound and move out.
Now let's just power. For real.
Excellent. I can't wait to watch it. Yo, Luke Degner. Thank you for the $100 Canadian. God diggity damn. Thank you very, very much. Let's fucking go. Leaping lizards, all right. I don't know why I said that. It seemed appropriate for this show. Ugh. It's a pilot for a 70s/80s TV spoof. Yeah, directed by Ben Stiller. All right. It's time, folks. Let's jump into our next segment. Now, folks, I know that Donald Trump is corrupt is basically just kind of accepted wisdom at this point. But I genuinely, we need to talk about this one because I feel like he hit a new low, which is really saying something. And I think that we all need to really just, in our hearts and within like the center of our politics, we need to make sure that when we get through all of this, there is some kind of accountability for this level of corruption, not just in Donald Trump, but in those around him as well, right? So, obviously, Donald Trump pardoned Henry Cuellar, which, if you don't know what Henry Cuellar did, he was taking money from foreign governments to basically advocate on their behalf illegally as a member of Congress, to the tune of $600,000. And, well, after being pardoned, Donald Trump was pretty upset. Largely because, in his mind, pardoning Henry Cuellar should have been the moment that Henry Cuellar then decided to run as a Republican and be a Republican. Because Henry Cuellar was never a progressive. He was a conservative Democrat. To the point where, like, many people basically considered him a Republican. And, well, Donald Trump figured he could buy a political favor. Like, that's what this was. This was an attempt to buy a member of Congress. And he's pretty upset that that attempt does not appear to have panned out the way he was hoping it would. Can you imagine the Democrats under the crooked Joe Biden administration, who always use extreme force and jail time to destroy their political opponent, wanted to put Congressman Henry Cuellar and his wife, Imelda, in prison for 15 years, which I predicted these radical left lunatics would do. And they never stopped wanting to fulfill this evil quest. You know it's him writing this, by the way, because he's just absolutely bonkers. Right?
It's been a hot minute, Jack. But
Ashley!
BWA everyone.
Ashley, thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. Girl, thank you so much. And thank you for helping to invent the internet. And thank you for that BWA energy. But look at this. Look at this. He's talking like he's DMing the evil quest. You know, like, you can tell it's Donald Trump because he's just a big old weirdo. The Dems mercilessly went after Henry with everything they had. They were looking to destroy him, his lovely wife, his 2 young daughters, and anyone close to them. When the Democrats overwhelmingly lost the 2024 presidential election, and power with it, they regardless did everything they
Why do all his
could.
posts sound like a bad DM narrating a campaign?
Because that's basically what he is, Uncle Simric. Let's be real. Let's be real. Okay? They did everything they could to keep going after the Cuellar family. The Dems were vicious, and all because Henry strongly wanted, correctly, border security. He was against illegals pouring into our country, totally unchecked and unvetted. The congressman didn't want gang members, drug dealers, violent prisoners.
people from mental institutions, and yes, even murderers in the good old USA. It was all very unfair what they were doing to him and his family, so much so that his daughters wrote me a beautiful letter about their parents, just posted on Truth. After reading it, I decided, in the interest of justice, and based on the daughter's loving request, that I would give Henry and Imelda a full and complete pardon. I never spoke to the congressman, his wife, or his daughters, but felt very good about fighting for a family that was tormented by very sick and deranged people. They were treated so badly. I signed the papers and said to people in the Oval Office that I just did a very good, perhaps life-saving thing. I love the implication here is like, perhaps life-saving. Who else do we know that Donald Trump knew and was good friends with who died in prison? Who else do we know, chat? Just as an aside. God was very happy with me that day. Then it happened! Only a short time after signing the pardon, Congressman Henry Cuellar announced that he will be running for Congress again in the great state of Texas, a state where I received the highest number of votes ever recorded, as a Democrat, continuing to work with the same radical left scum that just weeks before wanted him and his wife to spend the rest of their lives in prison, and probably still do. Such a lack of loyalty. Something that Texas voters and Henry's daughters will not like. Oh well, next time, no more Mr. Nice Guy. President Donald J. Trump. And guys, that's not even it. We're not even at the this is funny in and of itself. And also, in a just world, would result in him immediately being removed from power for very clearly trying to buy the favor of a congressman, right? But I want to play you an interview with Henry Cuellar that happened on Fox News.
Have you considered switching parties?
Look, I'm a Democrat. I'm probably one of the most, if not the most, bipartisan Democrat. And as I told some of my Republican friends on the House floor, I vote better than some of the Republicans in the Republican caucus, and they agree with me. I just feel that, I follow the words of President LBJ, where he said many years ago, I'm an American, I'm a Texan, and I'm a Democrat, in that order. And
can we just say, like, are you gonna switch parties? I'm a Democrat. Fuck off, I'm a Democrat.
Think anybody that puts party before?
Like, this man, don't get me wrong, even as a Democrat, this man should not be in office, should not be in power. Like, he's hopelessly corrupt, and he should just go the fuck home, right? But it is very funny that in return for being pardoned, like, just carte blanche for his crime, he's just like, well, look, I'm not switching parties for the president of the United States.
Their country is doing a disservice to their country.
Okay, but President Trump is out with a new Truth Social today on your decision to run again as a Democrat. And the president is saying, oh, well, next time, no more Mr. Nice Guy. He's talking about the fact that you are going to continue to work with the same radical left Democrats.
Can I just say, one of the biggest abdications of any kind of journalism, and look, I know we shouldn't expect anything like this from Fox News, but I just read to you the full Truth Social post, and it reads like a goddamn lunatic wrote it, right? But Fox News every single day is just sane washing the entire thing, right? And it's just like, they leave out the part where he's like demanding loyalty from this man he pardoned as if it's a quid pro quo situation.
What do you want to say about the president's Truth Social this morning?
Well, again, let me just say this. I was at church this morning with my wife. I prayed for the president. I prayed for his family, and I prayed for the presidency, because if the president succeeds, the country succeeds.
Now, I want you all to understand something about the South. If you don't understand anything about the South, saying in response to a question like that, well, I was in church and I was praying for the president, that's the biggest go fuck yourself you can have. That's the biggest, like, go fuck yourself. No, it's not, I'm a good person, I go to church. It's, oh, that man has a lot of things you need to pray for. It is the bless your heart of politics, right? And it is a very polite way of saying, go fuck yourself.
And again, as probably the most bipartisan.
Bless his heart. He really seems to need some blessings. Like, if you were to translate it into, like, catty, like, church wife talk, it would be 1000% like, oh, have you seen her? Oh, looks like she needs some of the Lord's blessings. Let's all make sure we're praying for her. You know, like, oh, did you see? It's basically the equivalent of being like, did you see that raggedy ass bitch? Oh, I hope she finds a man with money. Like, it's something along those lines, you know? If I were to translate it.
Individual, I don't vote party. I vote for what's right for the country. And in fact, you know, when I got that rate by the Biden administration, they did it 40 days before a primary, where the far left had spent were spending total about $20 million that we know of on that. So they did this right before that. So again, I am a conservative Democrat, but I will work with the president. I've reached out to his administration. I've told him, you know, name the folks, you know, Tom Homan, Christie, other folks. I say, hey, can we sit down? I'd love to sit.
Yeah, like, this guy, don't get me wrong, this guy is a piece of shit, though. This guy is a piece of shit. Like, I'm sorry, if you're willing to have a sit-down chat with Tom Homan, the guy who, like, 6 years ago was getting called out by Holocaust survivors for what ICE was doing back then, and you still want to sit down with that man now? Now, get the fuck out of here. We don't need you in politics right now. You do not live up to the moment, sir.
Down and see where we can find common ground. I sit on.
Oh no, he's not a Dem being feckless, right? To be feckless means to be cowardly and to not want to stand up for what you believe in. This man just straight up doesn't believe in, like, what progressives and most Democrats believe in. You know, like, he's not being feckless. He's just being a conservative with a D next to his name.
Defense appropriations. I sit on Homeland appropriations.
Yes.
And if I can work and find common ground, then I certainly want to do that.
Have you considered switching?
God, anyway, this entire thing, like, guys, just to put a bow on it, holiday pun intended. Donald Trump used his power of pardon in order to try and buy the loyalty of a man in order to get another seat in the House of Representatives. Right? Like, that's what happened. He's desperate, and he's trying to shore up Republican support in Congress. And so he thought he could buy this man. He thought, this man's corrupt, I'm corrupt, I can buy him. That, like, I am convinced that is exactly the thought process. And the one silver lining here is that apparently Henry Cuellar is still very interested in running and trying to get back into power as a Democrat. And so his interests do not align with Donald Trump's in this particular moment. And it is very funny to see. So all that being said, let me know what you think down in the comments. Like, comment, subscribe, do the thing, especially the comment thing. It really helps the channel. And also, consider supporting the channel financially. Subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. All of them help to make this show possible. Couldn't do it without you fine folks. And finally, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. That's Imogene Olivia lingerie. Gender euphoric lingerie, designed from the ground up for trans femmes, but cis men, cis women, everyone in between has tried it out. Everyone seems to be loving it. Super comfortable, non-tuck, and check it out. Again, ImogeneOlivia.com. There should be a link down there in the doobly-doo. And with that being said, let's keep on going. Cool, baby! Is Imogene Olivia your partner's name? No, my partner's name is Clarice. Quaylar is corrupt, so if he can get something from nothing for nothing, then I mean, yeah, no kidding. If I would not put it past Henry Quaylar to have personally asked his daughters to write letters to Donald Trump on the off chance it would work. Very funny. I feel like it's not my... I feel like you guys should ask my partner why she named Imogene Olivia Imogene Olivia. I feel like it's not my place to answer that question. But you guys can certainly ask.
Hello, Clarice.
Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs! And I will say, during that segment, y'all reminded me it's the month of Our Lady of Toots. Your partner must hate Silence of the Lambs being brought up. Yeah, I mean, it's not her favorite. It's like the only thing with Clarice in it. Also, her name isn't spelled Clarice, which is one of the biggest... It's one of the biggest pet peeves. Alright. This is actually perfect because today's gonna be a heavy stream. So, you know, having a little bit of toots in the engine could go a long way. Now, I'm gonna start it off at normal speed because no speed was designated. Keep in mind, folks, that for $5 you can speed it up by 0.25% or slow it down by 0.25%. Paladin, thank you for subscribing. Very much appreciated. So here we go. Does the first dono equal 10 toots? No, it equals 2 toots. So we have 3 toots total. If you want this done sooner, you can make it happen, chat. This separates the tutors from the muters. All I want for Christmas is This is literally why we have the trombone peepo emote. You would slow it down, but GG is banning you? Wait, what does that mean, Paladin? baby.
Is it Clary?
No. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, though. Ooh, baby. Quinn Decker, thank you for gifting a sub. Is it to make it faster or slower? Speed up? We can do that. Oh, Paladin. Wait, Paladin, why would that even be happening? Ooh, baby. Yo, you guys got a 6x combo, all natural. Good job. Oh, Cloudflare is having problems? God damn it, again? Let's go! Paladin, was that dono to speed it up or to slow it down? Because we got another one in the can here. That's right. You guys have 2 more toots. Slow it down? We can do that. Trombones contain spit valves. This makes me mad because the positions of the slide do not correspond with how high or low the note is like that. Paladin likes being the enemy of chat. One of the worst parts about playing an instrument, like a brass instrument, is the spit. BWA did start because you were the enemy of chat that day.
River H Trombonage.
Fuentes is not being paid by the DNC. We can go slower, it's true. Dr. Tacos, did you want it sped up or slowed down? And thank you for subscribing. Gotta be slower. Oh, God. It does, T-Lay. I was a baritone player, so I understand. This is for when you want to make it sexy.
One BPM.
This is as slow as it lets me go. Sake Tanuki for Axial, I'm sorry. This is as slow as it gets. Oh, God. Oh, God, it's terrible. This is what awaits Mariah Carey if she ever ventures into hell. Oh, God. This is actually better. This is what music was like back in your parents' days. You know, a true story. If you go back further in time, it just gets slower. This is what good art is. This is pain and suffering, Lady Raincloud, but it's tradition, damn it. So many of you are quick to forget the old ways. The ghosts of December's past. Yeah, to the silent generation, this was the peak of romance. It wasn't until John Music showed up and invented faster paced sounds. Ooh, baby. Just remember, no, they did the Charleston to this song. They also just danced very slowly. If any of you have seen It's a Wonderful Life, where they're doing the Charleston dance at the beginning, they had to speed that up for modern audiences. It's true. The cameras made it look so fast. All movie tricks. John Music stole the concept from a paper written by Robert Tempo. Yeah, this is the final thing you hear before you die. It's brain death. God. Meh. Meh, Raya. How much do we have to pay to make it stop? Every look, if you donate $5, you can make it go up by 0.25 speed. And I think it goes all the way up to 4x speed, so like you can make it finish a lot faster. All y'all saying, oh, there's nothing I can do. Some of you could. Oh God, Ransom. Is this a game? It's Trombone Champ. All y'all trying to get me to break, I won't. I'm strong. I was raised in the toots. Dr. Tacos, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Okay, I can't make that happen, Sake. I don't know how to, I can't make that happen. But Dr. Tacos with the 5 tier 1 subs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Faster. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, baby. Pluto Birds, thank you for the $20 super chat. And now we have but one toot remaining. God. There's one left! You get anyone who drops 10 subs or the dono equivalent unlocks a new toot. Paladin, thank you for the tier 1 sub!
Alternate between slow and fast.
Slow? Yes, if you drop a 50 bomb, you can get the multi-toot. The coveted multi-toot event. I cannot alternate between slow and fast. You have to pick one. I get the multi-toot when I go to Taco Bell. Hey. All right, we did it. Our Lady of Toots be blessed. I'm gonna wait for the optimal stream to drop that ball of hatred. I love your commitment to the bit of being villain and hero of chat, Paladin. It is neither one wholly nor the other. It is you've embraced the anti-hero position of chat. Is it done? What year is this? Where am I? You've been I almost said Wee Willy Winkied. That's not it. What's the guy who Rip Van Winkled? You've been Rip Van Winkled into the year 2066. Mariah Carey's powers grow weak. But a small band of plucky heroes must rove the wastes that remain in order to save what remains of humanity. She can no longer hold back the tides. All right. God. All right. Let's. Okay, I do have a lot of stories that are gonna make you really mad tonight, folks. Could you say fuck AI a few times for a project? Do you want any particular emphasis? Fuck AI. 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 There we go. Daddy. Fuck AI, but not like that. Hey. Okay. We're not enough of this. We're going into things that are going to make you mad. All right. Careful, your shouting brings out your former voice. I don't have a former voice. That's the thing you don't understand. Like, when you try to be like that, I don't got a former voice. I'm not putting on, like, a voice to talk to you right now. This is just how I sound. Don't bring your own baggage into this. Your own vocal insecurities are not my issue. Let's see here. Can I clip that? Go for it, Iotagon. Okay. Let's do this. I don't know if this is going to be a short or not, but we'll find out. So, folks, one of the things that we are going to have to deal with at some point in the future, now ish, from here on out, I guess, is the reality that Silicon Valley has essentially been captured by conservative ideology. And it has radicalized them and isolated them and turned them into monsters. Like, and I'm not really exaggerating here. Gil Duran has a really good book coming out in the near future, I believe, titled "The Nerd Reich," which is basically about this conservative capture of Silicon Valley, which is made possible by the fact that they are all essentially speculative businessmen. Like, that's mostly what they are. And that wealth and that system of concentrating wealth has isolated them from the rest of society and their fellow human beings. And that's a really big issue because it leaves room for the radicalization to take place. Isolation is where that thrives. And, well, Gil Duran, again, author of The Nerd Reich, also puts out pieces over on his website of the same name. And this one in particular caught my eye because it's genuinely an indicator of how broken these men are. Joe Lonsdale calls for public hangings. This was 2 days ago. Joe Lonsdale, a billionaire member of the PayPal mafia, who is also a co-founder of Palantir, wants to return to draconian punishment and public executions in the United States. He wrote yesterday on X, "If I'm in charge later, we won't just have a 3 strikes law, we will quickly try and hang men after 3 violent crimes. And yes, we will do it in public to deter others. Our society needs balance. It's time to bring back masculine leadership to protect our most vulnerable." And let me tell you, like, none of these guys understand what they're playing with, essentially. Like, they all think of themselves as if the isolation that they have as a result of their economic positions is something that is permanent, is something that is completely impermeable. And, like, the reality is they're human beings just like the rest of us. And it's what's baffling to me is that they think they can just go around and be like, yeah, no, we should just bring back public executions in, like, stadiums, and that will definitely deter people from doing crime. Look, they don't care. They don't care about, like, what the facts are. They live in their own little bubbles. It doesn't matter that sociologists have long ago debunked the idea that, like, public executions deter crime. If anything, public executions just encourage crime to get worse, largely because if someone believes that they might be at risk of an execution if they get caught, they're going all in. They go big or go home, as it were. And it doesn't really work. But that doesn't matter to these guys because it's all about this LARP. where they think that they are just free from all consequences. And they think that each one of them, independently, individually, believes that they would make the perfect despot. They would make the perfect absolute monarch. They would make they would be the perfect fascist leader. Each one of them thinks that. That's why each one of these people aspires to have and fulfill the idea of Balaji Srinivasan's the network state, which is essentially, again, I've talked about this a lot. We'll have to dive into Balaji's work again in the future. I don't feel like I've covered it nearly enough. But essentially, the network state is the idea that these billionaires can go and use their power and use their wealth to secure a zone of influence. And that could be in an existing country or in some kind of unclaimed area of the globe. And with their power and influence, shape the laws and dictate what happens within these little capitalistic paradises, right? This is what they tell themselves. And those states would then be networked with one another to form kind of like this independent set of city-states that can all work together to kind of grow the network, as it were. And it's basically a plan for a decentralized fascistic takeover of the world. It's not a very good plan, but they are out there outright stating it and trying to bring it about. Again, one example of this recently would be Peter Thiel was trying to get Donald Trump to annex Greenland, to basically just seize Greenland and give it over to Peter Thiel and various other corporate interests. But Peter Thiel was interested in like having a network state there. Another example of this would be Prospera, which is in Honduras. I believe it's either Honduras or Ecuador. But it was why Donald Trump had such a vested interest in the political elections. Let me just look here. It's in Honduras. It's why Donald Trump had like a guy the US government was backing in Honduras in their elections. Right? It was Peter Thiel's idea. Yeah, all of these people are getting their ideas from these billionaires. And the billionaires have basically purchased front row seats to influence this administration. So Peter Thiel, major player. Palmer Luckey, major player. A bunch of the folks around like these gigantic companies. Elon Musk, even though he's left government, still a major player. He's just doing it from a more distant, capacity. And a lot of these folks are just trying to solidify their power base. Especially if they're like AI bros, right? And well, it is all just would-be strongmen playing at nation building. For them, it's like they loaded up a Civilization game, like Civilization 7 game, and they're like, well, I have the best strat. Except they're trying to do it in real life. Like, that's the thing. Real people are actually going to live and die at the whims of these overgrown man-children who've been gifted, billions of dollars through chance and circumstance. And they all think that it's because of they're skilled. And I just want to point out something to you guys about this story about Lonsdale, right? One of the important aspects of this story is that he is a billionaire who's a member of the PayPal Mafia. And that is a reference to a bunch of these tech entrepreneurs who got together and made PayPal. And I want to point out that PayPal is not actually that interesting or smart of an idea. It's just, what if we had a bank and it was online? The same way Amazon is, what if we had a marketplace that was online, like, what if we had a bookstore that was online, for that matter? It's just a bunch of people saying, what if we did insert business that is traditionally brick and mortar online? That's it. And they all think that they're geniuses. Yeah, none of them made this. And in the vast majority of cases where people actually had any tech or coding skills, they long ago stopped using any of those skills. Right? They had money. They from their parents, they invested it into these companies, paid other people to do the work. And then they're heralded as like these visionary heroes. They're just speculative investors at best. And like, understand, this isn't like this man is just so brilliant, he's a member of the PayPal mafia. This guy thinks that he's brilliant because of luck and circumstance, and then is going out and saying, you know what, I'm so brilliant, I think we should bring back public executions in the face of all actual material evidence that it does not help deter crime, because it will make our society more manly. And that's really fucking stupid. It's really, really stupid that people should die for your ego because you want to seem more manly. Like, I'm sorry, if you want to feel more manly, you don't get to go out and just murder people. That's not how this works. And like, I don't know how to I don't know how to state it more bluntly than that. Yeah, no, we need to protect our most vulnerable by putting them into desperate economic circumstances and then killing them if they get out of line. No, like, guys, too many of these men are busy, like, just completely disconnected from reality, and not a single one of them has cracked open a history book and read about what happened when people en masse rose up against folks who thought they could be absolute monarchs on the basis of bullshit. It didn't go well for the monarchs. And like, those were people who were raised from birth to have the skill set necessary to govern absolutely. It did not go well for them. So I don't know. I would encourage every person in Silicon Valley to stop reading the bullshit peddled by Mencius Moldbug or Balaji Srinivasan, or watching and sharing around the videos of What If Alt Hist. Instead, crack open an actual history book. Read about why those monarchies did not work. Turns out, had some pretty big problems there that you have not solved. And even if you did, it would not be good for the vast majority of people who aren't you. So, why read when you can just chat GPT? I mean, that's the other thing, Snoogan. Like, all of these tech bros are using chat GPT, and it's making them dumb, and it's making them conspiratorial, and it's literally rotting away their ability to feel empathy for other human beings. Like, they are genuinely rotting their brain. Keep in mind, ChatGPT makes you less intelligent and less able to identify with other human beings. It is mentally isolating for you while reaffirming your craziest beliefs. But Jack, those people aren't me. Well, let me tell you, when you have the amount of power these people have, and you try and use it to control those other people are going to make themselves your problem. And I think that these tech bros don't really understand that. They're not interested in improving things or stopping crime. They're lying. They want to see and cause suffering. Well, of course. They want to see and cause suffering that directly benefits them, right? Like they want to enrich themselves even if it means seeing and causing suffering, right? They aren't interested in improving any of these things. But that's what they tell themselves. They tell themselves, yes, if I was in charge, everything would be better. And, the society would flourish and whatnot. They delude themselves because their lives are delusions, only made possible by the extraordinary excess of late-stage capitalism. So anyway, folks, we should probably do something about these folks. Maybe tax them so they are no longer billionaires. Rehabilitate them into the working class. Some things like that. And if you're interested in perhaps reclaiming our society from the grip of these out-of-touch, hopeless man-babies, perhaps you should join your local Dems, join your local DSA, and organize. Because our future is for us to dictate, not for some man-baby who invented VR headsets. Like, I'm sorry, I don't think that guy has a right to dictate, like, how you live your life. So organize, organize, organize. We start at the grassroots, we build up power, we build bigger and bigger networks, and then we win. That is how organizing works. That is the name of the game. Radicalize your local Democrats, make your local DSA more effective, bring the two together, and let's steamroll these clowns who would be our kings. And if you like this video, got anything out of it, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Leave your thoughts down below. And also check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie, designed by my partner, from the ground up for trans femmes. And, though cis men and cis women can also wear it, it is non-tucking lingerie. And everyone who has tried it seems to very much enjoy it, as well as a bunch of, and really just anyone who wants to feel femme. So all that being said, check that out. Link should be down in the doobly-doo. And I'll see you all real soon. Boom! We did it! We did a segment. Boom, 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 boom. High five and a million angels. Boom, 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 boom. Whoo! Baby. Yeah, well, and the thing is, Liz Galahad, they aren't really businessmen anymore. That was supposed to be a short. I didn't know if it was going to be a short or not. It will end up not being one. But the thing is, like, business has no meaning to these guys anymore outside of, like, social status. Like, once you have the amount of money that Elon Musk has, or that Jeff Bezos has, like, it ceases to matter to you what your business decisions are doing, right? All that it really does is grant you social clout, like who's above who on the Forbes, most wealthiest list or whatever. It really just becomes like a ranking for the cocktail circuit, and they all get just so high off of each other's farts. It's crazy. Hello, Arvillaby. Now, folks, we have been going for almost 2 hours now. Consider hitting that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit the follow button. Here's a little song to help you remember what to do. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click Let's go! Just got done doing DSA stuff tonight. Fuck yeah, Gamer G. You're doing good work here. I don't chat until the butt has been clicked? Hell yeah. Oh, baby. How we all doing, folks? Oops. Go. Alright, you guys ready? You guys ready? I think this one will be a short, though, because I can't dwell on this one. It will make me too upset. Y'all ready? Doing okay? Okay. Alright. So, folks, we gotta talk about Cinnabon. Now, unfortunately, we're not talking about delicious cinnamony treats. No, we gotta talk about the fact that there is now a national news story about a worker at a Cinnabon in Wisconsin. I'm gonna restart the short
Finished
over
a
again.
box I painted animals on for my uncle.
Oh, that's adorable, Irascended Kitten. That's a is it a gift for Christmas? Is it a gift for the holiday times? I hope it goes over well. That's adorable. All right, we're gonna try this one more time. So, folks, we gotta talk about Cinnabon, but we're not gonna be talking about delicious cinnamony treats.
My mom, a Broncos fan, approves of your statements about the Eagles. Also, your Asmongold sounds like Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, it's because I don't have an Asmongold voice. Pluvius, thank you for the $5 dono. Here's how to get thank you, Kitten. Thank you for the $5 dono. Let's go. Very much appreciated. All right. So, folks, we gotta talk about Cinnabon. And unfortunately, we're not talking about their delicious cinnamony treats. We're talking about a woman in Wisconsin who was caught on video calling a customer the N-word, hard R. The video's just awful. Like it's just awful. Like these people are demons. Like they see an opportunity to be racist and they just go for it. And like in the video, she's like, "Yeah, I am racist. I am racist. I'm super racist." It's awful. Like she's like going after this customer who comes in wearing a hijab and calls it like a witchcraft bandana and like calls them the N-word. And it's really disgusting. Like it's really, really, really disgusting. And uh the video's out there, you can watch it. I do not recommend it. It is awful. And this woman covered in national media. And unfortunately, that national media has rewarded this racist who lost her job at Cinnabon, by the way, with over $100,000 because you have conservatives wanting to reward this behavior. You have folks going out there and saying, yes, it is good. Someone is finally speaking truth. But the truth that they want to reward, via these give, send, go campaigns, which are basically GoFundMe's, but for, as far as I can tell from the stories I've seen where give, send, go features for racists, it's just a platform to reward folks for being racist. This happened to a lady in Minnesota who called a young 8-year-old autistic child the N-word and like said he deserved, like doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down, etc. when confronted about it by someone who was in the area. And she also raised a ton of money off of Give Send Go for being racist. And you know that it's for being racist because you can look up what people are donating. Because they leave little messages and they just go like, so they just reaffirm the racism. It's it. Like that's it. And there's a not insignificant number of conservatives out there who just want the opportunity to revel in, even if secondhand, racism. Because they feel like they have been unfairly denied the opportunity to like throw on a KKK robe and speak their truths. And it's disgusting, really. And I'm not entirely sure how we rehabilitate these people, how we like reclaim society and like destroy their ability to reward this disgusting behavior. But I do think we need to start thinking about it. Because it genuinely blows me away that so many people are interested in giving so much money to people for just being vile to those in their community. It doesn't make sense to me. And I think if you ever encounter someone who is that level of racist, you need to like make sure you keep yourself away from them, keep your kids away from them, keep anything you care about away from them, because these people just want to watch you and yours burn. And yeah, I think we cannot tolerate this type of behavior and these types of people. Racists, get the fuck out. These are probably sock puppet accounts laundering money to racist people. Maybe. I would have to see evidence to that effect before I say that, though. My dad is one of those people that just openly says the N-word and expects no consequence. That's crazy. How do people go through life thinking that? I don't understand. Sock puppet? A sock puppet account is a fake, basically a bot account that you can use to like funnel money, etc. There are people who are literally giving her $1,000. Yeah. The more we cut them out, the more racist they get, I think, though. I mean, that's probably true, but like it also isn't good for you or those you love to hang out with racists. Like it's not good to tolerate them either. So again, I don't know what the solution is, but like it's fucking crazy. Having racist family, they don't get enough shit for it. Sadly, probably true. All right. Another quick hit, okay? I know a guy who is 350 pounds, 46-year-old man who's never been married, blames women, trans people, racial minorities, and colleges for all his problems. Uses the hard R on Twitter a lot. Jesus. I mean, a lot of folks just use the racism as a crutch to avoid taking responsibility for like their own failures, you know? It's not I who failed, or it's not the system that failed me. No, no, no. It's the women. it's the universities. only clans. I'm sure Candace Owens will be starting that soon. All right, I got another short hit for you guys. So, folks, Sean Duffy is not really killing it as the transportation secretary, and one can maybe surmise this from his various statements, like the real problem with air travel is that people don't dress up enough for it, which they used actual tax dollars to run an ad about how people need to stop wearing pajamas to the airport so much. It's genuinely crazy. But I've never seen someone flub so hard while trying to make clarifying statements in my life while observing politics. And here is Sean Duffy trying to make a point.
So the question is lowering the cost of food in airports, and again, it's interesting. It's market demand and supply. They have people, pretty tightly contained, and there's not a lot of options. And so I don't have a plan to reduce costs. What I am trying to do is provide healthier options for people. And again, who doesn't love a greasy burger at the airport? I know I do.
I don't have a plan for reducing costs, says a man asked about reducing costs. And you want to know the best part about this? I don't have the clip lined up, but you could see RFK Jr. walking around behind him. As part of this press event, RFK Jr. tried to do pull-ups to show how like fit and physically well he was. He did not do very good pull-ups. And also people want like health concerns addressed, not the Secretary of Health doing pull-ups. They want actual help for their issues. But like, again, a member of the president's cabinet being like, I don't got a plan for reducing costs. What? Nah, of course not. Because none of these people are from an economic class that has ever had to worry about airfare. Never had to worry about how much money food costs in an airport. Never had to worry about any of that. In fact, Sean Duffy got rid of one of the few good things the Biden administration did, which was to make airlines have to compensate you if your flight is delayed or canceled. They got rid of that. Sean Duffy actually made things more expensive. He had a plan to make things more expensive. He's just already done that plan. So anyway, I just thought that was interesting and funny. And honestly, any campaign worth their salt in 2028 needs to use this clip. Just saying. With that being said, let me know what you think down in the comments.
Just stopping by to listen a little, then off to bed. Miss you, Jack.
Much love, Chris Huggins. Thank you for subscribing. Very much appreciated. Affordability is a Democratic hoax. Empty wallet? Sounds like you have a problem with the economy. It's doing gangbusters. Have you covered the whites only settlement in Arkansas? Yeah. I think a few months ago. See ya, Liberal Dan Radio. Woo. All right. We're making good time. Okay. Let's do one more and then we'll jump into a main segment, okay? So, folks, just real quick, wanted to let you guys know that there was an app on the App Store up until fairly recently called IceBlock that allowed users to track the movements of ICE officers, ICE raids, etc., and let other people know where that was happening, right? It was a brilliant little program, brilliant app. People were using it. It was very effective. However, it got taken down off the app stores. But that's not where the story ends, because the creator of Ice Block said, no, we're going to be back. And just earlier today announced that they are going to be suing the Trump administration, because essentially what wound up happening is that the Department of Justice strong-armed the app stores into taking down the app, which is, they are arguing in this lawsuit, an infringement on their freedom of speech. Nothing that they were doing was illegal. Nothing that they were doing infringed on anyone's safety or health, and they are taking it to court. It's wonderful, and I, for one, wish them Godspeed. Ice Block, it's really, really great. Look it up and keep an eye on it, because this could genuinely be a great tool if and when ICE comes to your town, city, etc., because they are going to be everywhere at some point in the next 3 years. And let me know what you think down in the comments. It's a really, really cool bit of technology. Let's keep on going. It's going to be your birthday in 1 hour and 20 minutes. Yo! Would you like me to sing you a happy birthday song early? Nefarious enough, hello. Godspeed, Ice Block, indeed. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Paige Larson. Happy birthday to you and many more. Merry birthmas indeed, Paige Larson. All right. Okay. Before we get into deep here, remember, like the stream, follow, subscribe, consider supporting the show with your subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Do the things. Help the show be successful. Here's a little song to remind y'all. Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click, 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 button. It's true, Jazz Dog. It's true. Oof. Listen, I was very much in sync. It's all delay. It's all delay. Also, I was doing it on time. It's snapping that loud is hard. Right? Was literally a musician for like 6 years, 8 years. Sounded really funny. You're really you sound. I was about to say you sound really funny, but that's incorrect. You sound great. All right. All right. I asked for support for the show, but instead I get put up against the wall for my timekeeping. Delay, I used to run a synth on Twitch. I should know. Okay, thank you, Laser Space Ninja. Thank you for supporting me when no one else would. God. Okay. Are you all ready to get mad? Because however mad you are at ICE, you're not mad enough. Y'all ready? Beep boop beep boop boop beep boop boop beep boop 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 beep. Can't take it today? Fair. Okay. Here we go. Mana mana.
Manamana.
Manamana. Dun da 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 da. Anders Norup, thank you for being a member. Very much appreciated. Okay.
I like when things are in sync because I want it that way.
I want it that way. Tell me why he ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why he ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why I never wanted you to say I want it that way. All right. Sorry, I'm done. I'm done. All right. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Sake Tanuki. Keeping this show rolling down that river. Isn't that Backstreet Boys? Maybe. Are those the fan lyrics of the eBay song? Yes. Okay. I am going to disable notifications from here on out. And when we finish, I will resume and I will read any of the comments you guys leave. Just as an FYI, I'm just letting you guys know what to expect here. Cause it's gonna get a little serious. So here we go. So, folks, one of the stories that we have to talk about today is related to ICE. In fact, it's about ICE. And it's escalating operations across the country. This is going to be something that is relevant at some point in the next 3 years to all of us and all of our communities. Right now, ICE is increasingly active in the Twin Cities area here in Minnesota, and it's grim. It is not great. And well, specifically, Minnesota has been targeted with ICE raids, not just the Hispanic community, but also the Somali community. Even though overwhelmingly the Somali community here are citizens, like they are full on citizens. Doesn't matter. And well, here's Ilhan Omar talking about the situation and the vilification that's been ongoing, specifically for my neck of the woods here in Minnesota.
I want to ask you about something else that the architect of the president's immigration policy, Stephen Miller, said. On Thanksgiving Day, he posted, "No magic transformation occurs when failed states cross borders. At scale, migrants and their descendants recreate the conditions and terrors of their broken homelands." What do you make of this argument of failure to assimilate and sort of ruining America? How do you understand this?
I mean, when I think about Stephen Miller and his white supremacist rhetoric, it reminds me of the way the Nazis described Jewish people in Germany. And, you know, as we know, there have been many immigrants who have tried to come to the United States who've turned back, one of them being Jewish immigrants. We know the way that people were described who were coming from Ireland, Irish immigrants. We know the way in which people were described back then when they were Italian immigrants. And to me, you know, we're yes, of course, ethnically Somali. We are in this country as Americans. Yeah. We are citizens. We are productive part of this nation, and we will continue to be.
Congresswoman Omar, thank you for your time today.
It's unfortunate that, like, she even has to bring it up, right? That, like, oh yeah, no, his rhetoric, Stephen Miller's rhetoric, the rhetoric of folks like Tom Homan, it is directly invoking rhetoric used to dehumanize folks during the Holocaust, during the genocides that we have seen take place. That was a very short interview. It wasn't the whole interview. Come on now. You know that. And this is just going to be something that unfolds and takes place in every corner of the United States. Here's Tom Homan. Again, a man who was yelled at just like 6 years ago? 8 years ago? How long ago is this clip? There's a clip here that I've shown on stream before from 8 years ago, rather, where a Holocaust survivor stands up and tells Tom Homan what he thinks of ICE operations. And this is 8 years ago, before ICE got massively expanded.
In Poland, for no other reason but for being Jewish, I was hauled off by the Nazis. And for no other reason, I was picked up and separated from my family, who was exterminated in Auschwitz. And I am a survivor of Auschwitz and Dachau. I spent 5.5 years in concentration camp.
I'm sorry, sir, I couldn't hear that.
I spent 5.5 years in concentration camp for one reason and one reason only. Because we picked on people. And you as the sheriff, who we elected as sheriff of this county, we did not elect you as the sheriff of Washington, D.C. It's about time you serve the people here. And when this gentleman stands up there and he says he doesn't go after any people, he should read today's B. Because in today's B, the Supreme Court Justice of State of California objected to ICE coming in and taking people away from the courts. Don't tell me that this is a lie. You stand up here, Mr. Jones, don't forget. History is not on your side.
And then you fast forward this clip a little bit, and oh look, it's Tom Homan right there. It's Tom Homan being addressed by a Holocaust survivor, telling him that what you're doing is like exactly what was done to him. And when you know it, Tom Homan's still kicking around. Tom Homan is still out here going on CNN and saying, no, ICE would never do anything wrong.
Minneapolis, the city, a councilman there in particular, Jamal Osman, who was born in Somalia, told CNN that, quote, Somali citizens have been stopped on the street asked to provide documentation, and that he never thought he'd have to tell people to carry their passports around because they look Somali. Are ICE agents stopping people because they look, quote unquote, Somali?
I want to stop and say this is a terrible question. This is a terrible question because we know it is happening. Local reporting on the ground confirms it is happening everywhere where ICE operates. Because specifically, the Supreme Court of the United States allowed ICE to begin racially profiling. The Supreme Court of the United States stepped in and said, "Oh yeah, no, actually, you can totally just grab someone on the basis of their skin color or how they talk, and interrogate them." Because Justice Kavanaugh argued that, well, if someone's a citizen of the United States, they're promptly let go, and if someone isn't, then they're captured. And there you have it. A U.S. citizen would never be detained by ICE. No, that would never happen. Don't fast forward in the video.
No, they're not. The law requires agents are trained in Fourth Amendment training every 6 months. Border Patrol's trained Fourth Amendment training. They stop. You can detain and question people for a short period of time based on reasonable suspicion.
And what is that suspicion?
Federal statute.
Is it based on how they look?
No, their appearance alone.
Can I just say, like, the fucking deer in the headlights look he just gave. Just silent. Well, what other thing? He can't articulate himself. So he kind of, what else would we use?
No, their appearance alone can't raise reasonable suspicion. It's articulable facts, a lot of different facts taken into consideration. And the Supreme Court just backed the Trump administration up on this. I know a lot of the media says, "Oh."
Yeah, guys, he doesn't see color because he's the world's first man who is so white he's fully transparent.
The Supreme Court just justified racial profiling. That's not what the Supreme Court said. Supreme Court said they agree with the way these operations are being conducted because the standard of reasonable suspicion is being used by both ICE and the Border Patrol in the interior operations.
Again, he lied to a Holocaust survivor's face. He's obviously going to lie on CNN. Again, people need to start asking these guys follow-up questions. People need to start bringing receipts into these interviews, because if you're just going to let Tom Homan, with no pushback, say, "No, we're totally following the law," even in the face of all the facts that are coming out from each of these stops from all of these different areas, like, get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. But, of course, we also need to reckon with the fact that things are getting worse. Things are escalating. Right? Here is for example, one of the local news reports that I was talking about. Here we go. Sound. Sorry, the tab is muted for some reason.
Tonight, two families are figuring out what's next after an ICE raid on a home in Burnsville. ICE detained 4 people in the home, including the parents of a young child. Heidi Wigdahl has a closer look at what happened.
There's movement on this window right here.
Ring camera footage captured the moment more than a dozen ICE agents raided this Burnsville home.
They break in this one.
Angel Alvarado says
they force it.
4 of his family members were upstairs.
They were hiding here.
Nomás lo golpearon la puerta hasta abrirla.
Sofia Alvarado does not want her face shown, but says her husband owns the home. She says she and the 3 others upstairs were eventually able to prove they're U.S. citizens.
They all were, they all were scary, crying,
and knowing what's happened, they were pointing with the guns.
Police! Police, come out with your hands up.
Not to move, it's just they all haven't sit here.
¿Y usted cómo se está sintiendo ahorita? Con miedo. Ya, todavía.
Sophia says it started when a couple renting their basement was headed home from the grocery store and stopped by ICE agents. Ring camera footage shows ICE agents detaining the man. The woman ran to the house and hid with her 7-year-old.
The one that she runs from outside, she was hiding in here with the little kid.
ICE detained both of the 7-year-old boy's parents. ICE also detained another man downstairs and a fourth, a father to 2 kids with a third on the way. His wife, who asked to be anonymous, is 6 months pregnant. She says she hid with her 7-year-old and 1.5-year-old.
Ellos tras de que me abrieron la puerta, yo salí. Tras de que yo salí, ellos me estaban apuntando con las armas. Y pues mi hija estaba conmigo, el niño lo tenía dormido en mi hombro.
She says her family came here illegally from Honduras for work. She says ICE told her to voluntarily self-deport.
Que me puedan ayudar a ver si...
She says she wants her husband back. With 2 kids and 1 more on the way, she says it's going to be very hard for her. Even harder as she's now taking care of the 7-year-old boy who is without his parents. In Burnsville, Heidi Wigdahl, KARE 11 News.
Well, the family says out of the 4 detained, one person, the father of the 7-year-old, has a work permit and is talking with a lawyer. The people we spoke with claim ICE entered the home without showing a warrant. We have not been able to confirm that, but we did reach out to the Department of Homeland Security and are waiting to hear back. Well, the city of...
It's just absolutely disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. And you get statements on this by, for example, representatives like Representative Angie Craig, who, says ICE agents followed a Burnsville family home from the store, failed to present the warrant, and entered their home with guns drawn. They detained 4 legal citizens who presented documentation, leaving a 7-year-old without parents. A 7-year-old. Let that sink in. Trump's ICE is out of control. Now, this lady is an elected representative, right? Well, she is also one of the Democrats in the House that voted to approve of what ICE was doing. She was one of the 75 members of Congress who, with a D next to their name, who voted to approve of what ICE does. It is deeply infuriating to see the absolute failure of these members of Congress. It's infuriating. Like, I don't have words. Like, in response to a story where members of ICE stacked up outside of a home with guns drawn, ready to just kill everyone in the house. You're just like, oh no, oh my, how uncouth. The lieutenant governor of Minnesota actually bothered to call her out on this. Respectfully, Congresswoman, you voted with Republicans to strip due process from immigrants and to praise Trump's ICE this year. Now you're upset? Votes have consequences. Minnesotans deserve better. Trump chose the Lake and Riley Act as the first bill of his administration for one reason. He wanted to legitimize the mass deportation agenda. Every vote in favor of this bill normalized the chaos we now see. ICE is raiding restaurants, lurking outside of schools, and detaining U.S. citizens. I'm grateful for all the Minnesotans who are standing up for each other in this moment. That's the work. I will continue to show up for our immigrant neighbors. And, like, that's the kind of shit we need. But I'm not even remotely close to being done. Right? Because individual citizens standing up are making a difference, are making the work harder for these ICE officers, are protecting their neighbors, right? Here is a small excerpt right? From an NPR article. In her car, she followed federal immigration agents from South Minneapolis to a park and ride lot by the Minneapolis VA Medical Center's light rail stop. That's when her car was boxed in by 4 ICE vehicles and surrounded by mostly masked federal agents. One agent told her she can't be chasing them around the city. She replied that she wasn't chasing. The agent said she was breaking the law by following them and that he would arrest her if she didn't stop impeding. Minnesota law requires vehicles to travel 500 feet behind emergency vehicles when they're responding to an emergency. Although Webb said the ICE vehicles hadn't activated emergency lights. The agent told her, "You cannot do this." Webb insisted, "Yes, I can. Yes, I can." This is exactly the kind of thing we need, especially from folks who are privileged in communities. You know, a lot of white lady. Let's just say a lot of cis white ladies can get away with a lot. Okay, a lot of cis white ladies can get away with a lot in this country, especially when standing up to institutional power. Because thugs like ICE, they think twice about like an older white woman and messing with them, because they know how like white women be. They know how like this can have a ripple effect because of higher social status or standing, and using that privilege for good, it's a good thing, right? And now, of course, that brings us to the real question, ladies and germs. How is all of this being received by the world's smartest political analysts? We go now to the Patrick Bet-David studio.
Ilhan Omar declares Somali criminals in the U.S. are not going anywhere. Specifically, Somali criminals, so she is saying the criminals are not going anywhere.
Yep.
This is on the Joe Reed Show. Go ahead, Rob.
I know that those of us who are Somali in this country see ourselves as Americans. That's what our passport says. That's what our nationality is. And we know that we are protected by the 14th Amendment. We know that we're not going anywhere.
Now, I don't know if Patrick Bet-David, perhaps he just hasn't been informed. But when someone is a citizen of a country, even if they do a crime, they aren't just deported because they're a citizen already, right? Like, they just go through the criminal justice system. And, like, Patrick Bet-David is like, oh, the criminals aren't going to go anywhere. That means they won't go to prison. They won't go to jail. They'll just be allowed to do crimes. And, like, no, that's not how that works at all, you buffoon.
And there is no way. I mean, he needs to just, I know he says he hasn't met me. Maybe he should spend 5 minutes with me, because then he would know that as Somalis, we are never intimidated. And, you know, we're never going to feel like our esteem or confidence
Look at
is
that
shaken.
American flag in the back. That's
by-
She's been an American citizen for like, what the fuck, man? She came to America 30 years ago.
A bigoted fool,
She probably spits on that thing every
making
day.
a mockery of the White House, of our nation, and of the presidency.
Do you believe her, Vinny?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You could just listen. A lot of people always want to like facts. Give me facts. Just your vibe.
Can I just a fun fact about Patrick Bet-David here, all right? Like, if we just go over to his Wikipedia page here, you know, you get the Patrick Bet-David. Okay, look here's a little title card here over on Wikipedia, and you scroll down just a little bit. Oh, born October 18th, 1978 in Tehran, Iran. Patrick, are you spitting on the American flag every day? No? Then why would a sitting member of Congress be doing it? Like, when did Patrick Bet-David come to the United States? Just out of curiosity. All right. So in 1989, they spent some time in a refugee camp before eventually immigrating to the United States. I would really like to know what year they came to America, because let me just take a look. Ilhan Omar. We got, well, just out of curiosity. Just out of curiosity. Early life. Okay. Okay, Omar's family secured asylum in the United States, arrived in New York in 1995. So, at most, Patrick Bet-David has been in the United States like 4 years longer, 5 years longer than Ilhan Omar. Omar became a citizen in 2000 at 17 years old. The amount of hatred and vitriol they send her way, despite her occupying the exact same position that Patrick Bet-David has, except that she's on the left and he's not. It's crazy.
And you're feeling from her eyes and the words that come out of her mouth, she hates this place. She hates it, and she wants her people. Look at what her people have done. Look at what they've done. You've come to a freaking state, 90,000 people. I'm not saying it's all of them, but you've stolen, you've talked crap, you've bashed this freaking country, and now when the head of the snake turns toward you, it's like, no, you guys are all racist, and it's all our fault. And I think it's absolutely disgusting, Pat.
Tom, what do you think about this? Because you're following this closely.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Just as an FYI, Patrick Bet-David received his citizenship in 1999. 1 year before Ilhan Omar. They have literally both been citizens of the United States for almost the same amount of time.
Yes, I found a story over the weekend from CBS News. That's right, CBS News did a deep dive on the failures of what happened in Minnesota. And do you know when it started? The first discovery was 2019, where the One Future, remember Feeding Our Future?
Yep.
Yeah. Again, this is the big scandal they keep talking about, which I want to remind everyone, Minnesota's been prosecuting those people. Like, there are 78 people currently, charged with this crime. The ringleader has already confessed and pled guilty in court.
Billed the state for $3.4 million, and somebody called it out, and they go, what is this? So it was $3.4 million. It was when it first started. And that was when that first woman got involved in it, who is currently...
that first woman, who notably not a Somali, she in fact recruited specifically economically vulnerable Somali folks to serve as other members of this fraud scheme.
Reading sentencing, and she says she's going to appeal it and everything. But anyway, it suddenly ballooned, Pat. It ballooned a lot. Ready for this? Between 2019 2021, they claimed they served 91 million meals in the state of Minnesota. How the hell do you serve 91 million meals?
You don't.
You don't. They just kept falsifying name upon name.
Well, it was 91 million meals over the span of like a year or two. Like they spaced it out. All of the fraud didn't happen just in 2019. It was throughout the pandemic, right? Like they discovered the fraud later and the depth of the fraud later. Again, most of the people in this fraud scheme confessed and like sold out other members of the fraud scheme.
Upon name.
91 million meals
they claimed were served, according to the CBS News story. They broke on December 5th.
Okay, let's do math. Let's do math, Tom. Let's just actually do math. So here's the math I want to do.
From 2019 to 2021.
Okay, so 2 years, 91 meals, 91 million meals. Let's just do basic math.
Okay.
Let's just say they fed them 3 meals a day.
Okay.
Okay, how many total people are they, Tom? How many total people are there?
In Minnesota, you got to look up the population of Minnesota and then find out how many are kids. Because remember, you had to be kids under 16 for this.
So this was kids under 16.
Feeding.
That's what this is about.
Yeah, the feeding our future
How many
was
kids,
children, right?
So let's do the math. If it's 91 million meals, 2 years, 2019 through 2021. Okay, so let's just say that's two.
That's you have 2019, 2020, 2021, Patrick. Man, I'm so tired, y'all.
Let's even say that's 3 years, which is what? 1,100 days, okay? So 9,100 meal divided by 1,100 days, equals 82,727, okay? Then that's if they feed them a meal every day. Then if you take 3 meals a day, that's 28,000 kids that were fed every day straight for 3 years straight.
Unbelievable.
There are like 1.3 million children in Minnesota. Like they're acting like this is like the most obvious fraud. Like that actually sounds fairly plausible, man. Like, oh, you fed like 26,000 kids? How many?
28,000.
You fed 28,000 kids every day? That's actually out of 1.3 million. That's actually not like oh god. Oh god. You know, if you oh god. Oh. Just out of, if you bothered to just like look it up, about 163,380 children, or 12.9% of Minnesota's children, lived in poverty in 2017. Again, from the Minnesota State Demographic Center. Now, the number he's throwing out there is entirely consistent with serving a population of children in the state. So, man, they really need to check out whether or not the math is actually that weird prior to them doing the simple math that they couldn't have been bothered to do before the show.
Kids that were fed every day straight for 3 years straight.
Unbelievable.
3 meals a day.
No, I don't believe it.
No, not with the population of Minnesota.
That's
and the federals.
Yeah, it's not like you could go to the Minnesota State Demographic Center and find that, because I guarantee you the number of children is bigger now in 2025 or in 2019 than it was in 2017.
That came in on it because Governor Walz received $250 million in federal matching funds because he took the program to there that said, hey, we've been feeding all these kids and our budget can't carry this. We need this. So he was given the money in 21.
Additional 250?
The 250. Now, where did Who got the money? Who gave him the money in 2021?
Biden.
Exactly.
I love that these guys are like, ha, it was Joe Biden's fault. Tee-hee. Ignore the previous 2 years, though.
Exactly. And then this goes, and by the way, they've now estimate that this 1 billion is just sort of a rounding of the first. No one will put together a hard number following up, but they say that it's like a rounding of what this is probably all about. But listen to Omar. Here's Omar's pathology. This is a failure of the FBI. That's what she said. Oh, to accuse us of this, you're racist. We are all citizens. They're actually not.
Well, one, the vast majority of Somalis in Minnesota are citizens. Number one. Number two, the vitriolic rhetoric from Donald Trump and from podcasts like PBD have very specifically and very overtly said all Somalis are like this. And again, the fraud scheme alleged here is 78 people. That's not all Somalis.
There's one estimate that said up to 60% of them are here illegally once they get around to checking IDs.
60%.
No, they're not. The Somali community came in as refugees. They came in via a refugee program. They're here on asylum, and most of them have gotten their citizenship.
60% of the Somalis up there are there illegally. So look at her thing. Oh, now it's this is our country. We are Americans. Look at all the deceptive angles that she's putting into this to create this, I'm going to call it the fog of war around the investigation.
Like, I'm sorry, but when you look at the, just real quick, when you look at the national data on Somali folk, around 75% are citizens who've been naturalized via the same process and the same vetting that Patrick Bet David went through.
And Tom, she became a multi-millionaire in this time frame. She was making no money, probably like 50,000, 60,000, and all of a sudden, boom, she's worth 28, 25, 30 million dollars.
Well, CBS pointed out that there were 7 people that were found to be living ridiculously lavish lifestyles on this.
Yeah, cars
and there are
houses.
people that have been, incarcerated. It's 87 people have been charged, 61.
Yeah. Oh, all these people living these lavish lifestyles. Yeah, they got caught. They got caught, bitch. What are you complaining about?
Convictions. The U.S. Attorney's Office is still all over.
Also, like the thing about these fraud crimes is that when you get caught, you have to give the money back. Like, it's not like, oh, we caught them and now they have to go to jail, but they get to keep all the money. Like, no, obviously they have to pay the money back.
Over this, but they're not getting cooperation. They're not getting witness cooperation.
Ilhan Omar's net worth when she entered off.
Yeah, in Minnesota, 87% of foreign-born Somalis are naturalized citizens. I don't know where he's getting this 60% number of like, 60% are here illegally. That just isn't backed up by any information. Maybe he's getting his information off of like 4chan or like Stormfront or something, like some kind of white supremacist org. I genuinely don't know, but like 60% is just patently incorrect.
In 2019, she had negative $45,000 in student loan debt. No.
What year?
2019.
Okay.
Today, her net worth is somewhere between $6 to $30 million.
We did that one already, and they say some of that's
range.
tied because of
Who's
her
her
husband. Yeah,
which is still
it's a little suspect. Rob, what do you have here?
This is where she talks about the fraud being on the behalf of the FBI. It's the FBI's fault that they did not catch this fraud that was going to the terror organizations.
Well, also, like, they're complaining about her net worth. Like, yeah, she's a member of she's a member of Congress now. She, like, makes actual money. Are they claiming she was somehow connected to the fraud? Yes. They are trying to say that because she's a Somali refugee, that she must therefore have been aware of the fraud. One of the conspiracy theories being circulated around conservative media right now is that when did she know about the fraud and how did she know it? Like, because they're trying to say, like, she was behind the fraud scheme. That's how it wasn't found out about. It's just racist bullshit.
And who have been sentenced. If there was a linkage in that the money that they had stolen going to terrorism, then that is a failure of the FBI.
Wow.
And
wait, yes. If people are successfully sending money to terrorist organizations as, like, individual citizens in the United States, it is a failure by the FBI if that is not caught. She is correct. Like, I'm sorry, but if, like, I don't know, Joe Schmo out in Indiana is sending money to Al-Qaeda and that isn't being flagged by the FBI, that's a failure of the system. Omar's net worth is listed between $6 and $30 million. Her husband owns a winery between $1 and $5 million and a venture capital firm worth between $5 and $25 million. Do math. That's too hard. You just saw them try to do that, Paladin. You know they can't do math.
our court system in not figuring that out and basically charging them with these charges. And so I do know that for many years, this sort of like alarm that there is money being transferred through the airport in bags and going to terrorism that accusation has always existed. There's never been here and there in those accusations. But if that is the case, if money from U.S. tax dollars is being sent to help with terrorism in Somalia, we want to know.
Yeah.
And we want those people prosecuted.
Yeah. Oh, really? You want to know about U.S. citizens funding terror in other countries? Oh, really? You want to know about that? Like, the way that they're just, like, on her ass about saying something completely reasonable is crazy to me.
And we want to make sure that that doesn't ever happen again.
Do you okay? Let me ask
This is
you.
the
Do you
recency.
believe anything that's coming out of her mouth? She's the same woman that said on 9/11 about the terrorists that some people did something, meaning she wasn't like knocking them from what they did. And then one time she was talking about a.
Yeah, you know the kinds of things that people say when they're pro 9/11. You know, when somebody is very rah-rah, 9/11 was a good thing, you know, like, they say some people did something.
Professor, and she was like so proud that every time he talked about Al-Qaeda, like he was happy about it. I love the fact that because of her.
I love that this guy is pretending to be, like, emotionally intelligent, like he can read the intent that people have hidden behind their words. Vinny the empath over here. I'm just really in tune with my emotions, and the one emotion I feel is anger. That's why they call me Angry Patriot. I can tell you're feeling really happy right now.
Big mouth because of Tim Walz's big mouth pad, because of the
he needs the feeling chart. Can they break out the feeling chart so they can map Ilhan Omar's feelings?
The mayors talking about the president and bashing this country, it made everybody turn around, and now all eyes are on them. And I hope they all get held accountable, Tom.
She was a non-cooperating. She was not cooperating with anybody. This is only Face the Nation on CBS. CBS calling her, hey, come be on the show. and in the statements that she's made. She is doubling down, but you also see that she's putting together a defense here, is
Of
what
course,
she's doing.
she's
It's like
Defense against what? Can I just remind everyone, this guy's supposed to be the intelligent one on the show? Like this guy is supposed to be the one who's like super smart and like understands like politics and business and economy. And he's just out here saying shit. Yeah, the only people accusing her of anything are these clowns.
the ring. I mean, they got a lot of prosecutions going, and you've got U.S. attorneys appointed by Trump and others.
Well, I mean, if there are a lot of prosecutions happening, clearly it's the investigation will only grow to encompass all of us at some point. Anyone could be in on this fraud scheme in Minnesota. It could be you, could even be you.
That are closing in on this now, and you've got her suddenly saying, oh, well, we want to have good things in America. We wouldn't want this to happen. We want these people prosecuted, but it would be the FBI's fault. Oh my gosh, it'd be the FBI's fault. But
Well, yeah, the FBI is charged with, like, making sure that people aren't supporting terrorist organizations. That is in fact part of their job and mandate.
You see how she's moving from the staunch arrogance of just a few months ago to now she's actually I think she's trying to put up a defense here. I think
it might have something to do with the fact that, like, the president of the United States is going on television calling people of her specific ethnicity and her by name garbage, and directing ICE to conduct operations against population that is predominantly U.S. citizen, in order to do political retribution against someone he doesn't like. Might have something to do with that, or yeah, maybe she's just involved in a crazy conspiracy scheme in an investigation that has been incredibly open and transparent over the last several years.
I think she's getting ready for it.
Well, let's. The question is, let's see what happens here. The reality of it is, how long does the current FBI have to investigate this? 3 more years.
Can we also just, like, take a moment where it's like, earlier in the show, like, they're accusing her of having like this dual loyalty to, like, other countries, right? Like they're accusing her of having a dual loyalty to, like, Somalia, and like Patrick Bet David literally has an Assyrian flag right behind him. And it's like, I don't think that he has a dual loyalty or anything, but, like, they'd never make the connection between his background and her background. It's crazy. Instead, they just focus on slinging the shit, I guess.
Years. That's what they got.
Yes.
3 more years. You got 3 years to get to the bottom of it or not. If you do, good. If you don't, Newsom gets in. If he does win, guess what? This is going to clear up. And it's going to move on. But you got 3 years to accelerate the process of this investigation.
Did you hear what she said on Face the Nation about Stephen Miller?
I have that.
No.
Pat, you have to, like.
Oh God.
I'm gonna let you guys.
Miller?
Guys, you aren't ready for this. They got some interesting takes coming up.
She calls Stephen Miller, who's Jewish, basically called him, because she's on the tour. Tom's right. She's on the Somali community, Minnesota fraud. We didn't do anything tour.
Yeah.
Look.
Let's find justice.
Look what she calls Stephen Miller, a Jewish man, mind you. Look what she calls him. Go ahead, Rob.
And his white supremacist rhetoric, it reminds me of the way the Nazis described Jewish people in Germany. And, as we know, there have been many immigrants who've tried to come to the United States who've turned back, one of them being Jewish immigrants. We know the way that people were described who were coming from...
First of all, you're calling a Jewish... I can see when they call Trump and all of us, okay, yeah, Nazis, whatever. You're talking about a Jewish guy whose family probably lived through the nightmare of the Holocaust and all that type of stuff. For her to, like, how disgusting and vile. You know what pissed me off too?
Well, she's specifically calling out his white supremacist rhetoric. That was also employed by, the Nazis. Also, worth noting that, well, there were Jews in Nazi Germany in the military. There's actually a pretty interesting article about it titled "The Jews Who Fought for Nazi Germany." You know, something one might come across if they bothered to look anything up about what they wanted to say. Yeah. What was the safest place for a Jew in Hitler's Germany? A cellar or an attic? A forest? A home with a well-connected Aryan spouse? The answer was Hitler's military. And the Wehrmacht, the Kriegsmarine, or the Luftwaffe, at least until the tide of war turned and all three began to suffer staggering losses. Now, that's because up until 1940, certain Jewish members of the military were allowed to remain in service. It wasn't until April of 1940 that a directive came down through the Nazi military to purge it of anyone of Jewish heritage. So, there were, in fact, Jewish Nazis. And yes, they were eventually purged. But I am gonna say, like, maybe you should learn a little bit about that before you start saying stuff like Jewish people would be incapable of doing anything for the Nazis. Also, did Miller's family immigrated before World War II, like in the early 1900s? Interesting.
Margaret Brennan sitting there, not one pushback, not one, wait a minute, you're...
Well, I mean, look, you can just read what Stephen Miller writes. Dude has a hard-on for, like, fascist white supremacists. Playbook he draws on quite a bit. And that same playbook was used to bar Jews from immigrating to the United States during World War II, which is what Ilhan Omar directly references in the clip you just played.
Calling a Jewish guy a Nazi and a white supremacist, like, that says a lot about your character, this girl, Margaret Brennan. And then I did some research, Rob. Look where she went to school. Where'd she go to school, Pat? Scroll down a little bit. She went to University of Virginia, where she got the highest degree, about bachelor's in foreign affairs and Middle Eastern studies.
Vinny, what are you on right now? How is Margaret Brennan at all relevant in this story? Oh my God.
Minors in Arabic, and also she married a guy who's Syrian. So I could see how she loves Middle Easterns, and she wouldn't call out somebody calling a Jewish guy a Nazi and a white supremacist.
What? Wait. Okay, so she has a wait. So because she has a degree in Middle Eastern studies and married a guy from Syria, she loves she loves the Nazis? She loves calling a Jewish guy a Nazi, which one they didn't do. They were talking about his rhetoric, which is different than calling him a Nazi. But like, yeah, Patrick Bet-David is from Iran. Does that mean, like, they never address it? They never make the connection. Like, Vinny, did you forget?
Premise. And then, by the way, you know how we did a lot of research on how, you know, a lot of these not all, obviously, but a lot of these Muslim communities, they do the incest thing. And what does incest do? Lowers your IQ. We need to maybe...
What the fuck, man? Honestly, this is Vinny, you're crazy right now.
maybe Ilhan has something in her family, because only an idiot would say something this freaking stupid. And then I thought about it. I did some research. Did you guys know this, Patrick? That
I'm sorry. Was the Holocaust survivor that I played earlier calling out Tom Homan and the actions of ICE, was he going too far in comparing the actions of DHS and ICE under the first Trump administration to Nazi Germany? You know, the guy who lived through Auschwitz and watched his parents die in Auschwitz? Was that guy going too far in making that comparison? If not, then like neither is Ilhan Omar. Like, what are you talking about right now, man?
her calling him a Nazi, white supremacist, Jewish, all that stuff. Guess who her father is? Noor Omar Mohammed. He was a colonel for the Somali dictator Saeed Barre, B-A-R-R-E, who in the late 1880s ordered the genocidal bombing and extermination of up to 200,000 ISIS civilians in northern Somalia. So weird. You're calling him a Nazi and a white supremacist. Your dad actually worked for somebody that was doing genocide.
Can we just like take a like I'm not really interested in like this diatribe at the moment, but like Stephen Miller has literally chanted America is for Americans and Americans only, which is a direct paraphrase of Adolf Hitler's quote, Germany is for Germans and Germans only. Like the idea like, oh, well, how could he possibly say something Nazi-like? Like he does it all the time.
So you need to shut your mouth because now, like I said, nobody cared about you when you're Somalia. Now everybody's looking at you and now people are digging into you.
I love the way you connect those dots. And the other thing.
Wait, I'm sorry. In the 1880s?
Who her father is? Noor Omar Mohammed. He was a colonel for the Somali dictator Saeed Barre, B-A-R-R-E, who in the late 1880s ordered the genocidal.
In the 1880s. I think that was a misspeak. Vinny's just getting too he's getting too angry. He's confusing his Arabic numerals again.
Bombing and extermination of up to 200,000 a Nazi and a white supremacist. Your dad actually worked for somebody that was doing genocide. So you need to shut your mouth because now, like I said, nobody cared about you when you're Somalia. Now everybody's looking at you and now people are digging into you.
I love the way you.
Yeah. Now people are looking at you and digging into you, which is why I accused you of crimes that your dad's boss perpetrated.
Connect those dots. And the other thing, if I'd been the reporter, I would have just come back and I said, so are you, wait. You're telling me you're a historian, you're going to talk about how the Nazis talked about the Jews. Yeah, I think you should draw a line there and go make your point without that.
Thank you, Tommy. Because Pat, you're an actual, like, legitimate reporter. You have a woman calling a Jewish guy a freaking Nazi.
You're like a real reporter, man. You threw that 60% number out and didn't even fact check it. You didn't even need to look if it was true or not, because you just knew it was true. You're like a real reporter, man.
Like what?
I'm not going to let you sit here and be a World War II historian.
Exactly.
This is Ilhan Omar's dad?
That's Ilhan Omar's dad.
Look at
this is a Saeed Barre.
Look at the mustache he's got.
Holy moly.
Inspiration.
I'm still not convinced that like they don't understand that this man isn't her dad.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
No, but that's her father was Noor N-U-R Omar Mohammed.
Worked
for this guy who did freaking atrocities and massacred and did a genocide. So please stop talking, okay? But I'm happy that they're doing an investigation into her and her freaking Somalis. And by the way, now there's Somalis. They're out there pissing on Donald Trump's star in Hollywood. They're out there making.
Yeah, well, yeah. Donald Trump called them garbage. Like, yeah. That's what happens when someone calls you garbage. You then disrespect them back. Which I feel like Vinny should probably understand, because I feel like Vinny's main thing that he understands, given that his name is Angry Patriot, is anger and vindictiveness. Like I feel like Vinny, out of all these guys, should understand that like when someone disrespects you, you disrespect them right back, because that's what you do when you're an angry patriot. Huh, huh.
Do you have that clip of the guy that says, "I can't wait. The only thing I regret is that the president will never see." Yeah, that one right here. Have you seen this one, Vinny? No.
Also, I'm just Wikipedia reading here, because I don't care to be an expert in this. But just taking a look here, let's see. Her father is Nur Omar Mohammed, an ethnic Somali from the Osman Mohammed subclan of Majirteen clan in northeastern Somalia. He was a colonel in the Somali army under Siad Barre and served in the Ogaden War of 1977 to 78. He also worked as a teacher trainer. Omar's mother, Fadma Abukar Haji Hussein, an ethnic Benadiri, died when Omar was 2. She was raised by her father and grandfather, who were moderate Sunni Muslims opposed to the rigid Wahhabi interpretation of Islam. Her grandfather, Abukar, was the director of Somalia's National Marine Transport, and some of Omar's uncles and aunts also worked as civil servants and educators. She and her family fled to Somalia to escape the Somali Civil War, spent 4 years in Dadaab refugee camp in Garissa County, Kenya. So that doesn't sound like this was a family that was like super on board with the whole massacring and genociding thing that took place. Just spitballing here. Yeah.
Oh, please show this.
Watch this. Go ahead.
Biggest fear in life is that this man may never witness our full takeover.
Oh.
Yes, he may never witness that. He already witnessed our partial takeover, our little success in America. And he is the reason, actually, I know that the community in America is thriving. He is how I know. It's like, he's how we measure our progress. If he doesn't tweet, somebody messed up. I know it. Somebody fucked up the plan. If he tweet,
you can pause it right there, and then go to. By the way,
Captain
hey,
Phillips.
they're just being so open about it. This guy here,
So open
Vietnamese
about it. I
guy
love
that
this
goes
guy.
viral.
I love this
Look
guy.
how he brings common sense into this. Go ahead, Rob.
Since when the fuck did we have to bow down to certain communities? Look, I'm Asian, I'm Vietnamese, okay? When we have our own communities too, and our communities thriving. You know, we have businesses. We've been here only, what, less than 50 years since after the 1975. Our communities are thriving throughout the United States. If you look at our numbers, there's only about 2 million of us here in the United States.
I genuinely, I am so confused right now, other than they're like, look at these immigrants.
And out of that 2 million people that we have, majority of us have businesses.
No, they're genuinely so mad at these guys. That first guy definitely trolling to get a rise out of people exactly like him.
Scientists, engineers, doctors, bright mind people that given back to this country more than we taken. And we have never asked anybody to bow down or speak our language. Okay? Since when the fuck this stupid ass mayor of the little pirate motherfucking land pirate Somalian in Minnesota have to speak their language and apologizing for those motherfucking crook ass pirates? Since when we have to do that? This is just a fucking crook, and he's a Jewish dude. What a shame. You know? What a shame. What the fuck's wrong with him?
He's talking about
Well,
the
I have
mayor.
to say this: he learned English pretty well.
He's talking about the mayor in
Jacob
Minnesota who had
Fred.
to like worship them and speak their language and eat their freaking slop. By the way, we were I think we were the first.
Wow, either yeah, no guys, bro, we're totally not racist. Anyway, all of the food that this one ethnicity makes is just slop. It's just disgusting slop, and they're garbage people. Not racist though. Like, nah, these guys are just hella racist. It's crazy. These guys are like the kinds of folks, right, who go and they're like, hey, look at this. Look at these Somali boys coming to Minnesota.
Brothers, behold it, the white land of the north. Snow everywhere. But look, the skyline, just like on the old drawings. 3 centuries our elders taught me how. This is Mini Somalia. 3 centuries past, it was promised to us. On these horses through the snow, we have found our land at last. It belongs to us now.
The North was frozen, empty, unforgiving. But 3 centuries ago, our mothers and fathers followed a promise across the ocean. Somali hands opening a new map. Somali hearts reading the sky.
Like, this is like AI rage bait, obviously, but like the target demographic for this is the Patrick Bet-David crew, right? Like, they're the exact kind of guys who are inundated by AI, surrounded by it all the time, and they're the marks. They're the marks for AI rage bait like this. It's so fucking funny.
Wanted to talk about it when he was eating that food in
Tyrants.
a restaurant. He was like, that went super viral over the weekend. He looked miserable trying to chew on that food, Pat. So miserable.
What are you talking about? Who? The mayor in Minneapolis had to worship them? And eat their food? Like, Somali food slaps.
Miserable.
Eating the food.
Oh, it was horrible. But
Adam, did you want to say something
Yeah, of
about
course.
this?
So the biggest issue that we're facing, it's a culture issue.
Can I just say, like, I'm sorry, you guys think, like, what exactly is disgusting about Somali food? Here, just out of curiosity here. Look, New York Times. The dishes from Somalia are ideal before sunrise and after sundown. Wow, look at that. Sambu is filled with spiced ground beef and shallow fried until crisp and served with fiery and fresh basbas, a cilantro chile sauce. Wow, how disgusting slop, I guess. Yeah, I want to fucking make these, by the way. These look amazing. Let's see. Oh, Hilib Sambus, fried beef dumplings. Cool. They're a Somali relative of Indian samosas. Delicious. Surio dalak bilash, grits and tomato stew. The horror. Ruti farmaggio, honeycomb cheese bread. Wow. There's no disgusting slop. There's no way anyone could enjoy this. Like, I'm sorry, but like, I don't know. Like, I'm looking up Somali food, right? Just like images of Somali food. It looks delicious, doesn't it? Like, I'm sorry if your argument is, oh, look, they're just disgusting slop. No, it's not, actually. It's really tasty. I don't know. Like, I don't get what is wrong with these people other than they're racist as fuck.
So you always hear the notion that Islamism or Islam is incompatible with the West. Well, it kind of is. So the ironic thing about Ilhan Omar is she has infinitely more rights in America.
The thing is, right? The thing is, these guys, like, just shit themselves on a daily basis about, like, the idea in their head of what, like, other people are eating. And, like, it's inconceivable to them that perhaps other people also have good food. They're just so busy being racist, they cannot conceive of it.
Than she would have, or any female would ever have in Somalia. Somalia is one of the most restrictive countries in the world for women. 98% of
Yeah, North African food slaps, Sake Tanuki. Like, give me some of that breakfast harissa. Let's go. Shakshuka. Fuck yeah.
women get female genital mutilation. Nearly universal there. child marriage. There's no protection from sexual violence. You're limited to freedom of.
You know, again, I love that the idea to these guys, look, he's like smiling a little bit. He's like, you have way more rights here than in Somalia. And like, yeah. But that's not an excuse to not try to make this place better too. Right? Like, I don't know, just because you leap from a boiling pot of water into a scalding pot of water doesn't mean that perhaps you shouldn't try to, like, I don't know, cool down that pot of water. This analogy is really bad. But you understand what I mean. Like, just because you leap into, like, a better situation than the one you were before doesn't mean, like, you shouldn't try to make your new situation better. You must worship the scalding water.
Movement. Women are second class, even third class citizens in Somalia. Somalia is one of the most dangerous, worst shithole countries in the world. But then when they come here, they say things like, we are proud Somalians, we don't back down. No. Cool. Respect your heritage.
Yeah. It's not like anyone's like, I'm a proud Italian. Do you think this guy, I forget what his name is. Do you think this guy has a problem with people calling themselves proud Italians? Or proud Irishmen? Proud. Do you think he has any issue with that whatsoever? No, of course not. But when someone's brown, I guess it's a different story in their book.
Assimilate. You have a Vietnamese guy.
Nothing has ever been bad in Italy.
I'm like, oh, you motherfucker. They build businesses. The biggest issue we have with Ilhan Omar is, don't tell me anything anymore. Show me. Show me the receipt, so to speak. Yep. Show me what you're doing.
Oh, wait. Show me what you're doing? Okay, wait a minute. Oh, look at this. A Wall Street Journal. A small Minnesota town defends Somali residents as critical to the economy. Wow, that's crazy. Let's take a look. Nearly 30 years ago, in this small agricultural town, resident Pablo Obregon did a double take at a group waiting for the bus downtown on the first day of school. They were Somali children. Where did they come from? He recalls wondering. Obregon, now Wilmar's director of community growth, is no longer surprised when he sees large numbers of Somalis. So many have settled here that a lively stretch of downtown is called Little Mogadishu because Somalis run more than a dozen storefront businesses. In winter, it isn't uncommon to see Somalis in traditional dress, bundled up in big American-style parkas and stocking caps worn over hijabs. Somalis represent about a quarter of production workers at the Jenny O turkey plant, the economic engine of this community of nearly 22,000, some 95 miles west of Minneapolis. But in recent days, downtown's strip of restaurants, groceries, and clothing stores has been attracting only a few customers, shopkeepers say. ICE raids are ramping up in Minnesota, and President Trump has lashed out against immigrants from Somalia, calling them garbage and saying he doesn't want them in the United States. Oh, look. Abdiweli Yusuf owns a grocery store in Wilmar with family members. Oh. Wait, well, I think his name is Adam. That's right. I think that guy's that guy on Patrick Bet-David's show is named Adam. So they're building businesses in the community and are in fact load-bearing members of the economic activity of the communities they live in. Is that not showing you? Or when you say show me, do you mean literally show you? Because you can't be bothered to Google it yourself. You can't be bothered to seek out the information that ChatGPT doesn't drip feed you, or Twitter's algorithm doesn't just feed you like a little hog to the slop trough. Like, I think when this man says show me, he means put it in my slop trough. Force it to go through the Twitter algorithm so that, like, I eat it. Like, that's what he means. If it's not coming to him through Elon Musk's Nazi Twitter app, then it's not showing to him.
Show me that you're building businesses. Show me that you love America. Show me that you care. Don't show me that you're sending money to Al-Shabaab in Somalia. Don't show me that you hate Donald Trump, that you speak against the president.
All I'm hearing right now is slurping sounds from the piggy trough that he gets all of his ideology from.
Show me that you love America. Right now, their talk is cheap. Rhetoric is cheap. So either you're going to walk the walk, or you're just going to talk the talk. All she's doing is talking, blowing hot air.
And I hate the fact that, and you come here, and they were, and this is the system. I'm gonna blame them, but you can't blame them about the welfare. Think about this: immigrants from Somalia overwhelmingly rely on government welfare. In Norway, 73% of Somali immigrants are on government aid. 73%. In Sweden, 64% of Somali immigrants do not have jobs or education. In Denmark, 69%.
You know what's crazy? I wonder if they've ever looked up how many white people are on welfare in the United States. You know, the demographic that receives the most welfare of any of the demographics. And if you look at the amount received by demographic group, Somali isn't even on the list because the number of Somali folks in the United States are so tiny they fit inside like the 1% that are other. These people just hyper fixate on the on the group of people who are brown because they're racist.
9% of Somali immigrants are on public benefits, and in America, 88% of Somalians rely on welfare programs. So everybody here, everybody that's home, that's listening, you're probably at your job right now, you are busting your ass. So 88% of them could have whatever the hell they want, not speak English, and shit on the country. I have a...
That's wild because they speak English, man. The overwhelming majority of Somali folk in the country are multilingual, you racist fuck. God.
Huge problem with that. Of course. And that is the system. The system needs to change. That's the same system.
Also, again, I'm pretty sure that was the same stat that someone... We just debunked that stat on a different video. I think it was Asmongold, the video I did on Asmongold. Again, the actual percentage of, like, Somali folks on, like, food stamps, for example, is like 42%. Which, you know, makes sense largely due to the fact that they are Civil War diaspora who fled the country with nothing. Now, also, that 42% number, well, not necessarily the most reliable number. Now, I think this might be a better number to go by. Let me just pull this up real quick. I would like to see this. Here we go. Let's just go with this.
Back to tonight's top story. Sources tell ABC News that immigration efforts targeting Somali Minnesotans are underway in Minneapolis. President Trump's effort comes after he publicly questioned the community's contributions to the economy.
But new research shows Somali Minnesotans generate hundreds of millions in income and millions more in taxes. Kamaria Bray joins us live in Minneapolis with a look at the data.
Damn, it's crazy.
Well, Kevin and Lindsay, we are at Hamdi Restaurant on East Lake Street. This is a Somali-owned business, and we talked to the owner who says he works very hard and pays his dues like many Somalis in the state, and he hopes that the president can recognize it. at Hamdi's restaurant on East Lake Street. If it's not the smell of grilled meat that lures you in,
This is the rice.
it's the welcome of the owner.
We are working hard, family. We are working 7 days a week.
Abdi Shakur Elmi moved to Minnesota from Somalia in the 90s. He and his family have run the restaurant for decades.
Like me and my dad, we work very hard every single day.
And it's their labor that's being questioned by the President of the United States.
These are people that work, they contribute nothing.
But that contradicts the research from Concordia University's economist, Dr. Bruce Corey.
I can share that information with him and he probably change his mind.
According to his research, Somali income is at least $500 million in Minnesota. They pay $67 million annually in state and local taxes.
The estimated impact of these workers, the Somali workers in Minnesota, could be about $8 billion. That's with a B, not an M. And it's the way what they help produce and how that production in turn generates and ripples through the economy.
What industry would feel the biggest hit if Somalis were to leave Minnesota?
I have a feeling retail probably could be first because of that massive consumer income.
That's a goat meat.
Back at Hamdi's, another issue they're dealing with is callers saying this.
Go back to your country. You're like a filthy Somali. You shouldn't be in our state. Huh.
I mean, that's really hurtful.
It is hurtful.
And we're told the restaurant is usually busier, but many people are staying away, fearing federal agents in the area. I'm Maria Bray, live in Minneapolis, 5 Eyewitness News.
Aging is inevitable.
Well, maybe for you. Ho, ho, ho. Now, all right. Like, I hope that I have been able so far through this segment. I know it's been a very long one. But to point out that the ideology these guys espouse and share on their show on a daily basis is only one that can thrive only in ignorance and in a lack of curiosity. Because if you just Google their claims, if you just search and like have a bit of skepticism and like look up verified high quality sources about what is actually happening, they will all reveal these folks to be charlatans. The Patrick Bet-David crew, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
The one guy stabbed somebody, 63 times you get arrested? Come, like, what are we doing?
The biggest thing is this. We can talk about it from a national perspective, podcast, whatever. The people in Minnesota. Hey, guys.
Hi.
Minnesota nice.
What's up?
Is this what you want from your state?
Yes.
Is this what you want?
Yes.
You know, a generation ago, it was the whitest, blondest, blue-haired people. And I'm all about...
Yeah, and you know what? We invited and allowed in refugees from war-torn parts of the world because it's the right thing to do. Because it's the right thing to do. They were people who needed a place to go, and they are more than welcome to be here. And we will keep them safe from assholes who want to hunt them down like you. The kinds of folks we don't want in our state are folks who are going to discriminate and spread hatred and bigotry like you guys. Don't come here. Stay the fuck away. We're not going to help you dig out your car if it gets stuck in the snow.
About diversity.
Did he just claim Minnesotans are Aryans? Yes. Which again, if he knew anything about this state, he would know that's not the case.
And acceptance, great, we all love that. But at what point does tolerance completely backfire?
If you...
It hasn't. It only appears to have backfired in the mind of a goddamn racist who should be putting on Klan robes. Which goes for like every single one of these guys, by the way.
love Christmas as much as we do, Kai. We got 3 Christmas trees in the house. It's a spectacle. Every Christmas when...
Why is he talking about Christmas?
Thanksgiving ends,
Is this an
that
ad
following
read?
Friday, I have to carry this 10-foot tree that weighs 600 pounds, and the family waits for me to come through, and we get this big tree, we put it in there, and I go up the ladder, and I'm telling you right now, every year I'm getting closer to falling. Okay, I had it under control at 43, 44.
I saw the ladder.
At 47, Vinny,
Oh God, is he selling pills? Is he gonna sell pills to us right now?
I am so
Is he gonna he's gonna transfer from doing just the most virulent, bigoted shit you can possibly spread on the internet into buy my muscle pills.
high. I'm so high that if a little bit slips, I'm falling on my back. We're doing podcasts out of a wheelchair. I'm telling you right now.
Nobody's helping you?
And it's always like, can you
Wait, what do you mean? Your podcast bros aren't gonna help you move a Christmas tree? Man, you guys must be really shitty friends.
put the star all the way up top? I'm like all the way trying to put this thing up. I think there's something going on. Like it's like an inside job. There's a story right there.
You have to do it yourself.
Yeah. No.
Whoa, it's an inside job. You're not able to carry your 600-pound Christmas tree all by yourself. What, are you gonna blame that on Somalis too? Like you racist piece of shit.
It's a blast. Obviously, everybody loves it, and Dylan loves decorating the tree. I hope for those of you guys.
Get a smaller tree or hire dudes to deliver a tree. There are lots of big boys who will come and like muscle their way in with a tree. Like you've apparently got money.
I do as well. We love Christmas, and our Christmas merch is officially out. And
Oh, it's the Christmas merch. I was really hoping for like fake testosterone.
the hat that we couldn't keep a single one of these. Guys were ordering 50 of these at a time. Rob, can you
Bullshit. Show me the order receipt for somewhere that bought 50 of these stupid fucking hats.
zoom in on that hat? This hat was such a massive hit last year. We sold 3,000 of them like this. They were gone, okay? And people were buying it as Christmas gifts for others, and then they were sending it to their clients, their friends. It says, Merry Christmas.
If I got this from a friend or a client, I would absolutely no longer have a relationship with them.
Future looks bright on the bottom and on the side with the VT logo. It's just a sick hat. We got a few hats.
But that's nice. The inside of the hat wishes you a Merry Christmas. It just wishes your little hair follicles a Merry Christmas, a Merry time.
That's one of the hats sold out. This one that says Merry Christ Christmas.
Nice.
This one sold out. This one's gone. But you have the red one. You have the green one to choose from. And then that
So
one as well,
bad.
Rob. You have this one. This other one we have as well. If you want to go to this one, Rob, this Christmas on the bottom right. Yeah, right there.
Wait, I didn't do the math. I didn't do the math, Trainmon. Somebody spent $1,500 on these hats? Oh my god. Wait. I didn't do the math. If somebody bought 50 of these. Oh my god. that would have been like $1,700 on hats? Is that right? Who bought them? Is it just the PBD studio that bought 50 of these? They only have 50 in stock. They're talking about themselves.
And then we have the Christmas. If you want to go and show Vinny our model, folks, look at our models wearing their, and these come with a nice. Look at this. Look at this. This is
Look at
the.
Santa.
That's the pajamas, right? The Merry Christmas
They're
pajamas.
so
The ugly
comfortable.
sweater. Future looks.
I'm so sorry to this child. I can't believe Vinny is successfully procreated. That actually boggles my mind.
Bright.
They're so comfortable.
Super comfortable. Forget about the socks Vinny's wearing that made it in there. Those socks don't come with it.
No.
But they're modeling. They look like a beautiful family. So if you want your
Wait a minute. They had to do a photo shoot at the Valuetainment lot? They couldn't just go home with the jammies and take pictures at their own house? They have a fake truck? Look, the truck is an Instagram account prop. Oh my god. They hired a Mad Max prop to the Valuetainment studio to take these these product photos. This is crazy.
Whole family to be wearing the pajamas, the Merry.
Wait, I'm sorry. This photo has a watermark, but then it's removed in the other one.
So if you want your whole family to be wearing the pajamas, the Merry Christmas. We also got these sweaters here as well.
Max's
the
truck
ugly
is in
sweater.
there.
This is sick.
Fuck.
Look at that.
Go to vtmerch.com, place your order, and we decided for everybody that does it, we just order a few thousand of these. You're gonna get the Valuetainment Merry Christmas ornament that we're gonna give to you. End of item, if future looks bright. Santa Claus, Merry Christmas. With any order you place, go to vtmerch.com, place
Mad
your order,
Max,
and
Holiday
guess what? Kamala
Road.
Harris doesn't want you to say Merry Christmas.
Yep.
And we don't mind saying it, okay? We don't mind saying it at all. Merry Christmas to you. If you enjoyed this video, you want to watch more videos like this, click.
You know, I'm a little speechless because that was way worse than I thought it might be. And you know, one thing that really stuck with me though through that entire segment, that entire production, is when they said it was totally unfair to call Stephen Miller's rhetoric reminiscent of Nazi Germany. And it was like really unfair to compare, you know, they implied it was really unfair to compare like masked thugs abducting people off the street to put in concentration camps to, you know, things that happened during the Holocaust. And, you know, it made me remember that Pramila Jayapal actually hosted a shadow hearing to allow basically members of the public to testify to the conditions that people who are abducted by ICE are being kept in. And a few clips I think are worth taking a look at in light of what Patrick Bet-David and his crew are pushing out there on the internet. Let's take a look.
Amidst this surge in detention, conditions have gone from bad to worse, with terrible overcrowding, unsanitary conditions, long waits to get medical help if received at all, and inedible food, described by some as, quote, dripping with blood. Multiple pregnant women have been shackled and even suffered miscarriages due to their mistreatment in detention. And since Trump took office, in just 10 months, there have been 23 in-custody deaths, a shocking number and more than any year since 2005. Meanwhile, Trump has decimated any oversight mechanisms, including essentially dismantling all the offices that previously performed key functions of oversight for DHS, blocking members of Congress from doing our job and conducting unannounced inspections of ICE facilities, even arresting a member of Congress for trying to do her job. Over and over again, we have heard heartbreaking and horrific stories of dehumanization, and it's by design, to break people's spirit, to force them into submission, to force them into accepting deportation. It is outrageous, and it cannot continue. Amidst the—
Now, I do want to preface this particular section of the video. We're going to move on from clowning on conservatives and into some pretty trigger warning worthy stuff. It's going to be bad. So this is your official warning. We're going to be talking about torture, and it's going to get pretty gnarly. So there you have it. This is your opportunity to pop out maybe for the next 30 minutes or so. Here we go. So one of the witnesses who came forward was, well, one of the people who personally witnessed the conditions of detainees, right? And I'm going to play this clip now.
Simply put, when you stuff extra people into a cage that is already full, it gets even more crowded. I have individuals, including a client of mine who was forced to spend almost 4 nights sleeping on the floor of a small cell in downtown Atlanta with 16 other people with his head basically next to the toilet. He wasn't even able to contact me for those days to let me know where he was located. Overcrowding worsens these already difficult detention conditions because we have these remote facilities that lack sufficient medical staff and equipment to address complex health needs for people who have chronic conditions and are being denied release in nearly all circumstances.
For the first 3 days, Rodney could not walk because ICE refused to allow the charger for his prosthetics legs into the facility. Without power, those legs become 20-pound rigid weights. Only on day 4, after hours of me pleading, they allowed him to have his charger. Rodney has had over 14 different cellmates and has never been given a single cell for his safety. Prosthetics should be worn no more than 8 hours a day. However, Rodney must wear his 23 hours a day, even while sleeping, because he fears it will be stolen or broken. Without protective creams and needs, he developed boils. He developed bruises, pain and chafing in those amputation sites. No diggity for disabled detained immigrants like Rodney. He has lost nearly 20 pounds, making his prosthetics fit improperly and increasing his pain.
Hundreds, if not thousands, of people are currently facing potential deportation with no notice and no opportunity to respond to countries that they've never been to. Many of those facing third country removals have actually won protection from removal to their country of origin, but they remain detained by ICE while ICE tries country after country after country in a Kafkaesque cycle. We have seen people unjustly detained in Arizona for months, coming up on almost a whole year at this point, while the administration makes repeated attempts to remove them to various third countries. We have one client, a woman that we work with, who's been detained for 11 months since she was ordered deported. The US government has tried to deport her to 7 different countries, and despite her full cooperation and consent, she has yet to be either removed or released.
ICE detained over 65,000 people as of November 16th, and it is in the process of growing its resources exponentially. Reports indicate ICE is building new detention facilities that can hold thousands and thousands of people. It has commandeered military planes, land, and personnel to increase the number of people in detention. Without CRCL and other oversight agencies that were also eliminated in March, there is no effective internal oversight mechanism while immigration detention is exploding in scale.
Simply put, when you stuff extra people.
Yeah. One of the things I appreciate about this particular event, which, by the way, in case anyone is curious or interested, you can watch in full here. It was streamed live on Representative Pramila Jayapal's channel. I'm going to link it in chat here. It's 2 hours long, so it is lengthy, and we're not going to cover all of what was said and what was covered in that live stream, but I would recommend checking it out, at least in part, because it's really powerful. The woman who is talking about her husband, Rodney, with his prosthetics, is quoted as saying, "Some days I feel like a widow, even though Rodney and my husband is still alive." And I'm sorry, but like the comparison to Nazi Germany is apt. I mean, look at this clip. Like, look at this.
Leave me alone!
No, you're the one making this. We weren't even looking for you. So get the out of here. Why? So who are you looking for? This is a public area. Okay, what the you want? I want to speak to you. Well, I don't want to talk to you either. You're the one. You're leaving your freedom of the Hispanic people against Hispanic, bro.
Like they're literally chasing people down the street. That woman they were chasing at the beginning was a US citizen. They're chasing citizens down in public. They're out of they're out of control. And frankly, it is a miracle that there hasn't been more violent resistance against these like goons. Like they're chasing people down in the street, and you got no idea if this guy wearing a mask and like body armor is an actual agent. They don't carry any of their identifying paperwork. They don't identify themselves. It's crazy. But we're about to get to some of the worst stuff. Reuters reported a few days ago that for H-1B visas, some of the folks who are going to be under the highest scrutiny are going to be folks who work as fact checkers for journalistic outlets. Reporters, journalists, fact checkers, etc. If they come in under H-1B visas, they're apparently at a heightened risk of being denied. And, well, not only that, the Brennan Center for Justice is putting out some pretty disturbing reports as well. ICE wants to go after dissenters as well as immigrants. The Trump administration is being open about its plans to violate Americans' First and Fourth Amendment rights. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement has embarked on a spending spree, signing contracts worth up to $25 million for a smorgasbord of spy technology, social media monitoring systems, cell phone location tracking, facial recognition, remote hacking tools, and more. It's nothing new for ICE to use these to find people to deport, a practice that raises a host of concerns, including heightened surveillance in immigrant communities and wide-ranging capture of Americans' personal data. What's new is that the federal government now openly says it will use its supercharged spy capabilities to target people who oppose ICE's actions. Labeled as domestic terrorists by the administration, these targets include anti-ICE protesters and anyone who allegedly funds them, all of them part of a supposed left-wing conspiracy to violently oppose the president's agenda. This serious threat to free speech and privacy rights protected by the Fifth and Fourth Amendment is not hypothetical, as administration officials are making no secret of their intentions. And I do recommend folks taking a read. This is an older article. It came out back in November. But it is worth noting as we go forward here because, well, I think for obvious reasons. That is a long link. Second. Scary times, for sure. And I wanted to play one more thing before I get to potentially one of the scarier parts of this entire story. This is from 2 days ago, local news in Portland.
This is the moment a Portland mother saw her kids for the first time after spending 100 days in ICE custody. Now we're hearing the story in her words for the first time. Alma McCarty spoke with Jackie Merlos a little more than a month after her release about the conditions inside the Tacoma facility, the return to her kids, and what she calls the ongoing fight.
October 27th in Tacoma, Washington. The day Jackie Merlos was finally freed from ICE detention.
Have been a huge relief. Still hard, because my other half is not here.
Her husband, Carlos, who was also held for a time in the same facility, was deported to Honduras.
He just misses us. We never separated before. We were a happy family.
Her 4 American-born children overjoyed to have their mom back home, months after they too were detained by Customs and Border Protection for weeks after a trip to Peace Arch Park along the U.S.-Canadian border.
Kids think that the mom and dad are heroes and that we are so strong and we don't cry. I was trying not to cry in front of them, even knowing that it was so hard, and telling them that take day by day.
Mimi Letnich, Jackie's close friend, has been taking care of them since the summer.
They are not the happy kids that they were before then. They have changed so much, and Mimi knows that.
It's stripped some of the innocence, you know? It's terrible.
Despite a federal judge terminating proceedings to deport her, Jackie tells me there's still fear, calling her.
Yeah, they held her U.S. citizen children for weeks.
Experience inside the ICE facility as dehumanizing and difficult.
They don't treat you like a human being. They treat you more than a criminal.
She tried to stay strong for the other women in her cell, including her own mother.
We both hope each other, you know. I wasn't allowed to cry in front of my mom because I had to be for her. So I just, when I was praying, I was crying. Or at nighttime when I was hearing my mom snoring. Say, this is my time, I'm gonna cry.
Still processing her 100+ days as a detainee, Jackie says she'll continue to speak out, a voice for all families broken by immigration policies.
They take your emotion, they take your dream, they wanna take everything out of you. You know, on top of what you have been going through, we need to speak up. This can change if we do something.
Jackie, her children, and her mother were first detained by CBP back in June as they alleged she was smuggling undocumented immigrants into the country. A federal judge ultimately terminated her removal proceedings. Although not a U.S. citizen, Jackie's been in the U.S. for more than 2 decades with a pending U visa. Christine?
Appreciate the follow-up. Thank you.
And now we get to part of what she said at the end there. They don't treat you like human beings. Because one of the things that has been recurring through all of this is that we have camps of highly concentrated people who are not being treated as human beings by their jailers and captors, by ICE, by DHS. And I don't know how many of you are familiar with the name Abu Zubaydah. Abu Zubaydah, I believe. Does that ring any bells for anybody? In Unit 731, the Japanese called the prisoners logs. Yeah. Well, for those of you who don't know, Abu Zubaydah was the first person targeted after 9/11 by the CIA. And he was moved around from black site to black site. Lily loves stuff, but he was also the person they tried all of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques against. He was kind of their proof case. They tried all of their new methods out on him. And one of the methods of torture that Abu Zubaydah described being used against him. Yes, for those who don't know, enhanced interrogation just means torture. Like we're talking like the CIA coming up with ways to slam your head against a concrete wall without killing you. Like we're talking like the CIA drowning you and then letting you take a breath and drowning you again over and over and over again. We're talking being denied, silence, being denied aspects of humanity. We're talking like a whole host of heinous shit. You know, it's really, really disgusting to read through the different methods that were approved by the Justice Department in the post 9/11 era. It is worth a look to see where just not too long ago the United States stood when it comes to methods of torture, because it is awful. And one of the ways that Abu Zubaydah was tortured was in what's called the small box. The small box is essentially a small type of coffin box, and allegedly when he was first presented with this box and told to get in it, he was also told that the only way he would be leaving the facility is inside that box. And after his eventual release, he drew a picture of what he experienced and what he saw. And I'm going to show you that picture now, but just fair warning, it's hard to look at. Shackled, naked, and he would be kept in this for days. And you might ask, how is this relevant to what we were just talking about? Amnesty International, about 4 days ago, released a report on the state of human rights in the facility known as Alligator Alcatraz. And it's titled Torture and Enforced Disappearances in the Sunshine State: Human Rights Violations at Alligator Alcatraz and Chrome in Florida. And as you can see, it's fairly lengthy. A 60-page report. We're locked up in 1,000-foot square cages. There are 32 people in each cage, 8 cages inside the tent. The lights are like stadium lights. They're always on. They're never turned off or even dimmed. It's very cold. The air conditioning is very strong. There are a lot of mosquitoes. And in this, one of the methods of torture described is small box torture. It's a lot. I'm gonna link this document, of course, in all of the chats. No, they had 1,000-foot square cage with 32 people in it. You got me double checking now, though. Yeah, 32 people in 1,000-foot square cages. So I'm going to quote this section specifically. The 4 men interviewed by Amnesty International, as well as Florida-based organizations, told the organization about the box described as a 2 by 2 foot cage-like structure located outside in the yard of Alligator Alcatraz, where individuals are sent for punishment. Individuals are put in the box, their hands are shackled, and their feet are attached to restraints on the ground. They are unable to sit down or move positions and are forced to remain there for hours in the heat with hardly any water or protection from the sun, heat, and insects. According to a man seeking safety, people ended up in the box just for asking the guards for anything. I saw a guy who was put in it for an entire day. Yes, that part is not a typo. A 2 foot by 2 foot. Yeah. I mean we're talking we're talking like plantation hot boxes. We're talking um we're talking about like classical devices of torture whereby you would simply chain or tie someone out and leave them exposed to the mosquitoes. Every single person, and I do mean this, every single person from the very top of ICE to the very bottom of ICE, every single individual who helped make this happen needs to be prosecuted, needs to stand for their crimes, needs to stand for their role in allowing this to happen. This needs to be scourged from our society. Because, like, this is monstrous. And we cannot simply move past this like nothing happened. The people who gave the order for all of this to happen, the people who carried out those orders, the people who were contracted to avoid liability, every single middle manager, every single bureaucrat, every single person who signed off on every fucking aspect of this needs to go to prison. It is unconscionable to me. And we as a society cannot move past that until justice is done. And part of our job, part of the organizing aspect that we need to seek out and build in our communities, we need to put on our big boy pants. We need to put on our big girl pants. We need to put on our big NB pants. And we need to go to our local Dem meetings, as odious as you might think your local Democratic Party is. And you need to radicalize them to make sure a key part of the Democratic platform from here on out is holding these people to account. And then you need to go to your local DSA and you need to make them more effective. You can't let them go around being virtue signaling do-nothings anymore. DSA needs to be organized and they need to get out there and they need to start pushing for accountability too. Because when we get involved and we push for action or we push for more radical politics, we can get those things. And it is our time to start doing that shit. Because if we do not demand it, we will not receive it. We should not tolerate a modern day KKK given the power of the federal government. We should not empower and allow a modern day Gestapo to thrive and then to fade into the background like nothing fucking happened. Like they didn't do a goddamn thing. People chose this. People chose to make folks suffer, to torture them, to kill them, to break apart their lives, and those folks need to be accountable for that choice. And I'm asking you, if you are angry and of good conscience, to get up and get involved. Because we need more folks who are angry and who are willing to do what it takes for us to win. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help doing that, join our Discord. Okay, you can reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. You can reach out to GamerG for help joining your local DSA. We have spaces in the Discord to talk about exactly how to do this. And we need more people getting involved. Because Dragonfly says, I'm very tired. We need more people pushing. We're all in this car together, and we gotta start getting out and push. Hell, start calling your elected representatives and start pushing them on this. Jeffries has already sworn he's not going to prosecute any of this. Fuck Jeffries. Destroy him then. Radicalize the local politics against Hakeem Jeffries. I don't give a fuck. Oh, it's going to be hard? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck that it's hard to hold Nazis accountable. We still have to do it. This is the thing that I get so upset about all the time. I do not give a single rat shit about whether or not it's gonna be hard. The task still falls to us to do. So we do the hard things. So, folks, do hard things and get to work. Because we all need to do our part. I'm trying to do mine. Try to do yours too. And together we might just get through this. Dragonfly is saying in chat, I can help you join, especially now. I'm taking a few weeks off from my activism for burnout, but that gives me more time to help you get involved. Dragonfly, you are a goddamn saint. Now, all that being said, if you got anything out of this, I know it was a long segment. Like the video, drop a comment. Comments really help the video do well. And share it around, please. I'd appreciate it, because I think more people need to know about this shit. I think a lot of people are angry, but they're angry in a very abstract way. In a way where it's like they don't really know specifics enough to get truly beyond angry about it. And we need to be going out there and trying to radicalize as many folks as possible, because we cannot let these people get away with what they've done. So, folks, let's get to work. And let's keep doing the hard thing. Whew, that was a lot. Patrick Lucas, thank you for gifting a membership over on YouTube. Very much appreciated. I'm gonna read the messages. I said I would. 1 second. I got to make sure I re-enable alerts over here. Otherwise, I will forget. Cool. I just realized I also left the audio on mono sound from earlier, so let me fix that real quick as well. I was wondering why it sounded so strange. There we go. Do you think they ever talk about Brett Favre's fraud with COVID funds and his alma mater? Well, I know they don't because I pay attention to what they say, and I know they never talk about Brett Favre. Uncle Simrick, thank you for the $5 super chat. Also, just want to say, Pluvius, thank you for the $5 dono. Every time I see Patrick Bet David in his PBD podcast, I think of the Peanut Butter Gamer channel on YouTube, and I can't help but think Peanut Butter Dumbass. Fair. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. It'd be interesting if this caused PBD to actually talk about curbing monetary gains while in Congress. Oh, wait. That would require not grifting. Yeah, no, of course they're never going to talk about that. They love the grifting when it's there, guys. North African food is pretty crazy good. It really, really is. And Sake Tanuki, thank you for the additional 2 tier 1 subs. I thought this was a C-SPAN React channel. Hey now. You're an all-star. Get your game on. What? Hey. Thank you very, 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 very much. Oof. So, how we doing? We've been going for over 4 hours. Checking in. Also, hello, K-Fox.
Hey Jack, I have a small issue and could use some advice. I'd really appreciate some perspective.
Yeah, what's up, Nathan? Also, thank you for the $20 dono. I very, very much appreciate that. Also, just for folks keeping track, we're over a fifth of the way done. 4 hours already. Yeah, that last segment. Also, K-Fox, I don't know if that last segment should be one just super long chunk. I think it might need to be cut in half.
I have a friend who's a right-leaning centrist and he's fallen in some conservative conspiracies. To give you an idea, he likes Asmongold and think Michelle Obama is trans.
No.
Any advice?
Well, Nathan, first of all, thank you for the $10 dono. Second of all, I don't know. Like, the thing is, if somebody is a transvestigator, I don't know how to really reach them, you know? Largely because, like, the transvestigation stuff, oh, that's A-okay, Shakespeare. But, like, Nathan, like, the transvestigation, like, conspiracy, like, once that takes hold of someone, like, it's really hard to shake. Because, like, once you start being like, well, they could be trans, or they could be trans, like, it's really weird. Like, it's really weird, and it has, like, a strange hold on people. And I think maybe the best way to address that is, like, okay, if they were trans, why would that matter? Like, why would it matter if someone is trans? Like, okay, so Barack Obama's wife is trans, and, like, how would that change anything exactly? And the answer is it wouldn't really, except that the conspiracy then lends itself towards every government agency and everyone in the government is in on it, and the government's working against you, right? So I would just kind of be like, and trans women are women, bro. Like, I don't know how much success that would be, how successful that would be, though. That's kind of the issue, because I'm assuming you're looking for, like, how to de-radicalize them. And I would say that probably you have to engage with the underlying idea rather than deal with the nitty-gritty of the conspiracy. Largely, you gotta deal with the idea that being trans is bad, or that, like, trans people would have to hide it. Like trans people had to hide it back in the day, and sometimes still today, because like potentially violent consequences. But he doesn't like politicians hiding transness. He thinks they're pushing it. To what end? Like, why does he think politicians are pushing transness? I guess. And like, I don't know how to help you with Asmongold. I feel like if somebody is really into Asmongold, it's because he's reflecting their specific bigotries or biases back at them, which can form like a self-reinforcing loop, you know? He thinks it's being pushed in schools, but okay, but when someone says something is being pushed, well, someone's pushing for a reason, and what does he think that reason is? Because, like, oftentimes folks who fall into that particular conspiracy theory think that, like, the schools are trying to make kids trans or gay because, like, that's the only way trans and gay people can reproduce. And, like, is that what the issue is? Like, usually it is related to, like, a grooming narrative, which yeah, I mean, Dragonfly is correct. Like, one of the ways you can approach it is try a Socratic argument and just, like, ask him why until you get down to, like, the base of his assumption. Because genuinely, it's really hard to tell with like, people are secret trans conspiracy what the motivation is. Sometimes it's like, well, the gays are sexually abusing and grooming kids, or the transes are doing that. And sometimes it's something else entirely. Also, ask him, in addition to like, why are the schools making kids trans? Ask him, how are they making kids trans? Right? Like, I'm sorry, if you're just presenting information, that's not making someone trans, you know? Like, I don't know. I would see what is his assumption at the very bottom of all of that, I guess. Hopefully that's helpful advice. Yeah, because Uncle Simric, you are correct. In a lot of cis male spaces, it really does boil down to like a fear of, you know, finding oneself attracted to a trans woman, and like, does that mean I'm gay? Because to a lot of like straight dudes, a lot of straight cis dudes, they feel like the worst thing they could possibly be is gay, because it would make them like lesser in the eyes of their peers, right? And so sometimes a lot of the anti-trans stuff is just like fear projected outwards.
The left is more likely to trans Americans than trans them.
It's true.
Hashtag Thomas the Tanky Engine.
It's true. We just want fast, efficient transport. What I would ask is if reading one book can turn a kid trans, Why can't the millions of other books turn trans kids cis? I mean, that's
Appreciated,
great
and
question.
yeah, I am trying to de-radicalize them. At one point he mentioned birth rates, so that could be connected.
I mean, yeah. Nathan, I do have to level with you. Your friend seems pretty far down a conservative pipeline. Like, if someone is talking birth rates and like, oh, Michelle Obama's trans, like that's pretty far down. Whew. Okay, so I think I'm gonna move this segment up. Maybe I'll boot this one to tomorrow. Yeah, I think. Oh God. You know what? I think I'll move this segment up.
And
oh, now I do want to say, you guys have surprisingly good ears. You have surprisingly good ears, and you guys predicted a segment after hearing less than a word accidentally spoken by one of the characters who's coming up. Zooming out a little bit, do you have any advice on dealing with the multitudes of deeply insecure people in society? Honestly, the best way to deal with them is just being deeply secure in yourself.
Tell them they want to put men that are voluntarily pumping themselves full of tea back in women's restrooms.
I mean, that is another way to kind of push back, Sake, on like the whole masculinity issue. God. Also, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I'm an audiophile. My ears are impeccable. I'm gonna go pee really quick, and I do mean genuinely really quick. But when I come back, you know, we're gonna be. Oh my God! Oh no! Huh. Oh, I had a little bit of a little bit of a premonition there. It was disturbing. Just ah! Oh God. All right. Is that a ghost? All right. I will be right back. Don't you guys go anywhere.
For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised, palms calloused, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. this movement their own. Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. This campaign is about people like Wesley, people like the woman I met on the BX 33 years ago, people like the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall. My brother, we are in City Hall now.
Hello, hello, hello. How we all doing, folks? You guys ready for a segment? You all ready for a segment? Now let me just take a gander here. The Grackle, thank you for the $10 super chat.
Transphobia. 2 things. The authoritarian mind always wants to attribute blame. Bad things always need a bad guy. Second, masculinity is a category that can be revoked by other men.
It's true. I think masculinity as traditionally manifested in society can be revoked by other men, but I think that there is a way masculinity can be found within one's own self. You know, like, for example, Pedro Pascal, he's a masculine ass man. But he also doesn't he doesn't simper for the approval of his masculinity to other men. And that's, I think, one of the things that people like about him and what allows him to have a lot of trustworthiness and respect. You know? He does not allow other people to revoke his masculinity because he's the arbiter of it. And I think that that's a really empowering thing, to get your identity from yourself rather than from other people. And I think that that process can scare a lot of people who live in cis heteronormativity, you know? Also, Patrick Lucas, thank you for gifting another membership in YouTube chat. Spreading the good cheer. All right. You all ready for a seggy? Yes, easier said than done. However, I think finding one's identity in one's own self is pretty healthy. Jack should be sponsored by Monster. Every time I watch her, I feel like she's drinking one. Well, that's because I am. I'm usually extraordinarily tired by the time I start stream, so I usually need some kind of caffeinated beverage to get through. And see, I drink a lot of Rehab Monsters. I'm drinking a Monster now. Fuck yeah. Oof. Sounds like you have sleep issues. No, I don't have sleep issues. I have time issues. My issue is that I have a lot of things I need to get done during the daytime, and a lot of things I need to get done during the nighttime. So I wind up burning the candle on both ends. All right, you all ready for a seggy? I'm afraid of ghosts. I'm afraid of no ghost. How much do you sleep on average? Like, ideally, my body wants to get like 9+ hours of sleep. In practice, I get between 3 to 6 hours. Probably average around 5. But I'm trying to be better about it. Give me a few years, I'll get it sorted out, Uncle Simric. I'm frightened of woke. That's fine. The issue is 5 hours is not fine for me. I need the 9+ hours, but I just don't get it because I don't have time. Okay, we're doing a segment now. You guys can't stop me. All right?
Solution that could up.
Okay. Here we go. So, folks, we have to talk, unfortunately, about Bill Maher. And somehow you guys, like, I accidentally played, like, a half a second of Bill Maher's voice. He didn't even get out a full word, but you guys recognized him right at the very start of stream when I did that little audio mishap. And, like, now we're getting to the part where I talk about Bill Maher. And I do apologize for that. But I just wanted to say that, well,
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
you're very observant. And, well, Bill Maher had on Anna Kasparian. And, you know, let's take a look. We're not going to watch the whole thing, obviously, but we're going to take a look at one part in particular. This part is titled California Crime and Democratic Failures. So I've talked a lot about crime in California in particular, in response to some TYT stories. And I'm wondering if she's going to rehash debunked arguments. And, you know, I'm here for that. For those who don't know, I had Anna Kasparian on the show a few years ago. And she shouted me out on the Young Turks in the past, and, well, it is unfortunate that she has since pivoted to the right. So we'll see how this goes.
Upgrade with you. Head to squarespace.com, start your free trial, and when you're ready to launch...
God, he looks and sounds like he's lost during the ad read. Get out of here.
Which is bad enough. But as you and I both know as Californians, we get a double whammy of experiencing the incompetence of leadership in our state. And so
Oh, yeah.
I feel like I find myself in this really interesting position of experiencing what corrupt Democratic leadership looks like and how disastrous it is. And then on a federal level, I'm not, you know, loving a lot of what's been happening recently with the Trump administration.
No.
And I understand Americans who have just completely written off politics. They don't vote, they don't engage. I think that's a mistake, but I understand where that's coming from.
I feel the same.
I just don't know how to fix it.
I don't think he's really listening. I think he's really invested in his weed and booze.
I don't know if it's
No.
fixable.
It's not, as long as there's like smartphones, but because that just is making us ever stupider. And I mean, people don't know anything anyway. So, I mean,
Man, Bill Maher is the embodiment of a doomer. You know, like there is something empowering about being a doomer, where you can like just sit back and be like, see, the world is falling apart. It is on fire. Haha. I was right about it, wasn't I? Isn't everyone else such a moron? Like there's something empowering about that. There's a like an element of like wish fulfillment or fantasy about it. And that's the area that Bill Maher tries to kind of occupy. Uh, it's also like it's just childish, you know, like it's a childish impulse to just say, well, you know, nothing could possibly be made good again because smartphones exist and everyone's just dumber and people don't know anything even if they didn't have the smartphones. It's yeah, it's lazy and it's like I don't know, it's just such a overdone position, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I just see so many people talking about politics all the time that I feel like it's not a brave or bold position. I'll give it that much.
That they've completely lost the thread with education. But can I
Yeah.
tell you, you're talking about California.
Yep.
I mean, you're from here, right?
Yes, born and raised.
Okay.
They've lost the thread with education. Could you go into that a little bit more, Bill? What do you mean by that?
So here's a fire story. Like in January when the fire hit, Matt Gaetz was a scheduled guest. I think it was January 7th, and he drove through the fire to get here to keep the booking. I mean,
Wow.
I've had people cancel bookings for nothing. And then we chatted here right up until the evacuation order came.
No way.
Yeah,
Good for him. That's actually really impressive. No, but seriously.
Well, as my catchline is always, everybody's a monster till you talk to them.
Yeah.
And then there are certain things you're obviously going to still disagree about, you
Right.
know. I mean,
Yeah, everyone's a monster until you talk to them. Like Donald Trump. Yeah, I talked to Donald Trump, but he's not a monster. He's just a man. Anyway, Bill, are you gonna complain some more about how someone wrote about their dinner with Hitler? You gonna complain some more about that joke piece?
Laura Trump was here, like last show we did, and you know, as all these shows with the Republicans, I mean, they take their beating like a man. They never ever like get upset when we go back, and I mean, there must have been 6 to 8 major things that you know I just pushed back on, you know, and 2 minutes later we're laughing, and there's a way to.
Yep, it's because it's all team sports to them, man. It's just like their appearance on your show is purely mercenary. You're doing their bidding. You're doing the job they want you to do. It's pretty easy to laugh along with someone when you are no threat to their power. Like, yeah. When you're like a like when you've been broken and are unable to present any kind of threat, any kind of real question to them that is going to damage them in some capacity, you're not they're not concerned about you. They know whose water you hold. Yeah, it's a faux opposition. Exactly, Latzia.
Do it where
Right.
you just cannot expect, you just can't have that attitude of you must come around to my way of thinking or you're dead to me, unfriend you, cut you off, no Thanksgiving for you. It just doesn't work, even if it was
Well-
the right thing to do, which it is not.
Right.
I mean, I would argue that cutting Bill Maher out of your life is a universally positive decision. This man is such a miserable sack of shit. Mostly insofar as, like, I can't imagine wanting to interact with him for longer than, like, 5 minutes. You know, like, it just seems like a miserable prospect.
Because you are not God and you don't know what the answer is. And again, imagine 10 reasons why they think differently. People are different. They grow up in different parts of the country. They have a different thing that was put in their head as a child, different personalities. A lot of politics is your personality. People are sometimes just born square. You're a square. What party are you going to be? You're going to be in the square party. You know?
Yeah.
And it's just, to hate them for that is just, it's cuckoo.
I mean, I don't, there's very
Yeah, to hate people who have been born into and openly decide to embrace bigotry, why would you do that?
few people that I hate. I think I can maybe name one. But for me, it's about a person's actions and whether or not they are wittingly hurting others and
Right.
totally okay with
That's
it.
a
You know
good.
what I'm
That's a
saying?
good standard.
Yeah. And I love political debate. I really do. And I forget oftentimes when I'm engaged in a passionate, political debate that not everyone thinks the way I do, because I'm able to get as fiery as we need to as we're, arguing. But once the debate's over, it's over, right? We just had a policy debate. Like, it doesn't, just because we have different points of view doesn't mean that I'm going to write you off and I'm done with you. I've had fiery debates on the show I host and executive produce, The Young Turks, with my with the CEO of the company and founder, Cenk Uygur. We don't agree on everything, but we have this ability to sometimes get into shouting matches, and then once we're done with the shouting match, we're done. It's past us,
And that's good practice for marriage.
Okay. Well, number one, again, you might have shouting matches on the show, and you might be able to put that aside, but like, for example, it'd be really hard for me to have a co-host who doesn't view me as a woman and who wants to debate whether or not I deserve to exist in society, which is a mainstream talking point in conservative circles, and also increasingly in democratic circles. And like, I can't be friends with someone who doesn't recognize my fundamental humanity and my fundamental identities. Like, I am a woman, and if you aren't going to treat me like a woman, I can't have like a relationship with you. Like, that's in a similar vein, like, someone who is viewed as subhuman can't have an equitable working relationship with someone who thinks that they are inherently superior to their co-host. Like, that doesn't work.
Actually, yeah, it is.
Isn't
It is. It is totally. Because
Awkward.
at the end of the day, you're talking to a human being. You're fighting and arguing with a human being. And to like distill them as one political viewpoint and nothing more, I think is unfair to them. And people change, by the way. I've changed, right?
Right.
And
True.
going through that evolution has made me far more empathetic
Change
to
is-
people overall.
Change
right?
is good.
Change is
Except for the trans people. Like, the empathy applies to people overall, but not those people over there.
excellent. Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing stupider in politics.
Like, are we gonna get to birthing people? I think we are. Yeah, women's spaces and trans policies. I bet we're gonna come up with some interesting takes there, huh? Well, I guess we'll find out.
And people who say, well, he's changed his position. Yeah, he was 18.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
grew.
totally.
He got new information came along. Flip flop, flip flop.
Totally.
If it's generated by logic, flip flop is good. It means you grew. You learned something new.
Totally.
You went with the facts. You weren't stuck in no.
Well, wait. In politics, a flip-flop can be many different things, not just, oh, I learned new information and changed my beliefs accordingly. No, sometimes a flip-flop is done out of political convenience rather than due to new information. Unless that new information is polling information, I guess.
Oh, I believed it when I was 12, and I believe it now. Girls have cooties. That's my position.
It's ridiculous. I mean, also, it's okay to change your mind if you won, the policies you want have been implemented, and it turns out the policies suck and you don't like them, right? I mean, it's okay to admit, oh, this didn't work out. Let's recalibrate. And that was my big issue with Democrats and California in particular, where it's like,
Cashless bail.
we have done some of these criminal justice reforms, and
Like?
they've been kind of
Oh,
disastrous.
so much. I mean, if
Right?
I could
Like?
list just the things that the left has done
Like?
that they think are helping, that are counter to their own goals.
They're literally
That's how
getting
much
people
your head is up
killed.
your
Yeah.
ass.
Like
you know,
what?
defunding the police.
Well,
Which, you
Has that happened anywhere? Just out of curiosity. Here. Let me just LA police budget by year. Do. Huh, weird. Seems like it's gotten bigger almost every single year. Wowee. In fact, it's over $1 billion bigger in budget than it was in 2012. Damn, that's crazy. Huh. Who can say?
know, like, didn't help African Americans who usually want more police, not corrupt police.
it's even worse than that.
But that
It's even
they
worse than that.
want more police. It's so racist. They think they're being anti-racist, and actually, it's being very racist to assume that black.
I mean, also, the thing that you're saying is happening isn't happening. Just as an FYI.
People, it's saying, well, aren't they the criminals? We can't have a lot of cops around them. No, they're not.
So a really good friend of mine who does consulting for media, like, would send me polls. And the polls were about, you know, Black Americans and how they feel.
Just, you know, oh, wow. Rising per capita spending on law enforcement, accompanied by a decline in percentage of reported Part 1 violence and property offenses cleared, solved by law enforcement. Oh, wild. Crime clearance rate has gone down as police spending has gone up per capita pretty consistently over time. Weird how that works.
About policing and what they want. Do they want to defund policing? Do they want to keep the funding levels the same? Do they want to increase policing? And I was shocked. Poll after poll indicated, no, they don't want to cut funding for policing. In fact, the problem they have with policing is that they don't feel that the police force in their community is doing enough to keep them safe in their communities, which is very simple.
Yeah, it's maybe because the police are better funded now than they ever have been, and the clearance rate is incredibly low. Like, Senator on juvenile and criminal justice. California law enforcement agencies are spending more but solving fewer crimes. That's not a result of defunding. But I guess who gives a fuck about actually looking up data?
Similar to what was happening in the 1990s. Like, if you go back and watch local news reports out of LA, for instance, in the 1990s, one of the biggest complaints from, you know, people living in, at the time it was South Central, now it's considered South LA, one of the biggest complaints was, we don't see enough police keeping our communities safe. And so the data is the data. You can't manipulate hard facts. And
wait, public opinion isn't hard facts, though. Public opinion shifts all the time, to the point where you can just straight up lie constantly, for example, about immigrants and immigration, and shift public opinion, regardless of what the facts are.
For me, when I signed on to criminal justice reform, what I thought I was signing on to was, we're going to reform our prisons. Our prisons shouldn't be torturing people. Prison rape shouldn't just be accepted, right? I want this to be more than just punitive. I want to rehabilitate people. I want to have a situation in which they pay the price for their crime, but they're also being rehabilitated so that when they get out, they're able to be productive members of society. We didn't actually do much of that in
No.
California. There's one prison that's been reformed, and it's actually showing really great results, and I hope that that spreads. But the idea of, oh, we're just not going to punish anyone for pretty much anything is not what I thought I was signing up for. But
That's also not what you have. Like, the data absolutely does not back up the idea that crime is just now legal in California. At all. Like, again, there are two possibilities here. One is that she has just shifted into lying grift land, and the other is that she is just high on her own supply. Like, this is just not, this is nonsense either way. But one is like a nonsense of maliciousness intended to basically just throw facts and reason under the bus for her own short-term gain. But the other is she's just disconnected from reality. Like she got the Chat GPT brain. She spent too much time on Twitter and it rotted her senses. Like, those are the two possibilities that I can figure out. Why not both? Could be. Though grifting, I feel like, assumes a level of, you know, the information to the contrary, and yet you forge ahead anyway, you know?
pretty much what we've gotten. And preemptively shutting down, 4 to 5 state prisons without really having a plan in place for what happens to oftentimes like violent inmates was a disastrous idea by Gavin Newsom, to be honest.
I mean, the bizarre, just this bizarre obsession with putting women, rather men, or at least people with penises.
Oh, you're gonna get.
Oh, good. Bill Maher gonna be talking about how we need to put trans women in men's prisons.
Me in trouble. You're gonna be in trouble, Bill. You're gonna get me in trouble.
Why? There's no trouble for
Because
you.
I'm
Your
supposed
life
to,
is trouble.
I'm supposed to be totally okay
There's no
with it.
supposed to be. First of all,
Is it bad that I don't want to see a dick in the women's locker room? Is that bad?
no. There's a,
Is the implication here that you want to see a vagina in the women's locker room? Like, is the implication here that, like, you look around at, like, the sea of vaginas in the women's locker room and you're just like, ah, finally, I can be at peace? Because that's also really fucking weird. Right? Number one. And number two, like, it's not weird that you don't want to see somebody else's genitals in the locker room. Most people don't want to see other people's genitals in the locker room, regardless of what genitals they are.
I just don't. I don't want to see a cock in the women's locker room.
And you shouldn't, and no woman should. I mean, this is basic 101, and this is, again, to my point about, like...
Also, what do you want exactly? Right? Because the question is, okay, do you want trans women to use the men's locker room? Because, like, one would assume, right, if you are against or think that men are inherently more prone to rape, or like prisons, like trans women in like men's spaces are going to be more likely to be sexually assaulted, like, which they are, by the way. Trans women in men's prison get very much have very high rates of sexual assault against them. Why do you think it's okay to inflict that upon trans women? Or is this a situation where you're like, well, trans people should have a separate changing room just for trans people? And it's like, okay, so you want all gyms, all locker rooms to have like a non-gendered locker room? Which, and I'm just going to say this, if you think that one can have non-gendered locker rooms as an alternative for trans people, why not just make all of the locker rooms non-gendered? Just make spaces for people to change in stalls. Problem solved. The only reason they don't build the stalls for changing is to save on construction costs. Like, but again, that would solve the problem of seeing anybody's genitals too much in a changing room. And maybe, again, the impulse to go into the changing room is just to see the sea of vaginas, to know that you're safe from any tox. I guess.
Like, if I just listed, and I could do it for a long time, the things that they do because they're so tripped up by their own
Orthodox
ideology that they think that that makes them a better person, to be so counterintuitive about all these issues like this, that this makes them the good people, that they're way out ahead on this issue, and you're not, and it's not.
Hey, Bill, what locker room do you want me to use? It's a fair question. What locker room do you want me to use? I got huge tits. Which one am I going in? Hey Anna, which changing room am I going in? Seems like a fair question.
Not what people want, and it goes against human nature, and it's not helping. You didn't, yeah, you.
I love that she nods her head along with this about, like, the concept of trans people going against human nature. Yeah, of course trans people go against human nature. You're so right, Bill.
Want to champion women, and you didn't. You did the opposite. You
I know,
made
because
them
there's the hierarchy.
You made them uncomfortable
No,
and
100%,
unnecessarily.
100%. Look,
in many ways.
When you see everything as a hierarchy, literally everything's a hierarchy, well then inevitably you're going to find yourself in a situation where the rights of one group kind of falls by the wayside.
Right. It's a zero-sum game.
Exactly. And I don't see it that way. I respect transgender people. I do not want to treat them like the others. I want them to have rights. I want them to be treated with dignity and respect.
I don't want to treat them as the others, but
exactly.
At the same time, I also know what it's like to be a woman living in a state where we've decided self-ID makes the most sense. Okay, well, self-ID doesn't make the most sense.
No.
Because obviously, as you and I both know, there are all sorts of predators out there who are going to take advantage of that situation, and that's already happened.
That's also already illegal. Like, when you say take advantage of that situation, what situation is, like, what are you talking about? If there's a creep in the changing room, it doesn't matter if that creep is a man or a woman or a non-binary person. They're a creep in the bathroom. That's already a violation of whatever buildings policy you're in, violation of the law, etc. Like, that's already against the rules. It's not like a creep can just go, I identified as a woman today. Checkmate, law enforcement. That's not how that works. Well, you see, officer, I have my get out of jail woman card. Like, no, it doesn't work that way. At all. Like, I'm just trying, like, take advantage of it as well. Like, okay, when you say take advantage of it, what exactly do you mean? Do you mean someone came in, changed their clothes, and then went on with their day? Or are you saying someone came in and leered at the people who were in the changing room? Because either way,
We need to
that's
get the
creepy and
giga chad
gross.
bearded muscled trans guys lining up at the TYT women's restrooms.
Like, I don't, like, what do you want exactly? Like, do you want the trans guys to go into the women's room? Like, what? I don't know. Like, I'm sorry. Are you gonna feel good with like this guy rolling up into your bathroom? Like, I don't think so. I don't think you're gonna feel particularly good with this guy in the bathroom, and like he pulls down his pants and has a vagina. Like, I don't think you're gonna feel good about that, actually. I don't think that's actually going to solve your problem at all, but that seems to be what you're advocating for. Unless you're also saying, again, trans people just shouldn't be allowed to go into restrooms or changing rooms or what have you. Like, and here's the issue, because like she's trying to say this is like a live and let live situation, except it's not, because your stance on this literally dictates whether or not, and not your stance, but like the policies that get implemented by government. And those policies get supported or, advocated against by people of differing politics, right? And if your stance is in favor of well, trans people just shouldn't be able to use the bathroom, or trans people just shouldn't be able to use, gyms or changing rooms or what have you, like, then you're advocating for cutting us out of just everyday life. Whether it is our ability to go to the grocery store without like dehydrating ourselves, our ability to like go work out, our ability to like go to the pool. Like, if your position is just, well, the pool, all those facilities need to build gender neutral facilities, like, I guess, but then why not just have all the facilities be gender neutral? Like, and not all places have gender neutral bathrooms or gender neutral changing rooms or gender neutral what have you. Like, those aren't always an option. And I don't know, I think it's kind of a big deal to me if I'm in a place where I can go out and live my day-to-day life, and like if I need to use the bathroom while I'm going to get groceries, I can. Versus if I need to calculate every single day that I wake up, like how hydrated I can be. And by the way, this is a calculation that trans people in general already have to make, which is why trans people have hugely elevated rates of like urinary tract infections. It's because we are scared to use the bathroom. Scared because of policies like this, like what Anna is advocating, like what Anna is pushing for. Scared because there could be a vigilante who tries to take something and tries to take justice into their own hands and beats the shit out of us, maybe even kills us. Scared because what if somebody calls the cops while we just try and take a piss or take a shit? Scared because we might become the new national headline because we decided we wanted to go to the gym one day. And like, that's never a problem for someone like Anna Kasparian. And Anna's just like, well, if we allow self ID, then like creeps could get in the bathroom. They can already get in the bathroom. There's no magic force field. The
Right. So there was that big We Spa story. And it turned out that the so-called transgender woman who was allowed into the women's locker room at a Korean spa in downtown LA was not actually a transgender person, was a person who had a long record of,
By the way, this is from 4 years ago. She's using as an example an event that took place 4 years ago, because despite the concerns that should trump my ability to go pee places, the best example and most recent example she can come up with is from an event that happened 4 years ago. And y'all want to know something a little bit weird? A little strange that she doesn't mention? Oh. Oh, what? Oh, what's that? Why spa suspect not guilty on all 9 counts of indecent exposure? Oh, wow! Wow! That's crazy. She had to live through a 4-week-long jury trial. Let's just take a quick look at some of these details. There were bombshells throughout the 4-week jury trial. An email from a Y Spa manager named Mr. Sue, who was entered into evidence. It instructed managers on duty not to admit customer Darren Merriger, the now 55-year-old heterosexual male who identifies as transgender, referred to as he, him, and she, her on the record. The ignored email referred to a customer only by an ID number. The prosecution submitted that the communication predated the night of 2021, that the embattled bather sat nude at the edge of the spa jacuzzi tub, legs akimbo, until a female patron complained, then filed police reports weeks later. A woman recorded a viral video that night, objecting to a penis. They let the defendant in, the argument went. The defense wanted the video played so the jury could hear the colorful reaction from those set against Merriger that night. What's more, absent from the extended video was any mention of the key claim that might prove sexual intent, an alleged erection. Judge Joseph Burgart ruled, to the dismay of the defense, that only a short section of the Y Spa kerfuffle could be played sans audio. So, basically, throughout this, a lot of misgendering. The jury came to a not guilty decision in less than an hour and a half. A witness that jurors told me they found to be one of the most credible appeared on behalf of the defense. She was a psychiatric nurse practitioner who is also in the nude area of the spa with her 2 daughters. She admitted to concern over Merriger's presence, but also could see Merriger for the better part of a half hour through the window of the sauna, as the defendant remained at the jacuzzi pool. Dr. Natarajan testified Merriger's demeanor was pleasant and there was no erection. Jurors told me that they were suspicious that 2 Y Spa complaints said they just happened to show up at the same time at an LA police station to file reports, weeks after the Y Spa incident. Another prosecution witness dramatically took the stand at the very last minute. A woman named Tamara was upset that her autistic daughter had to bear witness to Merriger's manhood in the women's showers of a Sherman Oaks pool. She offered up a litany of choice words in court and admitted to telling Merriger, "I'll drag you out by your hair." Jury members told me that the highly charged witness testimony did not help the prosecution. If anything, the defendant was consistent, continuing to bathe in the women's section of pools and spas in LA, Orange County, and Palm Springs, even after the headline-grabbing Y Spa incident of 2021. Like, I don't know what the issue is here. Like, you went to a nude spa. You saw someone in the nude. Crazy. How could you expose yourself? You're in a nude spa. I just Jurors ultimately decided that Merriger hadn't actually done anything except what others were doing. Merriger showered, toweled off, and changed clothes, and didn't stare at others or solicit their attention verbally. Like, I'm sorry. This is someone minding their own business.
Sexual exploitation and assault or whatever, pretended to be transgender, gets into the women's locker room.
Again, didn't pretend to be transgender, is transgender.
And I felt so bad because I bought the cover story when it was first reported, but I was wrong to buy it. I should have asked more questions.
You're talking about this case after not guilty on all 9 accounts. All 9 counts.
And that poor woman, she happened to be a Black woman who was complaining at the front desk of WeSpa. She was dragged through the mud when in reality, she witnessed this person fondling themselves in the women's locker room. Now, this person is not.
Yeah, honestly, excellent question. Should lesbians also be banned from women's locker rooms? They could fondle themselves. They could skeeve at like other ladies. But something tells me this isn't related to that.
Not transgender. This is not an indictment of transgender people. It's an indictment of a policy that was not thought through.
The policy is thought through, and the policy is enacted specifically to protect transgender people.
And as a result, there are women who are going to suffer. And as a result, there are transgender people who are going to suffer because people are going to make the mistake of thinking, oh, well, that guy was transgender and this is how they behave. No, this is not how they behave. We need to be smarter about these policies. It's that simple.
It's so good to hear you say that.
Yeah.
Really good. I did not expect that.
Really?
Well, in general, you're a lot more reasonable than I thought you would. The fire breathers, are always trying to...
I mean, if we start talking about Gaza, I think you're going to disagree with me probably. That's probably where we'd have the most disagreement. But in terms of the transgender...
Why do people feel like they're entitled to constantly talk about and obsess over their genitalia? I don't know. It's one of the weirdest parts about, like, cis heteronormativity. This idea that you're entitled to know what other people's genitals are, or that, like, I don't know, having certain genitals means you're predisposed to acting in certain ways. Like, it's really weird and gross. Like, again, if you're at a nude spa and you're like, well, if I see genitals, it means somebody else is sexually aroused. Like, you're the weird one there. And, like, she doesn't even care. Like, she doesn't... How do I put this? She both cares about it so much that she brings this example up constantly when talking about trans issues. But she doesn't care about it enough to actually check back in with that case and the substance of it. And the substance of it really does seem to be this trans person was targeted by a group of transphobes. And then a jury of their peers ruled that that trans person did nothing wrong. So, like, you cared enough about it to hold on to it as an example of how, like, the lying, scheming abuse of the trans person system exists and should therefore we should dictate all policy around that. But you didn't care enough about it to look up how that case actually played out. It's really gross that this woman looked me in the eye and pretended to give a single fuck about trans issues. It makes me so mad.
Well, then maybe later. Maybe later.
Like, I mean,
because I will definitely carve you into little pieces on that one.
I don't know about that, Bill.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
I can't imagine having like such a lighthearted back and forth about the topic of a fucking genocide. Jesus. Do all people just get to a point where they become allergic to caring about things? It's crazy to me.
But on this one, I'm first of all, good for you for saying that. I say it all the time. It's no shame to say, "Oh, I believe the cover story."
Yeah, I do.
Because the cover story just means that everybody has their own narrative. Nobody pursues the truth on either side. You have to.
Yeah, no, of course not. It's not like this was adjudicated in a court of law or anything. This show is a complete waste of time. Like, just a complete waste of time.
To work really hard.
Yes.
But since it's my job, I do, to get the full story. Nobody ever prints if you read the New York Times and the New York Post, it's like these two, it's just funny to do it because it's like, oh, I see what you left out. Oh, I see what you
Totally.
I see
love
what you
doing
left
that.
out. It's not that either one of you. Oh, of course, they both lie to a degree, and the New York Post is sometimes just flat out funny in how they do it, but
They
they just omit.
Yes.
And you know, but like you sound like, and I say this as a compliment, J.K. Rowling, because this is her thing. And I don't know if you saw her take apart Emma Watson.
No, I didn't see that.
There's something that was not reported in the New York Times that I saw. Like we don't.
Transphobia really rots your brain. Like, I can't imagine looking at the comments J.K. Rowling puts out and thinking, there's a rational person who's capable of intellectually dismantling anybody.
We don't see that. We don't notice this. This is not worthy of comment, and it was so fucking was.
A.K. Rowling. You did call it K-Fox.
And of course, in the New York Post, they loved it. Because J.K. Rowling, brilliant J.K. Rowling, I mean, not that I've ever read Harry Potter. To me, it's a children's book, but maybe.
She's so brilliant, though. I've never read anything she's written, but she's so brilliant. Fuck you, Bill. Fuck you.
Rolling is not a compliment.
Ay. She's such a brilliant writer. That's why she named her only Asian character Cho Chang. She's such a brilliant writer. That's why she wrote about slavery and justified it using all of the same justifications used by defenders of slavery during the Civil War. They just really like it. They're happier when they're slaves. You don't understand. It was just brilliant. And you know what? It was brilliant in her children's book, which she told the only character who gave a single fuck about this mass slavery system as a hysterical, out-of-touch loser. I just, like, god damn. But she's brilliant, though. She's so brilliant.
What's that one character who's black and named Shacklebone or something like that?
Kingsley Shacklebolt, Nathan.
Be someday.
Same, yeah.
You know,
I'm right
okay,
there with
but
you.
a great one, I'm sure, got kids reading. But I just love her because, you know, she just says it and she's
just so smart. She's just so smart. I love when she hates trans women. It's the best. I feel like exactly what happened to Bill Maher, if I may be so bold. I feel like the exact situation that played out for Bill Maher is that he has been hitting on younger women and has several times hit on trans women and has been very upset to discover that that is the case. And I think that this has happened largely based on what I know about Bill Maher from his you know, how he is. You might be onto something. Oh, 1000%. I can't name any names, but I feel almost certain that at some point a trans girl on Twitter or Blue Sky has called out that Bill Maher hit on her, and I can't, I would never be able to find that post. But I get the distinct vibe from Bill that he is salty about this and he's gonna take it to his grave. It's all about getting tricked, question them enough, and it always boils down to that. I mean, I do think, yeah, for Bill, I think it's that, you know?
Finally had enough of Emma Watson, who is, super woke and, one of the useful idiots, also on things like Gaza. And so, like, which tells you something that her views on Gaza were just as crazy, I think, as her views on, on the women thing. And, J.K. Rowling was just unmerciful. She was like, well, this is not an issue for you because when you go into a public bathroom, you have a bodyguard who stands outside the door, And she talked about how, when I was your age, I didn't have all this privilege that you're always so hateful. I was home working on the book that made you a star. It was, she just wasn't having it anymore.
Yeah.
'Cause
You do
Emma
get
was
to a point where, and I think on a lot of issues, I'm at that point where you're just sick of the BS on both sides, right? And you want to cut through all of it. And look, honestly, you're never going to get to the truth if you're only relying on partisan media. And that's what I was doing. I was very much in a bubble. I didn't realize I was in a bubble. So now it's like, I have to eat my vegetables. To me, eating vegetables as someone who works in media is reading and consuming content that you know is going to make you uncomfortable because it's going to challenge what your preconceived notions are.
God, I'm uncomfortable right now. And yet I continue to engage with this.
If you're listening to a podcast...
The truth never makes me uncomfortable. It only exhilarates me.
I mean...
No matter where it's...
Uh-huh.
On whatever side it is.
Yeah.
And
you want to talk about a little bit of truth in Gaza then? You want to get exhilarated right now?
We are eating our vegetables right now.
I can exhilarate you.
I know you're going to say genocide, and I'm going to say, well, you don't know what the word means. And it's like, if you don't even know what the words mean...
I'm Armenian. And I know what the word means.
That's a pretty good comeback, though. Not gonna lie. Pretty good comeback. Also, just want to point out in this particular podcast, this section is titled Epic Israel-Hamas Debate. Cool. Anyway, deeply disappointed.
As a cis-bi man, I would date a trans person. I just don't get transphobia. Sometimes you're not dating a asterisk, 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 asterisk. You're dating a woman with a personality and stuff.
Yeah, look. Look, all I gotta say is, like, people are more than their genitals. People are who they are. I think you need to engage with each person individually. And, trans women are women, trans men are men, non-binary folks are non-binary, and, like, cis men are men, cis women are women. Like, you just start with who people say they are and you move on from there. And, like, I just, it seems to me that all of it just keeps coming back to a profound lack of comfort in the uncertainty that trans people inject into social interactions. Right? Like, the uncertainty of, like, well, what's your genital situation? Because rather than just ask after getting to know someone a little bit, a lot of, like, heteronormative folks like to just be able to assume with 100% correctness. it's really weird. It's why I think gender reveal parties are so weird for like babies, because you're just saying what the genitals are in like a socially acceptable way, but that's weird. And yeah, like we cause them to question. They don't want to question in the first place. And I don't know. Like I feel like I should be able to exist as a question. Like if I exist as a question, then ask me. Ask the question. Talk to me like I'm a complicated, nuanced human being. They don't want to think at all. They do just want to autopilot through the social situations. And like I just don't get it. I don't get it.
Asterisk 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 baby or asterisk 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 baby come to our genital reveal party.
Exactly, Nathan. Was that a poem? No, it was just me speaking. So, all that being said, I don't really have a good way of wrapping this up. I'm not going to subject you guys to just a ton of this. There's a lot of other things we could dive into, but I'm done. You know. Um I don't know. Like it's such a weird thing for her to double, triple, quadruple down on. And it makes me feel really weird and odd in a way that I have a difficulty articulating. Because this woman, like, talked to me directly, and we had a long, in depth conversation. And now it just kind of seems like perhaps the entire time she was just, like, fixated in an unhealthy manner. And, like, I don't know. Like I genuinely don't know. It's bizarre. I got you, Jack. Anna sucks. End of segment. But Bill Maher also sucks. Yeah, like I guess I was always just like an inferior class to her, an inferior curiosity. And that's pretty sad. What a narrow-minded way to live one's life. I feel sorry for her. And I would feel sorry for Bill Maher, but like, fuck that guy. All right, whatever. If you enjoyed any of that, if you got anything out of that, please like the show and drop those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, subscribe to the channel, and also leave a comment. Leaving a comment really, really helps. And consider, sharing the segment, doing the things that help the channel grow. Also, folks, check out ImagineOlivia.com. There's a link down in the description. And for those of you who want gender euphoric lingerie, it's designed from the ground up for trans femmes. If you're cis man, cis woman, a non-binary person, anyone in between can wear it.
After seeing you talk more about Emojine Olivia and gender can be what I was thinking, why keep lingear for just women, maybe make some for men too.
Exactly, Nathan. Which is why we also tested Imogene Olivia with cis men. And I can tell you, I have seen cis men wear it and post pictures of themselves online, and they look really fucking good in it. So, look, if you're a cis man and you want to try out some Imogene Olivia lingerie, it is a non-tuck line of lingerie, and it will be very comfortable for you. It's also very comfortable for cis women who like larger gussets and like wider band sizes. There's a lot of really cool stuff.
2 words: ball hammocks.
Okay, ball hammocks, don't like that phrase. However, Imogene Olivia will be coming out with what we're titling an enhancing fit for those who want to enhance what they got, or that is also Packer compatible. So there will be more stuff coming in the next year. So keep your eyes peeled, because that is already in the works. But we're definitely under no circumstances calling it ball hammocks. And yeah, so it's a lingerie line designed for folks who want to just be loud and proud and femme, regardless of their gender identity. But it's been designed with trans femmes in mind specifically. So, all that being said, go check it out. Link in the doobly-doo, and let's keep on going. Whoo! Baby!
What am I supposed to call the giant nets I store exercise balls in my garage in then?
You know, you could call them the... I can't say what I was gonna say. Suck it to Nick. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Nathan, thank you for the $5.69 dono. And thank you for the $69.69 dono. Very much appreciated. God damn it. Oh, God. Honey, can you grab my exercise stuff from the ball hammock? Yeah, no, the Packer compatible enhancing fit will be coming in the future, for sure.
In regards to ball hammocks, I am not talking about panties, I am talking about something I saw on the Green website and thought was hot.
I don't know what the Green website is, but I understand.
Orban's captured as then.
God damn it. Sake, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Wait, Nacho Memo, do you think gay and transgender people are your kings and queens? Wait, did you get confused? Did you get confused when, like, the LGBTQ community started referring to each other as kings and queens, and you thought it was legit? You thought it was legally binding? You thought it was time to like kowtow to all the gays in your life and bring them offerings and perhaps submit to their rule of law? That's crazy. That's wild. That's silly.
My giant bag of orbs, then also R34 is the Green website.
Oh, R34. Gotcha. It's okay, Nacho Memo. Because kings and queens can refer to a lot of other kinds of folks. You know, you got your short kings, you got your tall queens. You know, there's all kinds of kings and queens. You know, you don't have to be intimidated by the gays. You can, in fact, be a king and queen in your own way, even if you're straight and cis. Jack, stop. If it's legally binding, you're gonna get them in trouble. Oh, what? Which queen is gonna tattle on me to our, overlord, Chapel Rowan? Not one of you guys. She's our benevolent dictator, indeed. God. King and Queen Somalia tax theft pirates, new division. Oh, are you reporting for duty? I hope you do well in the Somalia Tax Theft Pirates Division. We launched that just last week. If you don't bring me a treasure hoard of loot, we'll have to talk about your promotion. Or lack thereof. Are we too sober to understand? Probably. Lady Gaga just doesn't have the right amount of hierarchy anymore. No, she used it all up in Joker Part 2. She got demoted. That's when the Sharia law gets enacted, indeed.
Yes, my liege, this one right here, the one with the riverboat, besmirches your grace.
Thank you, Nathan. Sharia law. Oh, Queen Slay. Slay Queen. Slay. Also, I know many people think Santa Claus might be a king, but Santa Claus is a queen because he slays.
You look like a bitch.
Space! Let's go. All right. Guys, I have so many segments. We're gonna be eating good for the next couple of days. Okay? We're gonna be eating good for the next couple of days.
Point and nothing.
No, stop. Stop it. There we go. Whew! Was Alex
A
Jones
queen
talking
with
about
a
the brother
massive
thing?
sack, likely full of balls.
True. Look, let's just say you don't want to get on her bad side. You
Female
got balls?
caribou have antlers in winter, males don't. Santa's reindeer are all female.
True. Rudolph? Trans Rudolph confirmed. I see Santa voguing and hitting the death drop in my head now. In the stripper heels. Gotta be in the stripper heels. All right, you guys ready for our next segment? Are you guys ready? I don't think you are. I think we're all gonna enjoy this a lot. Yee, we're ready for another one? Cliff, you could try some Imogene Olivia. I know multiple men who have bought it, and they look hot as fuck. Also, regarding just like the support of the bralette, it provides a nice shape regardless of your chest size. And we've confirmed that again, also with cis men. Shania Law. It's delicious sour strawberry candy belt bacon. I shouldn't have this on my desk. It's too dangerous. We live under Shania Law here in Canada.
Caraboo?
Sake, were you trying to make a Labubu reference? Because I feel like a caribou version of a Labubu is somehow way more terrifying. All right. Maybe. It's late. All right. You guys ready? Are you guys ready for some shit? It's time for us to throw out some chum in the waters, as it were. All right, here we go. Also, now that I'm done with the Anna Kasparian segment, I can let my hair down. She's mocking us run. Eh, whatever. Good enough. Cool. You look like a sultry siren from the 90s. Fuck yeah. Teehee. Yeah, I watched it earlier tonight, so I had to have it up in a bun so it wasn't too wet. Oof. Okay, here we go. So, folks, it's time for me to tell you all a little story from the past. All right? Once upon a time, there was video game journalism.
More like a sultry Serena.
Thank you, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And video game journalism was maturing along, developing more interesting ideas, drawing from various fields of criticism. And one of those ideas happened to be feminism. Ooh, a dastardly idea that pitched the toxic concept of women and men not being oppressed by the patriarchy, and in fact liberating themselves to be able to exist as equals. Ooh, it was a scary time. And in the midst of all of this, you had a humble critic that said, what if I applied feminist 101 critique to video games? And I'm going to make a video series about it. And that was Feminist Frequency. And after some fundraising, came to the attention of some folks on the internet that feminism was afoot. And those folks couldn't have that because they did not like the idea of living outside of a patriarchy. So they descended in swarms and attacked this woman and Feminist Frequency in general. And that woman then made a lot more money and made a lot more videos. And it wound up causing a chain of events that down the road alerted one Steve Bannon who at the time was heavily invested in Chinese gold farms for World of Warcraft, to the idea that there were a bunch of young men who were particularly vulnerable to conservative messaging. And this was something, of course, that Steve Bannon cared very much about, because at the time he was editor-in-chief of a little-known conservative outlet called Breitbart. Now, Steve Bannon, as he saw all of this happening, put one man onto this whole Gamergate story. And that man was one Milo Yiannopoulos. And, well, many other events transpired, too many and varied for us to go into in great detail today. But fast forward ahead a few years, Milo Yiannopoulos was doing, rage tours to drum up anger all across the country on college campuses. And, well, he gave an interview in which he defended the sexual abuse of children at the hands of priests. And that basically ended his career. Or so we thought. Somehow, Milo Yiannopoulos has returned. Now, I know how he returned, so I'm just gonna roll into telling you. Milo Yiannopoulos was a very flamboyantly gay man, and he then got married to a man. But after this whole scandal, he and his husband went on a bit of a soul searching, where he allegedly took off his ring and threw it into the ocean and renounced his homosexuality. And then, over the last several years, he dedicated himself to finding Jesus Christ with the church militant, I believe. And had a surprisingly close relationship with one of the high-ranking members of the church, and sold a lot of church merchandise. And then he ran Kanye West's presidential campaign, and that campaign when he came out as a Nazi. Well, he's back again, y'all. He was forced to sell his golden throne, literal golden throne, but now he's back, everyone. Ex-gay Milo Yiannopoulos regrets mainstreaming homosexuality in the GOP and says nobody's gay. He said homosexuals are demonic and have sinister abilities to force people to fall in love with them. I really, really, really want to find a video here. Just real quick, do we got... Yeah, this is from just a little bit ago.
Yiannopoulos. I want to spend a couple of minutes talking about the fact that he has come out and said not only that he is ex-gay, being a very high-profile homosexual man, but that also he is a Christian.
Indeed. Now, I don't really care about this channel. I wanted something different. I wanted the actual clip of him selling Virgin Mary statues. God. Here.
Milo,
just show me the clip, Kyle. Just show me the clip, Kyle.
And 3/4 inches tall. If you're thinking about how this is going to fit into your shrine,
can we just say real quick that I'm sorry, he's not very subtle as an ex-gay. Oh, it's not just the fucking weird infomercial, K-Fox. He did so many of these. This was like his normal day-to-day job for the church militant. And obviously, like, obviously he's still gay. Look at him.
Or maybe even a bedside table. I know sometimes
He's got a fucking blonde mullet side shave. Like, get right the fuck out of here.
people like to wake up and say good morning to their favorite,
Yes.
people and saints and whatnot. It's available in bronze and pewter,
Whatnot.
and they're both $87.50. We're not yet set up for 2 easy payments, despite our.
Not yet. We're not quite there.
But we're hoping to offer that one day, or 2 easy payments. But she's just under 12 inches tall. She's available in those 2 different. They call them accent finishes. We've got statues in the shop here that are fully painted.
Right.
And we'll see some of those
Color,
later.
yes.
But the thing I like about this is this wonderful burnished, bronzy, aged.
I think you guys get the idea, right? So, Milo is doing this tour, right? And, well, let's read his full quote here. All right. I have to be honest with you. I bear some Sorry, can I do it in a British accent? Probably not. I'm not really good at accents. I have to be honest with you. I bear some responsibility for this because it was me, 10 years ago. Mainstreaming homosexuality in the Republican Party is the great regret of my life. More so than anything I've done with my own soul, which is a lot. I was not intending to give birth to this
12 inches of
huge-
Virgin Mary going in my asterisk hole.
Jesus Christ. Church militant would love that. That's real dedication. You want to get the Holy Spirit in you. I was not intending to give birth to this huge generation of gay Republicans who now think it's openly fine to traffic in babies and to be a gay Republican, and I feel a great deal of responsibility for that. I hate myself for that a little bit. It's like he's going like, I've been a bad boy. It's the great regret of my life, because it has given rise to horrors I never imagined. I mean, Lenin said, all revolutionaries come to hate their children. Well, the gay horrors that I've given birth to. Republican drag queen Lady Maga, neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes. I mean, they keep me up at night, he added. I just... God. Yiannopoulos agreed with Carlson that his homosexuality had a demonic, addictive nature of sexual compulsions. Can I just say, I love that the homophobic straights think that being gay is just, I guess, the sexiest thing. They're like, yes, you can't have gay sex because once you pop, you just don't stop. Like, you just, once you start, you just can't stop. You become addicted to the homosexuality. It's not that some people are gay. You just got addicted to the sweet, sweet siren song of gay sex. God. Sorry, Yiannopoulos then said there are many closeted conservatives in Washington, D.C., and that homosexuals have a, quote, sinister bit of magic.
Oh no, I've been a nad boy and the gay horrors are coming for my holes.
Homosexuals have a sinister bit of magic to compel others to fall in love with them or make people throw themselves off a cliff. What kind of gay are you? I'm a compelling others to fall in love with me gay. Are you a cliff gay? Quote, and that's what I think homosexuals are seeking. Because they feel so powerless in their own lives and have this understanding that they are broken people without agency over their own sex lives, over their bodies. Like, I don't even have control over me, but I'm damn well going to have control over you. That's, I think, a lot of it.
Let me elucidate the details of the depravity that I used to have when I was gay, when I used to lure straight men into the gay lifestyle.
God, it's so silly, but it gets better. It gets so much better, chat. Earlier today, apparently the girls are fighting, right? Milo Yiannopoulos took some shots at Benny Johnson and basically was like, "Yeah, Benny Johnson is a gay man."
This shiz would do numbers on HypnoHub.
And And Benny Johnson replied, "I am duty bound to take action to protect my family against those who would maliciously defame and attack us. More to come on that soon. Pray for healing for some really sick and delusional people. Jesus is about redemption. The legal system is about justice. Happy Sunday." And now I do want to remind Benny Johnson that it is not in fact defamatory to call someone else gay. Um, Specifically, the law got changed so that it's not You can't just say someone is a homosexual. That be defamatory. It's not defamatory for someone to be gay. So it will be very funny if Benny Johnson actually does try to take this to court, but also understand that, like, one, it doesn't meet the definition of being defamatory. And two, if it did, it's not defamatory if you can prove it's true. So I don't know that Benny Johnson wants to go down this road. And Milo responded, "Dear free speech warrior Benny, dear Kate, a few notes for your consideration. I know more about defamation than any lawyer you will hire. Benny is a public figure. Malice is a non-starter. I have receipts, and the truth is a total defense against any claim of defamation or libel. Do you want to lose a defamation case to Milo Yiannopoulos of all people about whether or not you are gay? Do you want to even fight one? The people who have poured money into making you a big deal are about to lose their entire investment. I know more about your marriage than you think I do, and I have evidence. I have witnesses. I know who to subpoena. I know what questions to ask. About nocturnal liaisons dangereuses with chaps in assless chaps, and about being caught in flagrante delicto at conferences attended by students, some of whom may have been under 18. I guess we'll find out." Jesus Christ. He's so gross. Me salivating over discovery. Like, the girls are fighting. Yeah, no, he is extraordinarily heterosexual is exactly the words I would use to describe Milo Yiannopoulos.
Show me a straight man this catty and I'll show you a liar.
I will also say that I think we need to turn to a panel of people who are probably the best equipped to understand homosexuality, the evil gay addiction magic that is worked by same-sex hips, and I think we all know who the best men to put on this job are.
By gunmen who approach property in a vehicle. And so that's one part of the story that we can go to. Rob, can you put the tweet up? Last time a vehicle approached our property and opened fire, no one was hurt. Our security team is reviewing the incident and will be relaying the report to appropriate law enforcement. This is the price we pay for speaking out against evil. Can you go to his Twitter account, by the way, and when he posts that? So he posts that, and let's see what the latest is. Go to see what's the latest he's given on what happened with him. Somebody stopped by his place, and he's been extremely critical. Zoom in a little bit, Rob. So there is a reason
Poole.
Barry Weiss go a little bit lower. Reason Barry Weiss has to spend $10,000 per day on bodyguards. Okay, Congress, keep going lower. Keep going lower. Security believes that shots were fired. Okay, go in the comment section there. We're in contact with police and FBI. Thank you for everyone who reached out. If anyone has reached Chief the Chicken City, the shots are audible. Unfortunately, we do not archive the live stream. There will be Friday night to midnight. So go a little bit lower to see what the market is saying about it. Nope, yes, my head. Free, keep going, keep going, keep going. Okay, boom, gone.
I'm sorry, does Patrick Bet David refer to responses
We need
to
to hold
someone's
space
tweet
for
as
the
a market?
lyrics of Milo's epic poem of heterosexual discovery.
It's true. You know, if it was gay, it'd be called the Odyssey. But since it's straight, it's just called the Normalcy.
Tim Pool, line. Okay, so
In conservative world, obviously, God.
the audience is giving him a hard time. Go back on previous tweets. Let's see what else
Uncle
we find.
Gumball,
Go
thank you for
back
the
on
2 tier
previous
subs.
tweets. Is there anything else below it? Keep going, keep going, keep going. So that's that one. Is there anything else? Nothing he's shown. Memory thoughts are someone is trying to scare us, but he was security guard and armed guards, and so deferred. Okay, you want to approach, open fire, no one was hurt. Click on the December 6th tweet. Go a little bit lower, Rob. That's the one that got 8 million views. Okay, so this is the one. So Megyn Kelly, this is awful. I'm so sorry. Keep going a little bit lower, lower. Sorry to have.
You know, I just, it's really hard to take conservatives seriously when
If
they
it's
keep
gay,
using
it's called
Twitter.
the Odyssey. If it's straight, it's called the Iliad.
Hey, I understood that reference. It's really hard to take them seriously.
Heterosexual Discovery is my new conservative boy band that's secretly all gay.
But like it's hard to take seriously when yes, there's Cat Turd and there's Arsler Finder and then there's General Mike Flynn and Patrick Bet David and Megyn Kelly.
Happen. Everyone is okay. Retard Finder. BS has to stop. Michael Flynn. Okay. So this is the part where the East Coast, West Coast gangster rap, it's getting a little bit like that right now. And
Oh yeah, man, conservatives are so gangster. You're so right. It's just like the gangster era. I love that in conservative world, like their coalition is so fractured and in the process of falling apart that they're like, yeah, it's straight up like gang war territory out there.
and the temperatures are very high. You got to be careful with this, where it's going right now. Now, he did have a guy named Milo on the podcast. And Milo gets up there. There's some very weird stories that came up the last few days.
Oh, wait a minute. Is he genuinely like nervous talking about this? Look at his chair. Look at his chair.
He says, why would you even go there? He's on a podcast with Milo and George.
Like he was like vibing his chair.
Milo
Look at it.
gets up there. There's some very weird stories that came up the last few days. He says, why would you even go there? He's on a podcast with Milo and George Santos.
Yeah, no, but like he doesn't usually shake his foot. Like I guess I'm just pointing it out because I haven't previously noticed this.
And Milo makes a claim about Charlie Kirk. And then there was another claim over the weekend that I think Charlie's about to divorce and leave Erica Kirk. These two stories are hitting up at the same time, Rob, if you want to find the other one as well. But play this one first. Go ahead, Rob.
I'm always a couple of days behind watching on the show because I've got stuff going on. But somebody tweeted today that Candace said that she believed that they were about to get a divorce. I think he was gay. I think he was gay. And
come on, you know that you do know that I've criticized. What? Like I'm sorry, Tim, but like, why would you even go?
What the fuck? George Santos is. Oh man, the straightest podcast ever here.
The temperature is so high the heat is on. I am steaming. I might just take my shirt off, says straight male.
I'm sorry, you got George Santos and Milo on the same podcast? And who said Tim Pool is against the gays? Look at him platforming the two biggest ones in conservo land.
Go there,
yeah,
to say something like that.
Oh, I'll tell you what.
No, the man's dead. You're calling now. You think he's gay.
That's when people can tell the truth.
Okay.
Secret Charlie Kirk gay reveal. Let's go.
That just like I don't know. Oh, man.
So there's two things. One.
Is Vinny convinced by this? Did Vinny just see one guy say, He could have been gay though. And then Vinny's just like, oh man, I don't know. The evidence is overwhelming in that direction.
That Erica Kirk was about to get a divorce, and two, that Charlie was about to divorce Erica, and two, that Charlie's Charlie's gay.
I don't
What
believe
is the
that.
history between Milo and Charlie, Rob? Do you know?
I'm not sure. I'll take a look.
I don't listen. Milo was on fire.
If I can say,
Go ahead.
Charlie's been relevant for 10 years.
More.
Right?
Yeah.
But legit.
Yeah.
Milo hasn't been relevant in 10 years.
Very good point.
So there's probably very little overlap, my assumption.
Yes. He was because he was. Mind you, Milo was like you
was
said.
the
he
original gay
He was
conservative.
out there. He was talking. He was pushing like
was gay all along, and that's why Israel shot him.
Yeah, he was planning a gay wedding in Israel. They couldn't have that.
I'm talking about like with numbers, with crime, with you name it. He was that guy. Then he disappeared, and now apparently, which I do respect a lot.
Oh my god. None of them are. They're all like, and then he disappeared. Like, they're all aware of this guy, but they're all talking and dancing in circles around the fact that this man defended priests raping children. Like, that's why he disappeared. God. See what happens when you switch to the fun half? The donos flow. Indeed they do, Uncle Gumbald. It's the waters are sweet with donos.
He's like, listen, I have been celibate for 5 years. Yes, I'm gay, but I'm not practicing.
Do you actually think that Milo Yiannopoulos stopped having sex? Vinny, no. Vinny, no. Don't don't do this. He's not a practicing gay. He's professional now. He's a gay that made it past the tutorial. I can't, man. Oh, fuck. Guys, I need to tell you, as somebody who has been like sort of kind of following Milo Yiannopoulos' like career
Now he's doing
post-fall.
sex work and sex work.
I am laughing like a goon through this. I'm so sorry, everybody. I'm so sorry. But like, there's no way.
Milo had to go cold turkey. Gay Shreks is just that good.
No. There's no way. There is no way that Milo Yiannopoulos stopped having sex. I don't believe it for a goddamn second. Don't believe it for a goddamn second. I think he was fucking a bunch of people in the church militant. I think he was also fucking like other conservatives. I think he's just been like slutting around conservative circles for a while. Okay? Like there's no way. I mean, fucking look at the guy, dude. Like he is like the epitome of the gay fuckboy. Okay? Yeah, especially Michael Voris. I was trying to remember that guy's name.
Let the SHEX investigation begin.
Yeah, I mean, like the implication here, by the way, from like 2 years ago, after breaching a morality clause, I can't say this for 100% certain, but the statement said the board of directors has chosen not to disclose Michael's private matters to the public, but announced that he would be stepping aside and focusing on his personal health. There are horrible, ugly things he needed to go away and address. Guys, I don't pretend to be a mind reader or a predictor of things or anything like that, but if I were to hazard a guess at what happened here, my guess would be that Michael Voris and Milo may or may not have had some kind of thing. You know? Let me just see here. I just want to see a video of the two of them together because I feel like it says a lot. God, I'm not gonna be able to find it though. Fuck. I think the Church Militant also closed down, which is gonna make it more difficult to find clips. Yeah, they closed down in 2024. Ugh. Well, if anyone can find those clips, let me know.
Isn't that because it's just not good and it's evil? And this is coming from him. He's saying that, and I respect that. But this type
on that thing, LMAO.
Oh God, don't put that in my head.
of salacious, he was gay, as if he has receipts, okay? And George made a good point. He's dead, okay? He can't even defend himself. So now you say that, and now trolls are just out there in their minds.
Yeah, if he could defend himself, he'd have a sword fight to the death over those claims.
And they're gonna keep adding. Oh, he was gonna leave Erica and all this nonsense. I think it's BS. And then he also, Pat, if you want him to play the clip first, because he talked about Benny Johnson too. He went at Benny Johnson on this same podcast and said Benny did allegedly some crazy gay stuff. Which, mind you, did you know that a guy showed up?
Vinny sounds like he just learned that his parents have sex. Vinny is sounding like he's just discovering that like consenting adults have sex with each other sometimes. He sounds genuinely sad.
To Benny's house on December 6th, Robbie. I slacked it to you. He said this man, Andrew Ayer, showed up at his house. He was ranting about
like what's wrong with being gay. Nothing's wrong with being gay, but these guys all think there's something wrong with being gay because they're, virulent bigots.
Me and went door to door in my neighborhood trying to find me, terrifying my neighbors. We believe he was armed and fled before the cops arrived. And you could go down, Robbie, to the guy. That's the guy. So this weekend was a trend of people trying to either shoot up conservative houses or trying to go and find them. I don't know if Ayer is Middle Eastern or whatever. But then Milo claimed that Benny has done some crazy gay stuff in his past. And then even George Santos goes, this is...
It's like Vinny's even trying to downplay. It's like claimed that Benny did some gay stuff in his past. No, I'm pretty sure they were saying he's gay, man. Like that, not that he did gay stuff in the past,
Jokes
but that
aside,
he is gay.
conservatives act like such prudes.
Oh, it's so fucking funny, Nathan. It's so fucking funny.
Libelous. He could come after you and he could sue you. And Milo...
No, actually.
Said, I've been doing this for 15 years. Nobody's ever sued me because I have receipts. And then, Rob, if you want to show that, is this it?
Honestly, sue so that we get the receipts. I want the drums.
Sexual overtones. Benny Johnson posts pictures of his children every 2 days. It's weird. And everybody knows what went on with Benny Johnson in those lobbies and in those hotel rooms at SAS. Everybody knows.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Men. Younger men, not underage. At least I don't know that. His wife was crying drunk in the lobby 3 SASs in a row about how her husband was upstairs with boys.
Student Action Summit.
Okay. Go ask her.
Come on.
Go ask her.
Come on, Milo.
Go ask.
None of them. They're all just like, "Oh man, come on. How could you say that? How could you say that he's gay?" Guys, how could you say that? How could you say that about Benny Johnson? How could you even think that about him? Nah, no, look, guys. No, yeah, look. No, he's just friends with Dave Rubin. He's just friends with those SAS students.
Oscar, Milo, aren't you ever scared of getting sued?
See?
You say some crazy. I'm sitting here like I am humbled by the lore.
Wow.
And you're
That you got
ability
George
to-
Santos is like, you're a liar.
Look, there's no teapots in this room right now to express how I feel.
George, I have said these things about people for 20 years and never once in my career been.
You're CAHK, Andrew Johnson.
Indeed, Sake Tanuki. Like, okay, also, can I just say something controversial yet brave? All right. That chubby guy, George Santos, is not in the closet. He's out of the closet. He gay as fuck. I fully believe that Milo Yiannopoulos has receipts. I fully believe that that man can back up what he's saying.
Sued. I've issued 3 corrections in my entire journalistic career because I get my facts right, and people know that they do not want to go through discovery.
Actually, I want to say this.
I've never been sued for anything I've ever said about anyone.
The one thing I need to say this. I need to say this.
Because I'm right.
The most terrifying thing about Milo is that he knows.
I do have to say, one of the most charming things about George Santos, I think he's a pretty shitty guy. But, like, look at him.
Discovery.
Actually, I want to say this.
I've never been sued for anything I've ever said about anyone.
The one thing I need to say this. I need to say this.
Because I'm right.
Look at him. He's just living for this. He's just living for the messy drama.
Right. The most terrifying thing about Milo is that he knows all your secrets.
Oh, no, he knows everybody's lore. Trust me.
Texas has a legal limit on the number dildos you can own. That's being gross, and so is the entire conservative wing.
Correct.
So I am terrified of Milo.
So Benny Johnson, Rob, can you show Benny tweeted?
Yeah, don't tell him. You should be. He's a gross man. Don't tell him your secrets. Don't tell gross people your secrets.
And Benny said, like, I have no choice, basically, and he has to go after him. Can you find that one, Robbie? Yeah. I think he said it. It was very recent.
Tweets a lot. Hang on.
Yeah, jeez,
Man, Vinny, are you okay? Like, how does the sides of your forehead get that vascular, man? Like, are you okay? Do you need help?
Out there.
Do you need medication?
Here it is.
Yeah. I'm duty bound to take action to protect my family against those who maliciously defame and attack us. More to come soon. Pray for the healing for some of
If we ever see a lawsuit materialize from Benny Johnson, I will be shocked.
these really sick, delusional people. Jesus is about redemption. The legal system is about justice. Happy Sunday. Did you see Milo's response? Milo responded to this. And
read the comment section to see if there's maybe anything there that Milo maybe commented in the bottom.
Yo, don't pray for your enemies. Laura Loomer saying, Benny Johnson, pray for your enemies to be destroyed and celebrate when they struggle. We don't have time for compassion for evil people. Break them down and conquer them with psychological warfare until they beg for mercy. Don't pray for them. Yeah, Milo's, Robbie, I think I put it in our group chat that I put what Milo said. And it was, Milo's basically...
Just go to Milo's account, see what Milo's saying. Maybe you'll find something if you go to...
See, look, Patrick Bet David's nervous, dog. He doesn't want to talk about this. He's shaking his chair.
It's right here.
Okay.
Holy moly!
Oh
guys,
my God!
We're not
gonna read all of it.
The shorter version.
Yeah, exactly. He basically says to him and his wife, "I know more about that."
Oh shit! I saw this. I saw a much shorter version. Oh shit! Oh shit! Nobody cares about you, Kate. I'll say this. It was shitty of me to say you look old. I am a shitty person. I'll delete that if you want and apologize. It doesn't make me feel awesome to look back at those tweets, but you do look old. You look hideous. You look twice your age. Apparently you agree because you just took the video down that I took a screenshot from you today. It makes me a cunt to call you old looking, but it's not something you can sue over in America. If you're raw about people saying you're a swinger, maybe don't be a swinger, girl. Strange how rumors just take on a life of their own, especially given how notoriously prudish nurses are. Discovery will destroy your career beyond any possibility of redemption, Benny, which was never my intention and never in my heart, because I believe that family is making you a better man, as I think it did Charlie Kirk. But this will be the inevitable result of your actions. I just want you to be honest, because I believe that's important, and I believe that it is in the public interest to report on people who present one way and act another. There's an easy way out of this. Honesty. Just tell your viewers who you are and what you've done and how you got better. If you have, you could be an inspiration to millions. Tell you what, I'll pledge to you right now, I'll cover the first $10,000 of your therapy with Dr. Nicolosi. Kate's ravenously mossy bank will have to take care of itself. Or we can both spend millions and I'll win. Is that really what you want? Yours in Christ? Or kisses, cunty? I guess that depends what day of the week it is. Your friend, Milo. God. Milo Yiannopoulos is not a straight man, and anyone who tells you he is stupid as fuck. You spent too much time on this, but you found it? Did you find it? The two of them together? Oh, fuck yeah.
All right, joining us on set today is the interview that I think a lot of people in the Catholic world had wanted to see, me interviewing you and us talking about all kinds of, well, you know, spiritual things and returns from horrible lifestyles and the like. So Milo, welcome officially to Church Militant Studios. Before we begin, what do you think of the place?
I didn't realize it was so huge. There's so many people here. I don't know what they're all up to, but I realize now when I look at the website, you've got more shows than I realized you had. You were probably
Reformed sodomite. Oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah, sexual tension from the start, for sure. Oh, my God.
My gaydar is going off every time there's a Milo coat.
publishing more stuff than I realized you published. I say with some shame.
Well, you should be, but go ahead.
Well, you know as well as I do that you tune into what your pals and allies and fellow warriors are doing as much as you can. But if you do that all day, you can't focus on your own stuff.
That's
you know?
very true.
So I was first introduced to Church Militant, as I mentioned on the download this week, when you published an interview that American Magazine wouldn't, because my answers were too Catholic. And since then, we had two conversations.
Right.
And the first of those conversations was me making lots of excuses about why I knew that I should do something, but was not prepared yet, ready to do it. But.
The St. Augustine response.
Yeah. Because, you know, science is always on this endless quest to catch up with Catholicism. So there's endless, and you know, sooner or later they kind of fall in line.
Right.
It seems as though some people are born with a predisposition toward or a weakness for something, but we're really primarily talking about early childhood experiences. That, right? And that. And I know that I did a lot of work for half a day.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of like close talking for the size of table that they're at. All right, I love this, and if Milo continues to be relevant, I am gonna just keep that in the back pocket.
Defamation, and he says, "I know about your more than your marriage than I think." He goes, I know about nocturnal liaisons de generous, I don't know, he's speaking French, with chaps and assless chaps, and about being caught in flagrant delicto and conferences attended by students, some of them.
This
so
is
basically Milo's saying, if you want...
promised. Where are my Dommy Mommy Sisters of Battle?
Right here. God. Thank you for the $5 super chat, though.
Want to bring it, because I have proof that Benny Johnson was allegedly with young boys. That
boys?
Young boys. This is what he's saying. And what he's
I mean, it's a student action summit, so like if you're spending time with the students, yeah, that's pretty fucking gross.
Saying is fat. What he's saying is all this kids and you're taking photos is to kind of diminish that you're really a gay guy. I don't. By the way, I don't respect unless
to me it's all
it's all noise.
Signal.
And but about the Charlie thing, that is
That's
the most
like the focus for a
BS,
second.
disrespectful. Like he's lucky somebody doesn't punch him in the face. That's to.
Yeah, how could Charlie Kirk be gay? How could Charlie Kirk be gay? God, his face, though. Would a gay man look like this? Would a gay man look like this? You know what? I'm kind of I'm kind of inclined to agree with Vinny. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying the Charlie Kirk gay claims.
Do that to a guy that's dead and dealing with everything that like his whole family's dealing with. Come on, bro. Come on.
The complete lack of riz from Charlie? Nah. I don't know.
Unless you slept with him and you have proof, shut up.
Now, I am just going to throw out there, Milo Yiannopoulos strikes me as the exact kind of man-slut who absolutely may have slept with, like, Benny Johnson and Charlie Kirk. You know, if we want to get to a little salaciousness here, I can see that happening. Yeah, no. Also, I don't think Vinny wants proof. I think his heart is already broken. Look at him. He's on the verge of tears.
Unbelievable.
There's some things you just say, cool, buddy, nice story, and just keep it moving. To claim that
we're 8 minutes into this. You can't say that when we're 8 minutes in.
Charlie Kirk, a masculine, tall, strapping man, that is a leader amongst leaders.
Yeah. Masculine, tall, strapping men would never be bottoms.
Married, kids. When have you ever heard any claim like that?
Yeah. When would anyone have ever heard of, I don't know, if we had to name a body type after such a tall, strapping lad, like a, you know, like where would anyone have ever heard of a bear before? I mean, bears can't be gay. They're bears. They're huge. They're powerful. Couldn't possibly be gay. Bears, as we all know, are only heterosexual.
Ever against Charlie, not even one. Talking about biblical prophecy, talking about what it's like. The one.
Yeah. Men in the church, famous for not being gay.
Thing that I would be critical of Charlie on, the one thing was he thinks step one for a young man should be get married. To me, that's like step 5. Like make money, have a career, have a profession, do good, save up some money. Then all right. So you think Charlie's just living a lie? That to me is stupidity.
Yeah, it's dumb.
Yeah, no conservative would ever live a lie. No conservative would ever do that. No religious person would ever do that. Sorry, Eddie. Can't say that word in chat. Shows up on screen.
Number 2. Back to the beginning of this segment.
Ooh, mister, please don't force me down. Put me in my place with your big, thick, long, strapping muscles. Lololoyo.
Tim Pool's house apparently got shot at.
His house or a studio? I don't know what it was, Rob.
I think it's like a compound that they all work out of.
Let's just connect some dots for a second.
Oh, okay. We're connecting dots when it comes to Tim Pool. We're not connecting dots when it comes to people very clearly being homosexual. All right.
Who's the one person that Tim Pool has been beefing with hard for a few weeks now?
Candace.
Candace Owens.
Are you, Adam, are you gonna start throwing out that Candace Owens sent someone to do a hit on Tim Pool? This is so fucking stupid. God, it's all sports ball to them.
Where was she? I'm not accusing anybody.
Yeah, no, you're not accusing anyone. Anyway, where was Candace Owens?
Would never. I'm just connecting dots. I'm just asking questions. Guys, I'm just asking questions.
I see what you're doing here.
I don't know if I thought about it. People are telling me, like it could have come in a dream. I don't know. But where was Candace when Tim?
You know, it may have come to me in a dream that perhaps Adam is gay. You know, I'm just look. I don't know. I'm just connecting some dots here.
Well, I would never accuse her of such a thing.
I would never accuse Adam of being gay. But you know, I'm connecting some dots here.
I would never. But where was she? You know? I don't know, but I know. But you know what I know? You know. But I'm not saying she would never. Anyway.
Everyone else on the show is just like, oh man, don't get us sued.
I wish you the best.
Rob, what is this, Rob?
Adam sent this. I believe this is Benny Johnson
this is what
reading
Tim
a tweet.
Pool had to say about Candace, I believe. So if you can punch in that, I received information this morning that put the final pieces together for me. I can now say with full confidence that I believe Charlie Kirk was betrayed by Candace Owens and some of the very people who claimed.
Also, can I just say, like, ex-coworkers of Benny Johnson have also alleged that he's gay. Like, Benny Johnson used to work at BuzzFeed, and he got fired for plagiarism at BuzzFeed. And his coworkers were like, yeah, he was always weird and hitting on us, and he was gay.
To be his friend. Yes, I will be naming names and providing evidence for my claims. I am making a personal plea to every well-meaning person who donated to this organization to say thank you. You were lied to, and Candace.
He's basically
knew.
took her tweet, Candace's tweet, and basically made it like how she posted.
He called her a POS. He called her scum. Last podcast. Listen, I've been critical of Candace. I didn't go this far.
Is this
something's up here?
The whole Candace, not because I know you want. We're doing more, or no, we're done. No. I was just asking if you have any more stories. You know what would like 9 Assyrians heard that? You know what? Like, is this a good suggestion to squash the whole Candace TPUSA on a live stream? An outside party will pay for a professional.
Oh, no, they invited her.
No, Adam. I'm
she
talking
was
about,
busy
I'm talking about. Have Candace say who's the #1 person, because I don't know. I don't follow like this. Whoever
For someone who's not gay, they sure focus on the gays a lot and not being gay.
Well, that's because a huge part of their identity is about how they're all definitely straight and definitely not gay. You know, a lot of masculinity when you are insecure is not defined by what you are, but by what you aren't. And these guys are the most masculine, insecure individuals I've ever seen in my life.
#1 person is that she thinks was involved with Charlie's assassination. That's what TPUSA.
Bibi Netanyahu
Hold
can't
on,
make it that
ready
day,
for this? No, from TPUSA. Have him come on a live stream. We would pay for a outside. Hold on, I'm talking about the #1 polygraph giver in the United States. Have him sit down and do the preliminary questions.
The #1 polygraph giver in the United States. Polygraphs aren't real, dude. Do you also believe in Santa Claus?
Are you this? Are you wearing this color? And just, Adam, look how easy this is. One question. Were you involved with Charlie Kirk's assassination? If they pass, she has to pack up the bags and it's over. But if they fail that question, then there's a problem. But I'm mad. Like, just get it over with. Ask the question that you want. Because, by the way,
can't get it over with, Vinny, because then there's no watch me on the next episode.
No. Well, that's what I'm saying. You want to squash it? And people always go, lie detector tests aren't accurate. Then why does the FBI use them?
Because it's part of the interrogation method. Because you could get people to admit things because they think the lie detector test works. Polygraphs don't work like that, bro. They don't actually determine whether or not someone's lying. There's a reason why they're not
Lol, I was
admissible
raised
as
by my mom
evidence.
and grandmother. All woman hoes hold these ideas of toxic masculinity hold little sway over me.
Hell yeah, Nathan.
Why does the law enforcement use them? Watch the show, The First 48. If you want to say, hey, listen, I'm good, take a lie detector test and you pass it like that, they'll let you go. Period.
With all this unity, you want to take a look at midterm polling data? Shall we look at that?
Not looking good.
That's my parting shot. That's not a snarky comment, even though it was. My comment, and it's not aimed at you guys. It's at this whole echo chamber. We got midterms coming up. And pretty soon, we're not going to be arguing with each other about this stuff. We're going to be sitting there saying, oh, we lost Congress, and now we're trying to figure out how to get laws passed to get things moved forward, and now the president doesn't have a Congress on his side.
Yeah.
That's where this is heading. Then you know what we get to talk about? What are we going to do for these 2 years to take the country back? You know what I mean?
Is that a crazy cow sheet? They're saying there's a 75% chance the Democratic Party is going to win in the midterms.
My comment, Pat, is
What
with
Candace
all...
said.
What?
Who cares about your midterms? That's what she said.
Yeah.
Who said No, by the way, did you hear?
Yes.
Candace said, who cares about your midterms?
Did you
who
hear
gives a
that?
damn?
Yeah, and Tim Pool's biggest knock against Candace was we are
I love that Patrick Bet-David was like, I don't give a fuck about the midterms. Give me this gay speculation episode. Let's go.
trying to win the midterms, and you are
Look at this. We got a whole room full of individuals who understand the gays.
going to cost us.
Forget
it.
about Tim Pool. Forget about Tim Pool. For me, the problem becomes here. What did Charlie Kirk do for the last 15 years to protect what? So when you say who cares about the midterms, you're saying who cares about Charlie's vision.
Right.
Bingo.
So to me, congratulations.
Yeah.
That's your midterms for you next year.
And this is
if it
pretty
goes the way that it,
And as we all know, this was done by Candace Owens. Candace Owens through the House vote. Mm-hmm.
And this is
pretty
why the
freaking
one
accurate.
thing that I say about Candace is she's a bad friend. A friend wouldn't try to tear down Charlie's legacy. She's hammer, nail, just... It makes no sense to me.
That's scary as
Tucker's
hell.
buying a house in Qatar. Candace is tearing down Turning Point USA. And George Santos has more logic than any of you yahoos out there at this point. Good luck. 2025, 2026 can't come soon enough.
if you love Christmas as much as we do,
We don't. Because again, it's the shitty hat ad. Holy moly. That was a wild cavalcade of ups and downs. I don't even really know how to encapsulate that. Other than I enjoyed being a catty bitch for the last, I don't even know how long this segment was. But I enjoyed it. I enjoy that basically the entire Republican pundit class on YouTube and outside of, like network television is just descending into full-on brawl mode. Like all the knives are out. It's like that scene from Anchorman. They're just one of them's running around with a grenade. Like they're just all going all in on each other. And to the point where like Patrick Bet-David is nervous the entire time they're talking about the potential for Charlie Kirk to be gay and like Benny Johnson maybe being gay. Like they're all just pointing the fingers at each other and saying, "Why are you gay?" Like they're just doing that nonstop. And it's so childish, it's funny to me. Because again, like okay, if they're gay, like they're gay, like it's not a big deal, guys. But it is a big deal in conservative world because they're all homophobic.
Jingle balls, Tim Pool smells and Milo laid an egg.
Indeed, Nathan. Thank you for the $5 dono. Like, I'm just really looking forward here to the fact that not only does it seem like we are imminently in for a bunch of backstabbing in the president's cabinet, we're also getting a bunch of backstabbing out in like the pundit class. And I don't think that's going to stop anytime soon. I think they're all going to get really vicious with each other really quick. And we'll see, especially when the Epstein files come out. I think there's going to be some attempts at positioning in very different ways that is going to put them at one another's throats even harder. And I mean, that's kind of what this whole fight over Charlie Kirk has been about, positioning who's going to inherit the legacy or the audience of Turning Point USA, the clout of Turning Point USA. And, you know, you got this loose coalition of jagoffs, and then you've got like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. And it might just be that Owens and Carlson take it. We'll see. Overall, I don't think that's a great sign in terms of like where we're going related to bigotry. Like, they're both virulently transphobic. They're both extremely anti-Semitic. Like, they are going to turn the temperature of the country, at least the conservatives in this country, really untenable. And that's not great. But I am supportive of any amount of fighting that distracts them from, you know, furthering their agenda and protects all of us as a result. So I'm really quite pleased, I guess, for now, at least. Oh man, an 18-year-old MAGA man I work with told me he was done with Trump because Trump blowing Bill Clinton. He explicitly told me it wasn't the Epstein files that made him hate Trump now. It was because Donald Trump may have given a blowjob to Bill Clinton. That's crazy. But that is also an indicator of how homophobic a lot of these conservatives have become, or just actively are. Like, they will throw everything they believe in the fire if they suddenly think that a gay man gave it to them, you know? It's wild. And I think that's really the takeaway here. So if you got anything out of this, please hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, and most importantly, leave a comment. The comments really, really help the show and the segment to do well. So do the things that help. And also make sure you join DSA, join your local Dems, because guys, we need to make our local Dems more radical. We need to make our local DSA more effective. And we need to take advantage of this moment of weakness that conservatives are having so that we can actually unfuck this country, hold the evildoers who have ruined lives and tortured people and killed people accountable, and also provide something better than just bare minimum status quo maintenance as we go forward into the future. So if you need help doing that, join our Discord. We have a section dedicated to DSA work and Democrat work, and also consider reaching out to Dragonfly for help connecting to your local Dems. Reach out to Gamergy for help reaching out to your local DSA, and get involved. We got the tools. All you got to do is reach out and do the stuff. Because these whack jobs are just over here angsting about who might be gay. And the best part about being on the left is you don't got to angst over who might be gay. We'll just straight up tell you who's gay. And you know what? Ain't nothing wrong with it. So, folks, let's keep on going. Oof. All right, folks, I have been going for almost 7 hours. If you guys have gotten anything out of today's stream, make sure you like it. Make sure you subscribe, hit the follow button, consider dropping those subs and donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because y'all, it's been a lot.
Also, the hype button that doesn't exist on mod of your videos because of politics.
Oh, is it because of the politics content? I hadn't considered that. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. And yeah, it is hard to put together a 7-hour-long show. And I do that not infrequently. It is difficult to do. So thank you to all of you who have directly supported stream. It genuinely means the world to me. And, you know, hopefully building up a show where sometimes I can take a little bit more of a break. God. Hit the button, got stuck in my head. Oh, this song? Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. little bit more work to do before I go to bed, but I'll see you all tomorrow. Get good sleep, everybody. Bye.
Tonight, we made history.